taking the order of this, so
right, sign up.
If you could take your seat, please. We'll be starting.
No, I think that was fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Cool. So, hello everyone. We're here and some of us watching online. Welcome to AmafestUK. I'm founder, and today we're here to learn something new from our expert speakers. And I hope that will help you to go back and trigger some change in your business going back. So I'd like to thank all the speakers who spent a lot of time preparing slides and being here today. And I'd like to thank you for spending time here today, and a lot of sponsors and partners who made this event possible. I'd like to mention one of our sponsors, Profit Wales, couldn't be here because of the situation they are in Ukraine, but we've got their banners here, so if you could visit them or find out what they do, that would be really good. And we're going to put some video from Italy as well with the CEO of Profit World today. So enjoy your day, and thank you very much. I'll pass on now to Susan, who will be host for the morning session today. All the best.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to be introducing the morning speakers, and wow, we've got a lineup for you this morning. Our first speaker, unfortunately, can't be with us physically because he's not very well, but we are going to be showing a video from him, and his colleague is here today as well. So if you've got any questions in the Q&A, then please ask them to the colleague, Eduardo, wherever you are. And thank you. So there's Eduardo if you want to ask a question after, and there's also a stand over there. So our first speaker then, Jessie Wagg from eChameleon. Now Jessie's going to take us into the wonderful world of, is Amazon the only player in town? Let's hear from him. Or not. Kieran, are you anywhere that you could please show the video?
Good morning, Amafest. Well, this isn't exactly how I was hoping to come to you today, but unfortunately, Corona got me. So after 2 years of doing this sort of thing online, I'm still here, coming to you virtually, and I'm afraid you'll have to make do with what's left of my voice. I'm fairly confident though the rest of the speakers today will more than make up for my absence. And if you do have questions about my conversation with you today, my business partner Edward is there in my place, so he'll be able to look after you. Now today I want to talk to you about using product data to efficiently scale a marketplace business. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of buzzwords in that title, I know, So just to go a little bit more in detail, when I refer to product data, I'm talking about things like titles, bullet points, descriptions, and in my opinion, more importantly than any of that, attributes, item specifics, the little pieces of information you give a marketplace to help the algorithm understand what your product actually is, so that it knows which buyers to show your product to. And when I talk about scaling, I'm referring to three things. I'm talking about adding more products to your inventory and ideally building a process that it makes it easy for you to do this in the future. Whether you've got 2 products now or 200 or 2,000, ideally you'll build a process that you can easily add new items without having to reinvent the wheel every time you do that. I'm also talking about selling on more marketplaces, so it's looking at marketplaces like Amazon, eBay, Otto, Walmart, OnBuy, etc., etc. There's hundreds around the world, and we'll talk about that. And finally, talking about selling into new countries, looking at Amazon UK, Amazon Germany, Amazon France, and obviously local players as well. To give you a little bit of background about why I'm here, eChameleon is a software company. We're based in Germany. The software that we sell actually began as an internal solution at an agency where we've been helping sellers like yourselves expand into new marketplaces around the world since 2007. And the software that we now sell as eChameleon is ideally designed to help you grow your e-commerce business without becoming dependent on Amazon. And I'm aware this is an Amazon-focused conference, and there's going to be a lot of great Amazon content today, but if you take nothing else away from this speech, it should be that you should understand that whilst Amazon is an important sales channel for you, it shouldn't be everything. In an ideal world, you'll be selling on so many channels that you'll have revenue coming from so many different directions that Amazon represents only a small part of that. Because we all know how easy it can be to get suspended, we know how hard it can be to get an account reinstated. That shouldn't be, if that ever happens to you, that shouldn't be the end of your business. It should be maybe it'll be a bit of a pain point. It's not going to be fun if you're going to get suspended, but Amazon shouldn't have that much control over whether or not you're allowed to stay in business from one day to the next. By diversifying into new marketplaces, you retain control about how much of that business actually belongs to you and not to Amazon. And so our expertise really, just to refine it a little bit, we're focused very much on creating good quality product data for marketplaces with a view on international expansion and multi-channel e-commerce. So beyond marketplaces, also looking at web shops and even offline sources such as brick and mortar stores and distribution channels. So using product data to scale your marketplace business. We're going to look at, as I said, non-Amazon marketplaces. We're going to look at structuring your product data to scale that business. And we're going to talk briefly about machine translations and how to do this, how to use a machine translation tool effectively when selling internationally. Because take it from me, the Amazon Build International Listings tool isn't very good. So when we think about non-Amazon marketplaces, there's a lot of names out there. Depending on the country that you might be looking at selling into, there's big names, there's small names. Here's some of the ones that we've probably all heard of: Bol.com in the Netherlands, Otto in Germany, Zalando in multiple channels, multiple countries, and Cdiscount in France. But depending on which channel, which country you want to expand to, chances are there's multiple options. There are hundreds of marketplaces out there, and every day it seems like there's more marketplaces popping up left, right, and centre. For example, just in the UK, B&Q just announced that they're becoming a marketplace and that you'll be able to start advertising your products on there. Depending on what product category you sell in, there could be multiple channels that are specialised in that. For example, MediaMarkt here in Germany, sort of the German version of Currys, PC World, specialised in electronic goods. Decathlon, we all know, is a sports channel. They're also a marketplace now, so you can look at selling anything to do with the sports category there. And there's obviously plenty of fashion marketplaces around, like Manor in Switzerland, and Zalando and Otto in Europe. And depending on your category, you can be certain that there will be a niche channel for you beyond just Amazon. And of course, when you're selling on Amazon marketplaces, some of the major benefits actually affect you as a seller compared to Amazon, who focus, as we all know, on the buyer. First and foremost, seller support actually exists on most Amazon and non-Amazon marketplaces. You don't have to open up a live chat case with somebody who doesn't understand you or your business. You don't have to open up multiple cases for multiple issues. Usually you as a seller are valued as a partner. Non-Amazon marketplaces understand that they are not Amazon, and so they know that they need to make it easy for their sellers to onboard and start selling, or they're not going to be able to have the products there that their buyers want to find. Which means that they like to make it easy for you. They often take a lot of the work out of your hands. You know, many marketplaces, they'll simply say, just give us your Amazon data and we'll do the rest. So it can often be very quick and easy to get up and running on there. And once you are, you're in front of loyal niche buyers, many of whom completely avoid Amazon because they don't like Amazon or whatever else. Maybe they're just looking specifically for products on a non-Amazon channel. For example, if somebody's looking for building products, they might go to Mano or B&Q rather than Amazon. And so by being in these channels, you're going to be in front of new buyers who can discover your brand and will ideally make their next purchase via your website directly. Because another advantage from non-Amazon marketplaces is you don't have the restrictions around things like what's allowed to go in the box. And of course, beyond everything, one of the biggest advantages with the non-Amazon marketplaces is there's less competition. So you can be listed in a category on Amazon. Perhaps you might be one of thousands, tens of thousands of sellers. On another marketplace, you might be the only seller, or there might only be 5 sellers. And this is really how you can begin to grow successfully on an external channel, because you might be the first mover, or you might be the strongest player there because you take your Amazon game to a non-Amazon marketplace. Now, I will whiz through these next couple of slides because these are going to be available for you to download afterwards, and I don't want to get bogged down talking about legal and logistics, but there are obviously a number of other considerations for you to have in mind before you start selling on any marketplace. And there's legal, technical, logistical things to figure out. And we help our sellers with all of these aspects and many more. But today what we're going to talk about is product data. In particular, product data plays a number of roles in e-commerce, but you should be looking at it from the perspective of building efficient processes so that when you're adding new items to your inventory, you can do so as part of an established process. You don't have to think every single time about how to fit this product into your existing processes. It should be a well-oiled machine. You can simply add a new SKU. In 5 minutes, you can fill in a few key pieces of information and then have it ready to go onto all of your sales channels. You might want to keep this data in an external source. So if at the moment you're only creating new listings in Seller Central, I'd recommend you to stop doing that right away. Worst case, just create listings using a flat file, an Amazon flat file. But best case, you should really have some sort of external data source, even if it's just a great big spreadsheet with your whole product data in. Or you might want to look into a product inventory management system, like a PIN system. We offer a PIN for marketplaces specifically. There's other PINs out there which are a bit more generic. If your business is at that point where it makes sense to invest in something like that, great, go for it. Otherwise, just make sure you've got your data stored somewhere outside of Amazon. Otherwise, at some point in the future when you need it, it can be hard to get hold of that data. And obviously to keep control of that data and the ownership of it. And I think more important than anything with product data, the most important role it plays is in organic growth. Now, compared to paid growth, where obviously you're paying for specific keywords and there's large amounts of competition, organic growth is where the marketplace algorithms are working for you. The more information that you provide a marketplace about your product, the better that algorithm will work for you. Anyone who's ever seen a flat file will know that there's probably 300 columns or more, depending on the category, where you can add information about a product. Not all of those are required fields, but most of them offer some level of enrichment. And then when we're talking about clean product data, that helps the buyer, the marketplace understand your product. It helps keep your processes clean. But enriched product data means that you stay in the search results when buyers start applying filters. Now, to give you an example of this, I am going to look at eBay. I know most of you are on Amazon. Maybe you're not on eBay. If I were there in person, I'd ask to show me your hands, but I'm going to imagine that most of you aren't on eBay yet, or maybe stopped selling on eBay years ago. However, it can still be a relevant marketplace when done well. Now, in this example, I've done a basic search on eBay UK for men's trousers, and you can already see the differences just an apostrophe makes. Where we've got 45,000 plus items with an apostrophe, and just 20, not even 20,000 products without the apostrophe. But what's really interesting on eBay is you can, when you apply a filter, you can see just how many products are listed with a single filter. And if I, as a buyer, come in and I am looking for a single size, if I'm looking for 20 plus, there's only one item for me to look at. But you can see here there's 116,000 pairs of men's trousers that don't even have a simple field like size applied. If you go through and start looking for some of the other values, for example, rise, 850,000 pairs of trousers don't have an item-specific value here. So it shows you if I'm a buyer and I start applying one or two filters, your products are going to start dropping out of the search results really quickly if you don't have values in each of these attribute fields. Now, not every attribute field, these here are from the Amazon flat file. This is an eChameleon where we can see the different fields that you can provide Amazon for, in this case, the apparel category. You can see there's a lot of fields that you can provide, and each time you do that, you increase the chance of staying in the search result when the buyer applies a filter. They're not all related to filters. Some of them are just for the algorithm, but they're all equally important. Now, to do that, what we recommend is breaking your data down into small chunks and thinking about where certain information can be used in multiple places. You can have a field called color, and in that field you might have the value navy blue, and that value navy blue in one place might be used as part of your title, and in another place it might be used in a bullet point, and for another marketplace it could be used as an attribute value such as color name. But of course navy blue on one marketplace might need to be called royal blue on another marketplace, and dark blue on another marketplace, or dunkelblau on a German marketplace, and so it's important to have that level of granularity because it does make it easier for things for translating and for reusing that data later. Just to take a typical Amazon listing, I don't know if we've got anyone here from Chef Geeks today, but I just found this random listing on Amazon. And what I'd like to do is just look at a few sort of key areas of this listing here, where we've got the brand, we've got size, we've got some key features, we've got material. These are all different aspects of a product, and we can see that they're being reused here. You know, we've got again the blue here, we've got the brand again. These are all individual aspects of a listing which are just being reused over and over again. And we can look at how that title is structured, and we can think about whether or not we might structure it the same way in a different marketplace or in a different category. But what we can do is, instead of typing a title manually, we can even just have these individual attributes in a spreadsheet and use something simple as an Excel concatenate cells formula to combine it together and create an Amazon title. And of course, as a bonus, you can use things like the equals len formula to get the length and add some conditional formatting. So if you know that for your particular category, you're only allowed to have 150 characters in a title, you can make sure that you're using as much of your title real estate as possible. Make sure that your titles aren't too long for whichever channel you might be selling on. Now again, with that same information, we can reuse it completely in a different structure for an eBay title, or for any other, which would have to be 80 characters. So you can't just take your Amazon title and put it up on eBay because it'll be too long. But what you can do is you can build a formula once for eBay and for your next marketplace and for your next marketplace to make sure that all you have to do when you're adding new products is fill in those attribute values. You don't then have to sit down and type your title every single time for every new product. And then when it comes to using the machine translation tool, all you have to do is translate the individual values. Now the reason we do this is because machine translations like DeepL, and personally I recommend DeepL instead of Google Translate, will let you go through and just translate a long old list like this, and it will make a lot more sense to a German or a French buyer than if you try to translate a whole sentence. And what you can do is by translating those individual elements, you can also make sure that you don't accidentally do things like translating your brand name, which would be in your title. You can just make sure that you only use a lookup list combined with that concatenate cells that I showed you before to pull the values from here, so that if you've got black in your English title, you get Schwarz, Noir, Nero in your relevant international titles, and that automatically starts getting built out based on those translated lookup lists. And you just do that once for every, it seems like a lot of work. You go through and you just figure out all the different colors that you might want to use for your titles and the materials. You translate those once and you sit it in a lookup list. We also do this in eChameleon with lookup lists, where we can have those translated values sitting there ready for you to use, and then it will automatically create your international listings. And this is a process that's quite easy to build out yourselves. You can also translate really short snippets of text, such as this product type is made out of high quality material, and fill these blanks in with the translated values. So we've talked about different marketplaces and we've talked about expanding internationally, but if there's one thing that I really want you to take away today, it's that it's highly unlikely that any individual channel will generate the same turnover as an Amazon channel. It doesn't mean that an expansion beyond Amazon is not worthwhile. I've written it here, but 5 new channels, which each generate the equivalent of 20% of your Amazon turnover, means that your business is now only 50% dependent on Amazon. Second key takeaway that I'd like to leave with you is it doesn't matter what software you decide to use, as long as it's outside of an individual sales channel. As long as you build your scalable process outside of Amazon, you retain control of your product data and you future-proof your business. And finally, granularity is key. By breaking down your product data into small, bite-sized chunks, you increase the amount that you can do with it. Make them as small as possible. In the same sense that your Shopify title isn't optimized for Amazon, your Amazon listings aren't optimized for other channels. And whenever a marketplace updates their requirements about what your product needs to look like, it's much easier for you to change this if you simply have to get that information from somewhere else or reword it or rename it. You can bring in the same information and get familiar with using VLOOKUP and concatenate cells in Excel. You can build some great formulas for creating quality product listings at scale. So as your inventory does grow, or as you start expanding into new marketplaces, you can very easily reuse that old data in good, functional ways to stay on top of new listings. So, thank you so much for listening. I know that hearing me talk like this, it's not the same as having a physical presence, and I appreciate your patience today. If you do want to download the slides, you can just scan the QR code there and I'll email them over to you. I will also make this recording available for Pravat and team at Amafest, who can send it to anyone that is interested, or you can just email me and ask me for a copy. But of course, my business partner, Edward, is also here today, so he can answer any questions if you have some.
Hopefully everyone can hear me. Thank you very much, Jessie. So sorry that you're not able to be with us today. Hope that you feel better really soon. We have time for 1 or 2 questions if anyone has a question for Eduardo to answer. Or if you're a little bit shy at the moment and want to speak to Eduardo in some of the breaks, then that's fine too. Shall we move on to the next speaker then? It's my pleasure then to introduce, thank you Eduardo, It's my pleasure to introduce Ian Kanashiro from Seller Snap. Now, all us Amazon sellers know what the repricing, how important that is in our Amazon strategy. So Ian's going to give us, take us into the bowels of the economics of that. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you. Over to you, Ian.
All right. Am I going hands-free with the mic here, or can everyone hear me? Should I just use my big room voice, or in the back? No one can hear me in the back. Huh? Use microphones. I'm not loud enough. All right. How do we get out of this?
Good morning, Amafest. Well, this isn't exactly how I was hoping to come to you today, but unfortunately, Corona got me. So after 2 years of doing this sort of thing online, I'm still here, coming to you virtually, and I'm afraid you'll have to make do with my voice. I'm fairly confident that the rest of the speakers today will help me out with that. If you do have questions, good morning, Amafest. This isn't exactly how I was hoping to come to you today, but unfortunately,
All right. I am really happy that everyone liked that planned comedic experience to lift the energy in the room. So my name is Ian Kanashiro. I am from Seller Snap, the leading AI Amazon repricer. A little bit about myself. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, and I moved to Tel Aviv about 7 years ago. I'm actually here with my wife, Michal, back there, who's going to hate that I did this. Hi, Michal. And my role at Seller Snap has been mostly customer-facing, working with Amazon sellers, specifically resellers, wholesalers, retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, in order to work on pricing and repricing strategies in order to get the buy box at the highest possible price. And although we do have a few solutions for private labels, brands, I won't be talking about that specifically today, but if you have any objectives regarding your private label or brand, come and find me in the corner over here and we can talk about your specific objectives and use cases. So, some of you may realize that I am not Vitaly from Profit Whales, as it was shown on your pamphlets. And I'll just speak a little bit about Profit Whales, is that many of you know that they are a full-service marketing agency for Amazon brands. And Profit Whales accelerates sales growth using both on and off Amazon traffic to give them an edge over the competitors and diversify revenue streams while increasing business valuation. But one thing you might not know is that 80% of the Profit Whales team is based out of Ukraine, which has been under attack for weeks. And so I've been in contact with the Profit Whales team this whole week since I found out that I'd be speaking to you all. And from what we hear is that the team is relatively safe and continuing business as usual. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because everybody knows that the Amazon space is small, or the Amazon space is huge, but the communities that we live in are small. You know, you're in your UK, there's a UK seller group here. You know, I travel and I speak to other groups all over the United States and other places in Europe. And so we tend to find ourselves in specific communities. And that goes similarly for service providers, the community that you might see surrounding the edges of this room. And although I'm super excited to be here to talk to you about repricing, I'm saddened that it's under these circumstances and that another provider had to pull out due to an act of war. And so before I get started, I wanted to share a post that I'm going to share two things. First, I'm going to share a post of what Profit Whales posted last week about how you can help in the Ukraine. There's a couple of QR codes. You can scan them. I'm actually going to be putting it at the end during the Q&A session, so you can grab it then. But before I get started, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a video that Vitaly shared with me yesterday, and then we'll get back to talking a little bit more about SellerSnap.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you all, and again, thank you so much for this great opportunity for speaking with these great audiences. I think that today you will hear a lot of different insights that could be really useful for you, for your Amazon businesses, and that will be a really great roadmap of actions that you will take and you will grow your business. Today I couldn't be with you. Right now I'm located in Ukraine. That is a difficult time. Today we have a war, a 15th or 16th day of war with Russia, and that is difficult. A lot of Amazon sellers right now also located in Ukraine. That is difficult for the most of the businesses, around the Ukraine, and our head office also was located in Kiev. We had a lot of different our employees in Kiev and Kharkiv. Now these cities are bombing, and we got a chance to make all our employees safe. We make the relocation for most of them. Now we are located in more countries than before that. Now we have people in Poland, in Lithuania, in Czech Republic, in Germany, in France. So it is a difficult time, but we are keeping strong. We are keep growing. All our processes, all our things inside still working, and I hope that all these dark times they will end. We will have a chance to meet each other, to share all the things that we have for you. You also could contact us via the website and the social media. Once again, thank you for this great opportunity. Thank you, Prabha, and all organization team that's working on the AmafestUK and all these great events. I'm so glad to be a part of it online, but still, thank you for that. Hope to see you all. Peace, and everything will be good.
All right. So this is a bit of a shift, but I'd like to get a kind of raise of hands. How many people here use a repricer? Very few. That gives an indicator of the room. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about what we've coined as repriceonomics. We've defined it as the branch of knowledge concerned with the amount of money expected, required, or given in order to win the buy box on an Amazon marketplace. And so repriceonomics does fall under both sellers and resellers and your own brands. And again, we're going to be talking a little bit about the reselling portion of this. And so I want to tell everyone a little bit of a story. So a few weeks ago, I spoke to an Amazon seller. This seller has been on the platform for 5 or 6 years, making about 100,000 US every single month, and operating mostly in the health and beauty category. And when we're talking about pain points, there was 2 things specifically that came up. The first one was about time, the amount of time that I have to spend on listing products and pricing products and working on my repricer. And the second one had to do with price wars. So other competitors on a listing or off a listing that are undercutting my price, taking away my market share. And so these are two problems that we frequently hear at SellerSnap that we have solutions for. And while we're talking about the solutions that SellerSnap can add here, he jumped in and he said this. I want to win the buy box 100% of the time at the highest possible price. I saw a couple of heads go like this, like that makes sense, right? We all want the optimal strategy. But the thing to remember is that in economics and repricing, aka repriceonomics, especially in the Amazon marketplace, it's a super, super dynamic environment. And trying to do this, win the buy box 100% of the time, and at the highest price, doesn't necessarily make sense. Why? Because I need to compete with my competitors on price. So if my competitor moves their price down by 20%, provides a discount, anything in between, I need to make sure I adjust my price to stay competitive on the marketplace. And this goes back to what SellerSnap has, what SellerSnap was built on, which is game theory. And there's a very specific part of game theory called the prisoner's dilemma. Do we have a few people here that are familiar with the prisoner's dilemma? Anybody want to go back to economics and give us a shout out? We don't have to put anyone on the spot there. All right. So the prisoner's dilemma states that when two players are acting selfishly, it results in suboptimal choices. So the story goes something along the lines of, two prisoners are being questioned, and if both prisoners stay strong and don't more or less rat out the other prisoner, they both get off easier. But if one acts selfishly, they both get punished. And so the idea we're talking about in Amazon is that as sellers, if we keep the price elevated, we can all sell at a higher price point, more profit per sale. But as soon as we start acting selfishly and undercutting our competitors, that we're eventually going to start bottoming out the price and really drastically cutting into our profit and our profit margins. And so the result is, you can't win the buy box at the highest possible price and get 100% of the buy box. And so this is where SellerSnap comes into play. As I mentioned before, SellerSnap is the AI game theory repricer. And what that means is that we take a cooperative approach in order to get the buy box at the highest possible price. The way we do this is by scanning the competitive environment in order to understand the decisions that our competitors make based on the decisions that we make. So a really quick example is this. Let's say that there's two competitors on the listing, competitor A and competitor B. Typically with rule-based repricers, what we see is there's a rule that says undercut my lowest competitor by a penny. So competitor A undercuts competitor B, who undercuts competitor A, eventually bottoming out the price. So where SellerSnap comes into play is that we see that this is happening. We understand that our competitor is using a rule. And so what we'll do is we'll capture the buy box and then we'll raise to max or a portion of our max price. And that decision is made already knowing that our competitor is going to come with us. So then our competitor will move up in price, and at which point we will re-engage with them, undercutting them, letting them undercut us, and we'll keep going back and forth and having kind of a micro price war at the top end of our min-max range until the repricer thinks that the price got too low, and then it'll move back up in price and restart the cycle. So the result is we're still getting about 50% of the buy box share in both scenarios, but with SellerSnap, we're getting that same 50% at the higher price point. Again, going back to the higher profit per sale. And so the reason why we focus so much on profit is because we know that on Amazon, there's a lot of fees involved. There's a lot of external costs outside of our COGS, our cost of goods sold. And so especially on things like an FBA fee, for example, it's a fixed cost. And so if you can sell at a higher price per item, that fixed cost is a smaller percentage of your total cost per sale. And so when we start to take a different look on how we price our items and how we reprice our items, whether it's for resellers or your own brands, and we focus on profit margin optimization, it helps us run more efficient businesses and leaner businesses. And so, and that's what it comes down to when we're talking about repricing and automation. So I am going to open the floor for questions. We have a few minutes, and I'm going to leave this up that was sent to us by Profit Whales. So if you'd like to scan the QR code and learn more, you may. So thank you. Yes?
So you mentioned about having 2 resellers. How do you manage when you've got 8, 9, 10 resellers on the buy box?
It's a very good question. So when you, the question was, how do you manage when there are multiple sellers and 8, 9, 10 resellers that are competing for the buy box? I have a two-part answer for you. The first part is a lot of times when you have 10 other competitors on your listing, not every single competitor is actively competing for the buy box. And so the way that SellerSnap works is we understand who is actively competing. We try to decide what our target buy box share, what our fair share of the buy box is, and then we will make our decisions there. There are going to be some scenarios where, if you have 10, 20 other competitors on the listing, you're not going to be able to do anything on those listings because all those competitors are also have repricers and will compete against each other and probably bottom out the price, and you can't do anything about it. Which is one of the reasons why, as Amazon sellers, we have a lot of listings, because some are going to win and some are going to lose. And so from a repricing strategy standpoint, when you have 10, 20 competitors on the listing, it is much more difficult to compete than if you have 3, 4, 5.
What if you're the brand owner?
What if you're the brand owner? Well, if you're the brand owner, you don't have to worry about competing for the buy box. You have to worry about competing with other similar brands. And so SellerSnap does have a couple of solutions for brands of private label, where you can specifically follow your competitors' listings. And for example, you might have 3 competitors that sell the same, iPhone case, or similar iPhone cases, and you'll say, follow competitor A, competitor B, competitor C, and match the price of the listing with the lowest BSR, or bestseller rate. Or you might say, match just the lowest price completely. And so this is just one way that we can automate pricing for private label and brands.
Thank you.
Yes, up in front. We'll get to this.
Thank you, that was a great talk. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, you can.
2 questions, if I may.
Sure.
The first one, what happens if, it's a follow-up question from the lady, what happens if someone else has a repricer as well? How is your AI different from someone else's? I'm not telling you to compare everything on the market, just wondering, because then there's different AIs competing, right? So, you're going to sell your AI, of course, but I was just wondering what the dynamics will be, and that's the first question.
Is the question about 2 sellers using our AI repricer or different repricers, period?
Maybe both.
So the short answer for if they're using both 2 sellers using SellerSnap is because we are trying to get the buy box at the highest possible price. In an ideal world, the prices will go up, but it does depend on mins and maxes of each seller, and we do have a lot of different repricing technologies outside of the AI that sellers can employ. So the AI doesn't know that's competing against itself, it just looks at it as another competitor. To answer your second question about other repricers, most people that are competing for the buy box on any Amazon marketplace are using repricer, whether it's Amazon's or one of our many competitors. And the idea behind the AI is that we try to sniff out what their specific strategies are, so we can make the best possible choice in terms of the strategy that the AI employs.
My second question is quite naive, because I'm coming from a private label kind of point of view. I have used repricing that flow, but generally, how does repricing relate to inventory stocks? Because price for us is very closely related to stock levels, right? So what are the dynamics? Can you comment on that as well?
So the way that pricing relates to inventory is dependent on each listing. There are millions of listings on the Amazon marketplace, and the way that Amazon's buy box algorithm works, we'll sometimes look at inventory levels, but other times we'll completely ignore. And I've seen use cases of both. So the way that the repricer works, SellerSnap specifically, we do not reprice based on inventory levels. One reason, because Amazon doesn't provide that information through their marketplace web services, or MWS, or the new technology that they're rolling out called the SP API. Inventory levels is not given to us. I do know that there are solutions out there that might scrape data in order to get that solutions by going in and writing the quantity levels, and it says there's only 500 left. You can make assumptions from there. But as a third-party developer, we sign an agreement with Amazon stating that we will not scrape data. So we don't have that data available, and
So what do you recommend to your customers then if the inventory is going low, they want to finish it or they want to restock? How does the customer have to physically
Sure.
engage with software to check?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we do have solutions where you can say, if my inventory level drops below X, take a specific action. You know, liquidate, move to max, things like that. Also, customers will use use conditions in order to reprice based on inventory age, in case there's anything that they want to get rid of inventory as they're racking up long-term storage fees. Do we have time for one more? We have one more hand right there.
Question, yeah.
In your repricing strategy, yeah. In the AI, sorry. In the repricing AI, do you take into account discount coupons that are being used by competitors? Because often that's a differentiator between bringing the price down.
Great question. So when we're talking about the limitations based on what is presented to us from Amazon through MWS or the SP API, discounts don't come through what is called the any offer change notification. It's a subscription through MWS. And so the short answer is no. We don't take that into account, which is sometimes problematic when the seller themselves maybe puts on a sale and forgets, or Amazon provides a discount. And so the good news is that we have a really great customer success team that is able to identify issues in that and provide solutions on a case-by-case basis. But from an automated AI standpoint, because it is not an input that we receive, we can't take any action. But it's a really good question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, and we have one more question, but you can meet me at the table over here and we'll answer it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great insights there, and Ian is here with us all day, so please avail to him. Now, our next speaker is Chris All, and some of you may be using third-party software to optimise your listings. Others may be using Amazon software. Some of you may be using nothing, but we're going to learn from Chris what the best thing to do is. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction, Sue. Susan, sorry. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Christopher Ball. I've worked on marketplaces for around about 12 years in total. 10 years of that have been client side, so in similar businesses, a lot of people here representing today. And for the last 2 years, I've worked agency side, so helping multiple brands with Amazon, eBay, Etsy, wherever it may be. Just to put that into context, that 12 years was before the Amazon.co.uk Kindle store was open, before Sunday deliveries were available on Amazon, and even before AMS, or Amazon Advertising is now known, was even a thing, so I've been doing this quite a long time. I'm currently working at Journey Further, who are a digital performance marketing agency. We offer multiple services: PR, SEO, CRO, and marketplaces is the department which I head up. So, just a quick question really. What kind of Amazon tools, third-party tools, spring to mind when you see these kind of statements or possible features? So keyword research tools, search trend analysis, actual search volume, search term frequency, keyword ideas as well. So anyone got any? Is anyone here today from any product that offers these kind of services? So I'm thinking like a Helium 10 or a Jungle Scout. So what a lot of people don't know, it's quite possible to actually do these directly through brand analytics. So I'm not suggesting you don't need these pieces of software, just in case anyone is here from there today, but you can just use brand analytics directly. So the reason why I like brand analytics so much, it makes me sound like I'm good. The reason why I like brand analytics so much is that first-party data. So Amazon offers first-party data where tools like Helium 10, Jungle Scout, etc. They are estimating data or scraping data, whichever way they may do it. So hopefully the idea is for you to leave here today and at least learn one little thing you could either use, or you might see a part you might be able to use in the future. So the first thing I want to go through is competitor keyword analysis. So I'm going to use Helium 10 because, believe it or not, we do actually use Helium 10 plus brand analytics plus loads of other pieces of software. So competitor keyword analysis through the brand analytics formula. So I don't know how many people have ever used this before. So there's quite a common theme throughout the talk with a little set of binoculars and just focal points of how you can actually do this. So from the brand analytics screen, on the right-hand side box, you can put in your ASIN, your competitor's ASIN, whatever ASIN that you want. And what it'll do is it'll bring back a list of search terms that this ASIN actually has a click and share conversion. So what percentage of clicks they're getting and what percentage of conversions that they're getting. So I've just chose this random product because it was actually really, really hard to get any type of clearance for any of our clients to use theirs today. So there's a lot of like little bits blanked out. So if you're wondering why, then that's why. If you put in the ASIN at the top here, you can see there's 85 rows and it shows you all the keywords that this particular ASIN has clicks for, like a click, share, conversion. So what you can also do with this as well is you can actually take it up to the next level. That's a bit loud in there, sorry. You can actually take it up to the next level and you can actually put in multiple ASINs. So if you've got multiple competitors, if you use the ASIN, then no space, colon, and then the next ASIN, you can do multiple. So usually when you might be doing something like this, you might use 4 or 5. And that will enable you to bring a keyword list. So you can see where they're viewing 139 rows. So previously it was 85, so now they've got a couple more rows and a couple more keywords. And what's really good with this is that you can actually, you can't see it on the right hand side, but there is a download button, and you can download that directly, and it will just download as a CSV file, which can be really useful. Why it would be useful? Why would it be useful? So what you can use it for, one of the things that we use it for is to improve keyword rank. So if you've got a keyword list of your competitors, you can help build that into your listing. So if it goes to your copywriter, then they can use that keyword list. So some examples here, again, these products have been made generic because we're allowed to use the actual products, but we've got a group of products here where we've made changes using this methodology. The second to bottom one and the third to bottom were actually in combination with running advertising using these keywords at the same time. So you can see the sales rank before and then the sales rank after the content updates. So I think this was around about 40 odd days difference. So it's quite a big difference. Bearing in mind that some of the products were ranked absolutely terrible, like that bottom one. So it makes it look a lot better than it is, but some of them were ranked really well. Just a few examples. What it's also really useful for is to, if you use a competitor's ASIN, I don't know how aware everyone is how expensive advertising get on Amazon now. So I couldn't actually find the figures for the .co.uk site, but you can kind of see this path where it's just becoming more and more expensive to advertise on Amazon across the board. So the same thing happened with Google, same thing happened with Facebook, it'll happen with Amazon, it'll happen with TikTok, so it's just going to get more and more expensive over time. So this is like a nice little trick basically to get around that. So you are facing quite high CPCs, so I know in certain categories they can be recommended like £3 or £4, which is just absolutely ridiculous. What you can do instead of actually bidding on the keywords, you can actually type in the keyword that you want to go for. And instead of bidding on the keywords, it will actually give you a list of the best products that are converting. So we can see here, LED strip light, you've got search frequency ranked 47th, which is the 47th biggest search within that time frame on Amazon. And we can see which product's doing, is getting the largest click share, the largest conversion share. And we can actually advertise our product on that product instead of just bidding on the keyword instead. Another useful thing that we can also do as well is we can have a look through using our branded terms. So Kenwood's not actually a customer of ours or a client, but I just thought it'd be quite a good example. So if we put the brand term into the search, we can see that Kenwood spiralised at the top. Someone else has actually got a larger click share and a larger conversion share for our product. So what we can do is we can try and defend that brand and bid on those particular keywords to try and bring ourselves up through the ranking, combined with doing some optimization as well. This is a bit of a cheat. So everything was meant to be about brand analytics, and then I kind of changed it to everything that should be around Amazon seller, and then I've kind of added like a little cheat in. So I apologise, this is not actually brand analytics, but I use it on a regular basis, so I thought it'd be quite useful. So I don't know how many people, going back to what I just mentioned about advertising on other people's products, if you're looking for like the top 100 list of Amazon sellers within a category or the products within a category, it's quite easy to pull this information off here using like a Helium 10 or a Jungle Scout. But once you get to 100, then you're actually stuck and you can't do any more. So if you want to run certain advertising on like the top 10, then 10 to 20, and 20 to 30, etc. What you can do, and I'm assuming a lot of people have this already, you can actually use Keeper to download a massive list of the category. So instead of having the top 100 products, you can actually download the top 500 products, and then you can split those into subsections and actually advertise on those, which was found to be quite useful in the past. Another good thing that I really like about brand analytics is that we can actually look at search term kind of frequency over time. So let's just go to the next slide. So what we want to look at is we want to see when a peak season is just about to start, or if a customer's got a seasonal product, like a student product or a Christmas product, is like, when should we absolutely be hammering our advertising? When should we be starting these promotions? When should we start the planning, basically, of any promotions? So using the data directly from brand analytics, we can see that on this particular example, we were looking at Christmas gifts for women, and we wanted to see when does that actually kick off. So we can see, and it's kind of a reverse graph because number one is the best. So around about the 28th of November, we can see then that's kind of when searches really start to kick off. So just a little example, but you could do this if you've got any kind of seasonal products, which makes it really useful for kind of any promotional planning. And you can see at the end of the graph as well, as soon as Christmas is gone, it just jumps all the way back up. So it can be quite useful. I've kind of already touched on it before, but we can also, where you can see the little binoculars at the top, you can split down into different departments. So for this particular example, we looked at the home and garden, and then what you can do is you can download, basically download all the data and split it out to see what kind of conversion share this particular product category has and what kind of click share this category has. So we're looking at the top 3 places. So on this graph, you can see that in the automotive category, the top 3 places account for almost 80% of the clicks on average. And in the home category, it's a little bit over 60. So you can see the prominence of these top 3 places. So it is to be used as a guide only, and it depends which kind of time range you're looking over the data, but it can be quite useful if you want to build averages for your product categories of trying to get your products into the top 3 places. We also use it to look at click and conversion share changes over time. So how this might be useful. So again, we've got another client and the data's being made generic. We had a client that came on board in April, and we wanted to see how the click share and the conversion share changed over time when we were running advertising. So it was a really advertising heavy project, this part. So you can see we're running a lot of adverts going into June and July, and it actually built up our click share. So then top 3 places we managed to get into a lot more often. And the same on the conversion side as well. So there were certain products that had like a very healthy jump. So blender mixer, for example, went from like 0% conversion share to around about 22% conversion share, so some huge numbers. Yeah, and how, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. And how do you go about finding this data? So kind of going back to one of the first slides that I showed you, if you actually put in the search term that you're looking for and the products you're trying to trace back, you can actually go back through and it'll show you the information of what. So you've got in your products here, and the keyword that you want to be, you want to see the click share and the conversion share for, and then it'll automatically load them up. If it doesn't load them up, then it just means that there's not enough data there. So. And again, this was the other cop-out I mentioned before. So again, it started as brand analytics, but I don't know if anyone's used the product Opportunity Explorer yet, which is quite a new feature. No? Just one person? That's good. So what it is a new feature within the growth section. So it's on .co.uk accounts, I think it started in the US first. And going back to that first party data that I've tried to hammer home throughout the beginning of it, it enables you to see a lot more first-hand data directly from Amazon. So just a few examples of those. Well, that you can type in a search. So at the top I typed in LED strip light, just keeping the theme constant. And then it will actually show you the top search terms within this kind of niche. So I've clicked on where the binoculars are, I've clicked on LED strip light, which then brings us to this page, which has tons of really good information. So it'll tell you the click count of this particular product, total reviews, so there's loads of really useful things. But probably one of the most useful ones really is the search volume in the last 90 days. So this data is directly from Amazon, so it's not estimated. The only problem is it's not split over 30 days, which probably would have been better, but for the last 90 days, it works out at about 138,000 searches. 138,000 searches per month over the last 3 months. So first-hand data, so it enables you to kind of look at the conversion share, look at the clicks, and you can kind of work out some benchmark values for your products and competitor products. And this is kind of the third screen on there, so when you click it down, when you click onto that page, it actually comes up with these 3 little tabs along the top, so product, search terms, which is the one we've just been on, and insights, so there's a lot more data on here as well, so you can kind of see like the top 5 products, click share, number of average reviews, so there's some really good data, so I don't know if everyone have it on the counts yet, but it will be there in the future, and you should make use of it really. Another good thing that we kind of help our clients with as well is that we will look at the market basket analysis to see what kind of other products customers are buying with our clients' products. So it doesn't always have to be your products that show up in this view, so it can be other people's products. So, for example, here we used a blender, and we can see that the blender, someone's buying a recipe book, so that might be quite a good little thing that we could add into ours to kind of make ours stand out from the rest of the crowd, because people are already buying this already. So, have a look at the recipe book on this example. What are the recipes for? People are buying the blender because they are looking to make smoothies, or they're looking to lose weight, whatever it may be, and we can kind of incorporate that in the listings. Kind of take this a step further as well. You can kind of take this a step further as well, and it will kind of guide you in which colours you should be putting together. So this is not one of our clients, by the way, it's just an example I found. But you can see here, it's telling you which kind of, looking at that data, you can go back through and it'll tell you which handles that you should have with the actual brushes themselves. So there's loads of good stuff that you can get from here. Sometimes there's some really questionable things brought together, so even if you don't use it, I'd advise you to have a look through because it is quite good. And also using that market basket analysis, you can actually incorporate it into your A+ content as well, because then you know what your customers are looking for within the same listing. So if you know your customers are buying a certain toothbrush with a certain toothbrush head, you want to make sure that you're putting that in there if you're not already pre-bundling it. And probably one of the last ones really is that you can see an item comparison and alternative purchase behaviour. So this is essentially when your customers move off your product and move, or when your potential customers move off one of your products and go on to another product, this is the product that they buy after that. So it can give you really good insights to say, actually, they've moved from my product, they've moved on to this other product, why have you done that? So you can have a look through what is your product missing that these products have got. And then you can have a look through. Again, it might be something as easy as a recipe book, or it might be that you're selling in a pack of 3 and someone else is selling in a pack of 5, so it can be really useful information just to get those extra insights. And that is pretty much it. That's everything. Did you do the 5 minutes? I didn't see you, sorry.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Chris?
Fire away.
Great talk, Chris. I'm just wondering, longitudinal data is very important. I never used brand analytics.
Yeah.
How far can you take it back? Because the leading 10 journal site, you can take it back far enough, couple of years, you can see the seasonality and so forth.
Yeah.
What don't you like about brand analytics? Everything was positive.
Yeah, so I think it's around about 24 months you can take it back.
Okay.
Yeah, so anything that doesn't involve advertising, you can take back 24 months, or 23 to be exact. So it's quite useful. You can go back through and see previous dates and previous keywords and see how, and it'll actually show you the products there. Yeah, I know it sounds like a cop-out, but yeah, again, we use Helium 10, we use Jungle Scout, we use Keeper. So I think it's good to just have another perspective where you know that the data is first-party data, and you know that, well, as long as you trust Amazon, you know that the data is first-party data, and it's pretty useful to use. Yeah, so I think a combination of them all, and I think also the tools are so inexpensive these days as well. If you're running a business, like Helium 10's like less than £100 a month, and you've got Jungle Scout and Keeper. So I think this is just something that's supplementary, and it's just really useful to get more insights that you wouldn't usually get with one of those programs.
Anyone?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so just before I introduce our next speaker, we've been sat down a little while, haven't we? Now, stand up, please. Let's stand up.
Yoga.
Let's stand up.
Touch toes.
Okay. Just have a little stretch. Stretch those arms, shoulders, backs. Turn around.
All right.
Turn around to the left if you can. Don't injure yourselves. Perhaps to the right as well. Okay.
Very good.
Now please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to introduce Mark James, and Mark, are you here? There you are. Hello. And Mark is going to take us into the world of Amazon DSP. I'm looking forward to this one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just check the mic is working. People at the back can hear me. Yeah. Okay, cool. Appreciate you doing that stretch. Actually, I was just thinking it's me between everyone and the coffee, so that's really helped. Great to be here. Great to see so many faces in the flesh. I'm Mark, and I lead Petra's business here in Europe. And yeah, my pleasure today to talk to you guys about Amazon DSP. I'm going to share some best practices and also be candid about some mistakes that we've made along the way, and hopefully you guys can learn a thing or two about that. Just so I get some context of knowledge in the room, quick show of hands, who knows what Amazon's DSP is? Okay, so, and raise your hand again if you have hands-on experience using DSP. Okay, so much more. Cool, this should be some interesting content for you guys. So, for anyone that doesn't know who we are, what we do, quick summary. Petra, our mantra is to give superpowers to anyone that sells online. The specific superpower that we focus on is automation software and services to support Amazon advertising. So think sponsored products, brands video display, and of course DSP. that's all I'm going to talk about what we do. If you want to know more, we have a stand over there. Elliot is here with me as well, so come talk to us. And if nothing else, we've got t-shirts and books, so yeah, come grab some from us later. So it seems like a lot of people in the room, this is going to be a learning experience as much as anything. And if you're anything like me, the best way I learn is to just dumb it down and make it feel like something I understand a little bit about. And that normally is the real world and the experiences we have. And I've put up here a picture of a generic shopping mall. And I want to, as we go through this, imagine that experience that, if you're like me, as a kid, is something you used to do quite a lot. My parents would often drag me to the shopping mall at the weekend, probably to just keep me out of trouble. I don't know if it says anything about my parents as shopaholics or the fact that Milton Keynes has nothing else to do with it. But this is an experience I'm familiar with, and I'm hoping you guys will be familiar with it too. So for now, imagine yourself walking through this corridor. Something most of us will be pretty familiar with is sponsored advertising. And the concept of sponsored advertising, it can be a complex one, but if I dumb it down entirely, it is walking into the store, Amazon, and placing the product right in front of the shopper at the point at which they're going to purchase it. And it's an incredibly effective tactic at driving sales, I think we all know, and the data Chris just showed shows that unless you're in those top placements, the reality is that it's very difficult for you to drive sales. The top placements are pretty much all pay-for ads now. So that's an important strategy, right? But one of the most common mistakes I see made is that people treat the DSP in exactly the same way as this. And it couldn't be more different. The DSP is actually a little bit like this. This is Times Square, for anyone that it's a bit of a blurry picture. And we can see that there's like hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets, they're there, maybe they're doing some shopping, they're maybe just taking photos, but there's ads plastered everywhere, right? Whether it's for West End shows or brands. And this is not in the environment where someone is actively shopping and looking for the product. This is a bit of an exaggeration, it's not always like this on the DSP, but those that take the same tactics they do advertising to that person who's walked in the door, literally about to buy a product, if they treat their advertising strategy the same as they would advertising to someone in Times Square, they're not going to get it right. And that's the first thing to know, it's a very, very different environment. It is kind of like this. You can use the DSP to advertise to a mass amount of people at scale in an environment that is not Amazon. But more often than not, it's a little bit more like this, where back to the shopping mall, we see this ad on this billboard in the mall. It's kind of a way to draw attention to a product, a brand, something they weren't aware of that they needed, at a moment where it might be convenient for them. So we're going to talk about some of the ways you can do that a little bit later. But first lesson, and we learned this the hard way, is do not treat Amazon DSP in the same way as you do your sponsored advertising strategy. It's a very, very different environment. So for those that are not familiar with the DSP, let me try and simplify it for you. Even this slide is complex, so it's quite a difficult thing to explain in a simple way. But the DSP is Amazon's programmatic tool. Programmatic just means buying in real time. To buy media on and off Amazon through, can be standard display ads, can be video ads, can be audio ads, lots of different ways you can do it. The key value proposition of the DSP is you can tap into Amazon's first party data and its audiences to very accurately and descriptively target these audiences all over the internet. And that's their core play into the programmatic space. There's lots of other DSPs out there. My prediction for the future is that that's a game changer with deprecation of the cookie, and if you want to get into a geek out about that with me later, come find me. But by the way, I'm more fun than that as well. I can talk about this stuff. Yeah, that's the core USP. Big difference in how you buy on the DSP is you buy media on what's called a CPM, stands for cost per 1,000 impressions rather than CPC. And yeah, we talk about it in the media world as Amazon's way of building a full funnel strategy, which, as you can see, we've got a nice funnel on the left here. There's different ways in which you can use it, and I'll come on to that in a moment. So what we know now is that the DSP is different to sponsored ads. It should be considered differently. It's a way to use a full funnel advertising approach using Amazon's data but I've told you that the core value proposition is using the first-party data for targeting. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the targeting strategies you can use in the DSP now. So again, to simplify it, I would just split it into what we call upper funnel and bottom of the funnel tactics. Upper funnel is building awareness and consideration, and bottom of the funnel is closer to the point of purchase, where you're encouraging intent behavior and ideally driving to the purchase experience or even making a purchase. Is it me or is this like flicking really in and out? Is that true?
You sound fine.
Okay. So we start with upper funnel tactics. So these are designed to essentially find a way for you to increase the number of people exposed to your brand. And there's various different ways that you can do this. So let me give you a couple of examples. So you can use what's called in-market targeting strategy. So let's take an example of, I'm just going to pick randomly, like a candle company. I don't know if there's actually a candle seller in the room. But I can use a DSP to specifically target people that I know are currently researching for like home like home interior stuff, or really specifically down to people that are in market for candles. So that's like, you know, someone is shopping for these products, build awareness of a new brand that they've never heard of. And another really nice tactic that we use frequently is competitor conquesting. Chris just showed you guys some really nice tools you can use to understand how competitive your product is. This is a great way to target those competitors that are getting great market share. You can target specific competitors and conquest the people that are shopping with those. So go and find the people that are shopping with those competitors. But this really should be all about building awareness of your product. They aren't considering you at this point. And the main thing to look at is not conversions, right? That isn't the objective. The objective is things like impressions, people seeing my ad, click-through rate, people coming to see my products, or even things like cost per detail page view. How much does it cost to drive someone to my page on Amazon? Bottom of the funnel still actually is, the whole concept is kind of this awareness piece, but it's a little bit closer to the point of purchase. And there are 3 ways in which we would recommend using the DSP for bottom of the funnel. So contextual targeting is a little bit like people that are really walking down that aisle in the shop. They're not quite browsing for the product, but you can put something right in front of them. That's in context, maybe where they're viewing pages about what are the best candles out there, or like what's the best candle presents, whatever it might be. So that's contextual targeting. Cross-selling is maybe I've bought some incense sticks recently. So you can target people that bought incense that are interested in making their home smell nice. And retargeting, actually that should read remarketing, because remarketing and retargeting are different. Remarketing is people that have bought my candles in the past, that I know that they burn out within 12 months, it's now 9 months down the line, they must be ready to buy some new ones. That's called remarketing, and you can use the DSP to do that too. Much closer to the point of purchase, but it's not necessarily driving purchases right there, right there. Trying to cue them to get ready to make a purchase from you again. This is about purchase intent. And so you can start to think about ROAS as a metric. Again, I wouldn't encourage just looking at ROAS, but other objectives are click-through rate, detail page view rate, and also new to brand percentage, which we'll come into in a moment. So a lot of you said you've never used the DSP, so you might be wondering, well, how much do I need to put towards this to test it, and what level of scale do I require? First things first, if those of you that have not tried the DSP have also not yet tried sponsored display, start there. Do not go straight into DSP. But if you are already using all of the sponsored ad units, good rule of thumb that we find is something like 1/5 to 1/3 of sponsored ad spend should be put towards DSP as a testing. So I'm spending 30k a month, something like 10k a month makes sense as a testing strategy. You should also ensure that you keep on your sponsored ad spend, because this is about driving intent. You then need to be right at that point of purchase by using the sponsored ad units in parallel. But roughly around 1/5 to 1/3. In terms of, with that budget, how should you split the spend? Depends on your objective. If it is ROAS that you really are trying to drive, DSP alone is not going to get you that. But we would recommend splitting something like 30 to 70, 60 to 40 on lower funnel versus upper funnel. So skew more towards the bottom of the funnel, and brand awareness, do the inverse, right? Upper funnel strategies, driving awareness. I've just been told I've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to skip
Before Q&A.
before Q&A. Okay. So, which product should I push? Actually, again, we made this mistake, and it sounds kind of obvious, but I'm going to share it anyway. First things first, you can try the DSP, push your best products. We had a client once where we tried to use it as a method to shift redundant stock, and it was a disaster. So make sure you push your hero products. Why is that? You're finding people that have never heard of your company before. You want to put your strongest foot forward. So choose your 1 or 2 hero ASINs, and ideally find products where, firstly, you receive a lot of branded traffic. That means that people associate your brand with those products. That's a good way to build a new connection with new customers. And even look at how competitive other brands are on your own products, how many people are targeting your products. They're really good ones to start to build awareness and affinity to your brand name. So some of the most common challenges that we come across, the first one, this happens all the time, is I just don't understand whether this thing is working for me because we're so used to working in a world of ROAS. Always focus on the metrics that matter. That's like a phrase that we say rather than just ROAS, and I'll give you a few of those. First one, estimated cost per detail page view. How much of this, how efficiently is this driving people to check out my products? Not purchase them, check them out, consider them, right? Purchase views, purchase clicks. How is this driving people to look at my products? How many of them are actually driving to the point where they're almost purchasing them, right? They clicked to buy. Not bought, but clicked to buy. It's not in a buying environment, remember. And then, probably an increasingly important one for us is percentage of new to brand purchases, especially if you have relatively low price point products that are frequent purchases. It might not look strong from a ROAS perspective to begin with, but if you acquire new to brand customers, it's an amazing way to start to build loyalty around your products. Final couple of things. So, despite that advice, we still hear a lot, my ROAS is low, I can't continue to funnel money towards this advertising. A couple of quick tools that you can use. So there's stuff in the Amazon Ad Console that can help you understand this. One great report is the Retail Insights report. In this example, this line on the chart is showing organic search impressions for, I believe, brand terms. And you can see that after we started spending money in the DSP, they started to increase. So good free tools that you can use to go and see whether or not this is changing your consumer behavior. But the holy grail of this is something called AMC, which stands for Amazon Marketing Cloud. So Amazon Marketing Cloud is a way to understand touch point by touch point how things like OTT or streaming TV ads and display ads drive purchases and how it influences your response to product behavior. And actually, in every study we've done with AMC, all of these strategies lead to a higher likelihood that people will do something further down the product funnel, whether it's purchase or search for your brand. Final couple of things. It's too expensive. I'll be honest, it is. It's not a cheap way to advertise, and intentionally so. Hopefully one of the takeaways you've got from this is it is relatively complex. It's not straightforward. Just to help you understand the fees and how they work, first part that's into the cost is you'll be charged a platform fee from Amazon. So that's like their key to unlocking the media. You have to pay a percentage, normally around 10%, although with some partners you can get lower, which, like for us, you can if you work for Petra. And then the agency fee or whoever's helping you manage it will obviously charge a percentage on top. So before you even started, you've spent kind of 20% plus of your media on fees. So it's not a cheap and short-term tactic to try, but it can yield some really impressive results. I'll skip through this. It's quite quick given the time, but we just released a case study with one of our CPG clients who were using the DSP to build interest. They sell toilet roll, by the way, not a glamorous product, but they were using the DSP as a way to build interest ahead of the important Black Friday and Cyber Monday period. You can see that in the leader, when we're looking at attributed sales and ROAS, it was really low because we were doing upper funnel, like brand building type tactics. And so the ROAS was 1.84 during that time. But because we were building an audience pool who were getting more and more affinity between toilet roll and their brand, when it came to the big sale around Black Friday, ROAS spiked up to 11.68. And over 50% of those customers were new to brand. So it can work really, really well if you do it right. 3 key pillars to be successful from what we've learned. First one is strategic audience building. So really think about those audience segments that I showed you and how you're going to use them. What's your goal? How much of your spend should you split between upper funnel and lower funnel? Secondly is meticulous attention to line item creation. That sounds like, if you don't know what that means, that basically means someone that's very hands-on and operational with optimizing the spend is really important. Don't just set it and let algorithms work. You need someone to be looking after it. And finally, make sure you push the right products. Don't try and push crappy products. Crappy products don't sell, even in the DSP. And make sure you're looking at the right metrics to measure whether or not you're successful. That's all. Thanks for having me.
Does anyone have any questions?
Can I ask a PPC question? It's not DSP.
Yeah.
Cheers. Could I just ask, if you maintain, if you've launched a SKU and it's, say, #1 organic rank, and you've got the #1 sponsored ad position as well, have you got any data on it? Is that a worthwhile strategy, basically, or do they just cancel each other out? It's a difficult question.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any data on that, actually. Yeah. That's an interesting question. Let me take that away. Come chat to me after. I'll ask our BI team whether we have any data on that. I don't have to take my time, but I'm sure we do. Yeah.
It's basically just the same thing twice, in effect.
Yeah, I think what's quite easy to do is figure out at an aggregate level, is your PPC spend cannibalizing organic sales? So like when you start to increase spend, which will correlate with clicks, right? People clicking on sponsored ad units, what happens to organic sales? If you see those starting to decrease, then you know people are highly likely clicking your paid ad, which probably is a waste for you because they would have clicked your organic anyway. So you can do that at an aggregate level really, really easily. What's more difficult is then tying that to like Seller Central, because it will take you time to take the money out of the data out of Seller Central and crunch it with AMS data, which is why like tools like ours and others exist to make that easy. But I don't have any specific data on this is the change in likelihood.
At what point do you give sellers the advice to actually start going to DSP as opposed to just focusing on sponsored ads or organic rankings?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's not black and white. So first things first, like sweat the assets in sponsored advertising first. So we would say, let's have a look at what you're doing in sponsored display. How many different audience types are you using? How many different like ad formats are you using? So that'll be the starting point. I will assess and audit what sponsored display activity people are running. And then secondly is like what kind of products are you selling and how much brand affinity is there to those types of products. So we'll do assessment on things like search terms using PPC, so we know what people tends to be looking for, we know how competitive they are. We'll look at things like price point as well, like if you've got a really low price point product, it's an expensive way to advertise, so it's really going to eat into that margin. We only recommend it over a certain price point, really. But it's not like here's the rules book, use it. The other thing to note, by the way, and I know it's not relevant for this audience, but there's tons of non-endemic advertisers using the DSP. We've got a really interesting success case with Amazon with Volkswagen, using the DSP to flog cars, because they can target people that are looking for, I don't know, I'm making this up here, but like tools to help with tuning your engine. Like it's a good sign that your car's running into the ground, and the used car market's pretty expensive right now. So a good way for Volkswagen to say, well, maybe this person doesn't realise that a new car is a more cost-effective way at this point. So yeah, it's not a black and white answer, but if you're interested, happy to do some kind of auditing with anyone in the room as to whether or not you're ready to try it out for sure. Thanks.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a coffee break now. It's out there waiting for you and biscuits. If I could please ask if you can return to your seats at 11:30, that gives you a good 25 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
You're alright, Ruby?
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Oh, I missed I've got enough hands.
You only dropped that on you at the last minute?
Well, not quite last minute.
Ben works on executing your exit strategy, which is a really big topic at the moment. So over to you, Ben.
Hello, good morning. So if it wasn't obvious from the slide behind me, I will be talking about selling your e-commerce business, making your business sellable and valuable. And it also wasn't obvious from the slide behind me, I'm from e-com brokers. So let me give you a little bit more information about me and us. I'm probably best known as the founder of Beast Gear, a fitness brand which I scaled to mid-7 figures and then exited in late 2019, right before this explosion in mergers and acquisitions that we're currently seeing. Is this working? Yeah? No? Is that a bit better? Okay. I'll hold it really close to my face. So I'm a brand builder, I'm a consultant, I've been there, I've done it, and I'm still doing it. Can you hear me? Is that all right? Yeah. I've been there, I've done it, I'm still doing it. I think that helps because it means I understand what it is like to be you, to be in your shoes, to own and operate an e-commerce business. My co-founder, Alison Walker, she's got more than 20 years mergers and acquisitions experience. She's the director of an accountancy firm called Mint Accounting, which specializes in e-commerce. And the inspiration for us combining our skill sets in e-com brokers was when I sold my fitness brand through a broker. The experience with the broker I used could have been significantly better. Alison came to the rescue, tidied up the mess. At the end of the process, we said, let's combine our skills. Me on the e-commerce side, Alison on the accountancy and the mergers and acquisitions side. So, why sell your e-commerce business? Well, if I may, I think that's the wrong question. I think a better question is why make your e-commerce business sellable? Because if you think about your life and your business and the industry you're in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, the chances are there's going to need to be an end game. You probably don't want to be doing this forever. You may or may not want to retire at some point or pass the business on, and you don't know what regulations or changes there's going to be, and how difficult will it be to keep up with that. But what we do know is the best way to make money in e-commerce is to build a valuable asset and then sell it. And so, why might you want to sell in the nearer term? Perhaps you need the money. I talk to entrepreneurs all the time who have loved their business and loved their brand, but now they're really excited about a new brand. They have much more energy in the morning to get out of bed and run that brand, and they need the money from their first brand to fund that. Perhaps you want to sail around the world. We just sold a business for a chap who is now sailing around the world. Or perhaps you want to live a life of leisure. I think that might be a bit boring, but some people do want to do that. Maybe your business has almost peaked. It's growing, you haven't maxed out growth, and it's ready for a new potential buyer to take the growth you've enjoyed and accelerate it even more. Or perhaps it's just time to move on. You no longer have the time, the inclination to get up and go, or the resources to take the business where it could go. Maybe you recognize you've built a great brand, it's in demand, and you could sell it for quite a lot of money. But some of you will be thinking, yeah, but Ben, I don't want to sell now, nor even the near or medium term. But you should still plan. Because what you cannot do is wake up one day and immediately sell your business or decide to sell your business. But what you can do is wake up more or less now and put together a plan to make your business sellable and valuable, so that when the day does come that you wake up and you want to sell your business, you can take your sellable and valuable business to market. Orienteering without a map or a compass is not a good idea. You don't know where you are, you don't know where you're going. But if you get your business value more or less now, then you know what it's worth, you know where you're going. You have the foundations of a plan of where to go. And you can work with experts to make your business sellable and valuable. And this means that when aggregators come to you, and they will, and they're generally nice guys, you will know what you're dealing with. So, I'm going to talk you through a worked example, a business that we sold for around $2.5 million. But before I get into the numbers, I want to talk about what actually makes a business sellable and valuable. And I'm going to talk about several aspects. And in a few minutes, I'll come back and talk about what good looks like, okay? So the first one is timing. You want your business to be growing, but not maxed out. The next one is stable. You want your business to be stable. What I mean by that is you're selling in a favorable niche. I'll talk about what that is shortly. You're not participating in any black hat strategies, and it's transferable. Because a new owner wants to pick up your business and drop it into their existing ecosystem. So you want to make that as easy as possible. And a good test of transferability is the leg break test. Ask yourself, if I break both of my legs and I end up in hospital for a few weeks, will my business run without me? And if it will, it's quite transferable. If it won't, that's okay, but you've got some work to do to make it so. So, this clip is a bit on. The best way to make it so is to build systems and processes, such that you have a system and process for everything that happens in your business, and it makes it really easy for a new owner to onboard your business. Your business needs to be really well documented in terms of the financial documentation, the tax documentation, of course, your company documentation. You need to have all of these things in place. And your business needs to be defensible. And that means you need to have a brand. What you cannot be doing is just selling a mishmash of stuff on Amazon. But if you have built a brand of which Amazon is just a sales channel, then you have something defensible. A suite of products that solves problems for a particular group of people with fans. And if you protect that brand with intellectual property, trademarks, and patents, then we're really talking. And that brand needs to be diversified. Now, you don't need to be diversified across all these aspects, but if for a couple of them you've got several things going on, then that's really going to help. For example, if you're selling on more than one channel, perhaps Amazon and your website, or Amazon and Etsy. You're selling in more than one market, perhaps the US and the UK, or the UK and Europe, or even just the UK, but with a clear option for a new owner to expand into Europe. SKUs. You don't want to be relying on one or two SKUs. If your factory goes up in flames, or there's an intellectual property dispute and you have to stop selling, then you're in a pickle. But if you've got quite a few SKUs, then you're not so reliant just on one or two. And traffic. You don't want to be driving all the traffic to your website from one Facebook ads account. What if it gets banned, or the rules on advertising your products change, for example? Suppliers. Suppliers are really important because when an owner or a new potential owner buys your business, they're buying the relationship you have with your suppliers. So you need to have a great relationship with them, of course, and they need to produce quality products that comply with all the right standards, particularly environmental and social standards. And of course, your business needs to be efficient because a new owner is going to drop your business into their existing setup, which means automating it, for example, for PPC, inventory management, email, chat is really important, and having a team in place to manage things like social, the day-to-day account management, and email marketing is really important as well. So, looking a bit deeper on this example, okay? This business went to market for around $2.5 million. The revenue was 1.8, and the seller's discretionary earnings, which I'll explain in a few minutes, was 450,000. That's not profit, but for one moment, the purposes of this slide, imagine that's profit. That's 25%. Most buyers are not going to look at anything less than 15, 10 and an absolute push if there's some really attractive aspects that makes them want to buy the brand. So how did we arrive at a $2.5 million valuation for this business? I will explain in a few minutes, but there's some terms that I need to explain to you first. First of all, how do we value the business? We multiply the trailing 12-month performance by a multiple. What is performance? We measure performance in a couple of ways. The first is something called EBITDA, which is a measure of cash flow. It's an accounting term which goes beyond the scope of today's presentation. But essentially, if you imagine the acquisition of a more traditional business, like a shop, you're taking on everything associated with the shop, including the infrastructure and the costs. There's not very much that can be stripped out of that. So that's where we use EBITDA. But in e-commerce, we use an adjusted EBITDA, which is called seller's discretionary earnings. And essentially, if you imagine, it's basically your sales revenue minus your costs of goods, minus other costs that can't be stripped away from those sales, such as advertising spend. And so, for simplicity, because everybody in the room has a different business, our seller's discretionary earnings is basically our net income plus something called add-backs and plus something called adjustments. I'll explain those two terms in a moment. We multiply that by the multiple, and everybody gets very excited about multiples, and that gives us the price of the business. And I'll explain multiples again in a minute. I know there's a lot of terms here. Now, this does not include the landed cost of inventory at the time of sale. Be careful, because there are some organizations that will try to artificially inflate the multiples that they shout around on social media because they've included inventory, and that's a little bit naughty. So add-backs come in several forms. First of all, there's personal-related expenses. That's your salary, your phone, your internet, your office costs, anything related to you that you're putting through the business. It simply isn't going to apply to a larger organization that buys your brand. Then we have one-off costs that aren't going to be repeated. These are things that have been paid for that don't need to be paid for again. You paid for your trademark, you paid for that video shoot last week, you paid for those photos to be taken, not going to be repeated. We can remove from the lost part of the P&L sheet and push up your seller's discretionary earnings. And then there are repeated costs that are not applicable. That monthly mentorship fee, your monthly mastermind fee, your accounting fee, it doesn't apply to the new owners. They either don't need these or they've already got them. The Helium 10 fee that you're paying for, we can remove that from the P&L sheet, which boosts your SDE. And then we have more sophisticated adjustments. And these recognize change in the P&L, in particular things like COGS. So I'll give you one quick example. I mentioned before that we value the business based on a trailing 12-month performance. Well, what if 3 months ago you negotiated a new price on a product with a supplier, and now you make an extra $2 every time you sell a unit, and you sell 50 of those a day? It's $100 extra profit a day, which is 36.5 grand extra profit per year. Now, it's not really fair to you if we're valuing it based on the trailing 12 months, but we only include the last 3 months, right? But the new owner is going to get the benefit of that extra $2 per unit going forward for all time. So we can adjust as if you'd always sourced the product for that lower price from that manufacturer. And when we apply a 4x multiple to that, that's an extra 150 grand added to the value of the business. If you do that across several products, we're talking high 6, maybe even 7 figures added to the value of the business. And that's just one example. There's many of these. You can see why you really need experts to be doing this for you. So, coming on to multiples then, because everybody gets very, very excited about multiples. Talk through a couple of examples. If your SDE is, say, 100 grand, your business is 2 years old, it's diversified, it's growing, you're probably going to get 3 to 4.5x. If your SDE is 500 grand, with massive off-Amazon sales, lots of intellectual property, massive growth, it's 5 years old, could be 4 to 7x. But it's not quite as important as everybody thinks. What's more important is the SDE that's multiplied by the multiple in the first place, which we've just spoken about, but also the overall deal in and of itself. Let me give you a couple of examples. We sold a business that was doing $2 million SDE. The seller's got 12.6 million cash at closing and a guaranteed 700 grand after 12 months. So that's $13.3 million guaranteed, right? Not bad. If in the first year, and also the second year after closing, the SDE exceeded that baseline 2 million, they also got 50% of the increment above that SDE. Pretty good earner. And that didn't include inventory, by the way. So that's a guaranteed 6.65x, and the inventory is paid separately, and there's an earnout. And the reason there's an earnout is the seller saw the benefit of an earnout because they saw where the business was going. Now contrast that with this. This was a smaller business, only 383 grand SDE. The seller just wanted to move on. They wanted to get rid of it. They sold it for only 3.5x, 100% cash at closing, so they got $1.34 million up front. But that was absolutely fine for this person. That suited their goals and their life, and that is what it's all about. It's about your goals and what works for you. So it's not all about the multiple. Everybody gets very excited about multiples. So coming back then to this slide I showed you earlier, how did we arrive at a $2.5 million valuation? We applied a 5.55x multiple. Why? The average in e-commerce right now is about 5. Some people will tell you it's less for obvious reasons. Some people will tell you it's more, also for obvious reasons. We know it's about 5 based on what we're selling and our partner brokers and investment banks are selling. So 5.55 is pretty good. So why did we get a pretty good multiple? It was 4 years old with consistent growth. It had clear opportunities for further growth into international markets, and the seller had a list of products that they could continue to develop. It was in a good niche, so some good niches are baby, home and garden, sports, toys. These are never going to go away. They weren't participating in any black hat strategies, and the business was transferable. They had systems and processes to drop into the ecosystem of the new owner, and they had a team in place as well. It was well documented. They'd been through a process with a good broker to make sure that the numbers and the accounts and all the documents were all in good order. And they had a brand with raving fans on and off Amazon. And they protected their brand, not just where they were selling in the US and Europe, but in China where they were manufacturing as well. And that's really important. And they had a patent on their own product as well, which was great. They were diversified. They were selling on Amazon, Walmart, on their own website, also in the UK, which gave the easy opportunity to expand into Europe, and that's what the buyers want. They want growth. They had a good number of SKUs, 7. Not so many that it's really complex, but enough that if 1 or 2 go down, you're not in a total pickle. And they were driving traffic to their website from several sources. Their suppliers were great. They visited them 3 times. They were passing quality inspections frequently, 99% of the time, and they complied with these important standards on quality and environmental and social aspects, ISO 9001 and 14001. And the business was efficient. PVC was run by an agency. Inventory was organized with so stocked. Email and chatbots were automated, and they had a team running the day-to-day. But how does a potential buyer know that any of that is true? Due diligence. When you're selling your business, you're going to enter into a due diligence phase where you sign something called a letter of intent, which basically says, buyer, take 30, 45 days to do your due diligence. We promise not to sell to anyone else, and you can check that everything is as it should be. And potential buyers are going to look at 3 main aspects. They're going to look at commercial, so sales, marketing, and manufacturing. They're going to look at financial, so tax, payments, and accounts. And they're going to look at legal, so that's intellectual property, contracts, and insurance. And if you take nothing else away from my presentation today, it's simply this. In the running of your business, maybe going once a month or so, and just make sure that all your T's are crossed and I's are dotted, and you have everything organized, neat and tidy with a ribbon on top in terms of these aspects. It'll make your life a heck of a lot easier going forward. And that's why when we're helping people sell their business, we get them going on the due diligence ahead of time so that everything's really impressive to potential buyers. Because when Baldwin Acquisitions is presenting your business to the investment committee, the investment committee is much more likely to be impressed by your business than another business they're looking at if you've got all of this ship shape. And it also means that if they find anything in due diligence that they don't like, it's a sweeter pill to swallow, and they're much more likely to be happy to pay more for your business than for somebody else's, which is on the table. So, how can you sell your business, or how ought to sell your business? You really ought to sell using a qualified brokerage. Ideally, these need to be experts with experience on all sides of the equation. That means they're brand owners and operators, they've got the mergers and acquisitions experience, and they're accountants, who will work with you until you're ready and not the other way around. They will work with you to add value to your business, position your business properly to a pool of the right buyers, and help structure the deal to suit you. The last thing you want to do is not plan ahead. If you find out what your business is worth now, you can reverse engineer your plan to get the deal that you deserve for a business you worked really hard on. The number one mistake people make is getting an offer and going it alone or using a generic service. We all hire experts in our business, translations, PPC. Why would you not work with experts when it comes to your most valuable asset, which is, of course, your business? I hope that that was enjoyable. I'm here to answer any questions, and you can, of course, email me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Ben?
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Well done. Just wanted to ask you, you said you can totally sell your business. What about if you want to get involved in the business after selling it? I mean, is there an option where you can still be involved?
That's a really good question. It's an important question because the deal should suit you. So you might want to retain equity in your business, or you might want to sell the whole thing but stay on as a consultant, either on an hourly basis or in a product development role. You know, for instance, we've helped people structure deals whereby they've sold 100% of the business, but there's a side deal whereby they continue to develop products for the brand because that's the part they love the most in exchange for a profit share on those products. And so that's why it's really important that you work with experts, because it's about what you want and your goals. It's not, you know, sell your business to us in 30 days and give you 100% cash at closing. It's about your life and your business that you put your heart into.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want to know, in terms of, obviously, you guys take a fee, if I'm just presuming on the exit, when do you advise your clients, you spoke about timing, if they're, for instance, only selling in one marketplace, do you tell them to go into new markets? Do you advise them when you think that the business could have a much higher multiple, or is it for you more about the exit?
It really depends. So for instance, we might work with somebody for whom it's clear that in order to, we might look at their business and say to them, it's currently worth $500,000. And they say, oh, I didn't want to sell it for less than $1 million. One of the clear opportunities for growth for them might be to get into another marketplace, in which case, that's what we'll advise them to do. What we don't do and what any good intermediary should be doing is exploring opportunities for sellers to actually reach their goal, and that may involve getting into other markets or marketplaces, using something like e-chameleon, for instance, to expand that kind of reach.
So just a follow-up on that. So have you seen that if they're selling, for instance, less SKUs in more markets, for instance, Germany, UK, and you say that the P that they're exiting for is a bit higher, or is it the same?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So if they, for instance, sell in only one market compared to, let's say, 3-4 markets, would the PE be influenced by the amount of different markets you sell in?
It depends on the complexity. Like, for example, if they're selling across a whole bunch of channels and the particular buyer is really focused on, say, Amazon and D2C websites, then they're going to be less excited about lots and lots of channels. But they might be quite excited about the opportunity to expand on a single channel, say Amazon, across multiple international marketplaces, if that makes sense.
Okay, we've got time for just 2 more questions. So just this gentleman here to start with.
Hiya. Is there a difference in the multiple depending upon the type of business that's being sold? So in terms of an asset buy or a brand buy? So rather than just going in and buying a brand business, an asset business being a production unit, factory, making along with 20 employees, etc.
Yeah, so at the minute in e-commerce, what we're really seeing is it's typically the purchase of a brand, right? That's what's getting most of the private equity aggregators, if you like, very excited. However, since the first mainstream aggregator that we really heard about, that came to exist in late 2018 was Thrasio. Since them and others, they've been the canary in the coal mine, if you like, and more mature private equity-backed families of brands have been running brands for decades, just not necessarily in e-commerce and marketplaces like Amazon, have been watching and waiting. And those guys are a bit more amenable to a more traditional purchase where they will indeed buy, as you said, like a facility, for example. But typically in e-commerce, most people are going to be selling their brand, and there will be very little in terms of physical infrastructure that's going to go with that.
And okay, in terms of that as well, in fees with an e-commerce broker, so to speak, is there a difference in fees for a more complicated sale like that, i.e. an asset sale to find the buyer and obviously all the processes that you're going to go through in terms of due diligence?
Yeah, typically the fees are based as a percentage of the total deal at closing, and so therefore the brokers kind of have to accept that some deals will be more complex than others. So you might have a deal that's, both of the deals are $50 million. One's more complex than the other, but the broker's not going to get paid any more for a more complex job, if you like.
Any chance of getting an idea of the sort of percentage, or is that a one-to-one conversation?
I'm quite happy to tell you. Well, first of all, so if you head over to our website, our fees are on there. For the smallest deals, it's 12%, and for the largest deals, it's 1.75%. And different brokers will have different fee structures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to wrap it up there because we're running over. Ben, will you be here over lunch? So
I'm here for lunch, and I've got to fly home by 2 to sunny Aberdeen.
Okay, so ask Ben a question at lunchtime if that's okay. Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Okay, so moving on to our penultimate speaker, looking forward to this one as well. The pitfalls for working in international supply chains. I think we've all probably had that pain at some point, and I'm going to hand over to Hugh to walk us through that. Thanks, Hugh.
Great. Hi everyone. So I'm Hugh from GHL Sourcing. We are a sourcing agent, or I suppose as we like to call ourselves, a procurement company. It was interesting hearing Ben talk about experts, and I suppose we're experts in manufacturing and supply chain monitoring, and really the purchasing and the logistics elements. So everything sort of behind the scenes on products. We only work with OEM or sort of own brands manufacturing. So the core of our business is actually supplying sort of big retailers. So in the UK, for example, we supply Kingfisher, we supply Argos Sainsbury's, Homebase, we work with Starbucks, those guys. And over the last 5 or so years, we've started to work more with e-commerce brands. It's really interesting for us because the big retailers, they have their own procurement systems that you're forced to work within. And so our systems essentially have been set up around those systems, which are good practice, essentially, and designed to reduce risk and to make sure that you get the product you want, the quality is there, the price is there, and really all the things that are important behind the scenes. So the first thing, and for us when we're starting on a new product, and I think it's important for everyone because they don't think about it, is actually really knowing your product. And a lot of people, I think, jump into it. They rely on potentially a manufacturer or an agent to sort of to give them the information that they don't know. And I don't always think that that's a good idea. I think that it's important that you understand it. And there's a great example of that. So a lot of eco products at the moment are becoming popular, and bamboo fibre is a particular product. It's essentially, it looks like plastic. A lot of factories, a lot of manufacturers will describe bamboo fibre as an eco product, but actually it's mixed with a resin, and they call it resin deliberately rather than melamine, which it actually is. And everyone will have heard of melamine, its problems when it comes in contact with hot fluids, things like that, it leaches chemicals out. And as a result, bamboo fibre is now banned in the European Union, and yet that isn't what you will be told when you're searching for a product of that nature. And so again, I think it's really important that you understand your product, the materials, what it is you're buying, and really the manufacturing techniques, because again, having had a lot of experience with manufacturers globally, you very rarely walk into a factory and they go, no, we can't make that. Most of the time they turn around and say, of course we can make anything, whereas they can't, and they're acting potentially as a sourcing agent, you're one step further away and don't necessarily have the control that you want. So we're going to have to run through the slides quite quickly because there's a lot to cover. Next, compliance. Really, really big issue. As the importer of the product, it's your responsibility to make sure that that product is compliant within the territory. People forget about compliance, and it's not something that should be overlooked. You need to understand what UKCA marking is, how it applies to your product. I've put some examples up here because some of you might not have seen the documentation, but this is an EC declaration of conformity, or a sort of a template for one. If you have a children's product, a toy product, you will require one of those in place. And next to it is an SGS test report. Essentially, this is an EN71 test report showing a pass, but you may not have seen it. Factories can be very, very good at supplying you with documents that don't necessarily hit the mark on what you need. It needs to have your name on it, it needs to have the SKU, it needs to have your product code on it, it needs to have the manufacturer on there for these to be valid. And so again, I think it's really important that you understand the requirements, and Amazon is becoming very hot on this. Because ultimately they're selling your product, and therefore they will ask you for a CPC for a children's product in the US. They will ask you for your declaration of conformity. And so putting together your technical file is really important. And the big one, as a sourcing agent, how do you find suppliers? I suppose the first one is procurement companies like us. The reason that we work with the big retailers is because they're not necessarily experts in that area. Our pricing works for them. We do add a commission, you're not wrong, but our pricing will be more competitive because of our relationships. And those relationships are really important. Networking groups, again, not to be overlooked. Do you know what I mean? Other people making referrals for businesses, really important. Markets, actual physical markets within the territory that you're looking at. I think it's worth Also going to trade shows. Trade shows can be brilliant for connecting with manufacturers, great for connecting with agents and procurement teams. And also don't forget about government sources. They organise trade missions, they have Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of different ways to find the right manufacturers for you. Which country is right for you? Right, so our office is in China, which says something. And so when looking at products, sometimes it can be difficult not to look at China. However, I think it's really important that you cast your net wider. A great example for us is we supply roof boxes into Halfords. Those roof boxes are huge. The cost of freight from China to the UK is high, so we get them from Italy. The injection mould industry in Italy is great, so we look further afield. We buy garden furniture from Cambodia, clothing and textiles from Turkey, as well as looking at sort of countries with different tariff incentives. So the duty rate is not the same from every country. Bangladesh is a great example. We buy camping equipment from Bangladesh because the duty rate is 0. We were actually forced by our retail clients to move production to Bangladesh because of the duty rate. And so again, it's worth looking further afield and seeing what you can find. The big one, sourcing problems. Everyone at some stage will have encountered an issue, unless you've been very, very lucky. I think that history is a great predictor of the future. And so if you're working with a manufacturer that has successfully done something for years and years and years, they're highly likely to continue doing it successfully. We don't have time to go through all of the questions, but they're up here, and I think the slides will be sent out to you afterwards. I think it's important when you're establishing the relationship to ask as many questions as you can, and don't have that kind of very British attitude of not asking. If you don't know, ask. That's our philosophy anyway. The big one, and I think Ben talked about it actually, was the certification for the factory. Again, these organisations exist to qualify a manufacturer and to give you an idea of their standards, and so they can be very useful. The certification of a factory does come with cost implications though. That certification is not free of charge, and therefore you're likely to pay a slightly higher price for a factory that has all that certification in place. Evaluating them. So I've put our brief factory overview. So when we're doing our evaluation, we look at a number of different criteria. So obviously the quality of the product is a good start, but quality is not a defined term. And so what I consider to be the right quality might not be what you consider to be the right quality. And also price does tend to be a good reflector of quality. So the next one is delivery, and at the moment logistics is a headache for everyone, and so I think looking at the logistics options, looking at price, looking at how you're going to get the goods over, the timing that you require is all important, as well as the experience. Payment terms, again, standard payment terms of 30/70 on most new stuff, but up for negotiation. Don't be afraid to sort of look at that. And really for us, the big one, and it's at the end, is how easy it is to work with them. Like they're really important to you. Giving your sourcing agent, your manufacturer, like they're going to become your best friend. Do you know what I mean? And for us over the years, we've become incredibly close with some of our key sort of manufacturers. And so that kind of how easy they are to work with is going to be a really important one. Oh, to the side as well. So again, you may not have seen them, but this is an AmafestUK BSCI report. That's a sort of a social audit, becoming more and more important. The big retailers won't touch your product unless you have manufacturing with that in place. And next to it is an SGS ISO 9000 certificate. They don't all look exactly like that, but you can look at the level of detail on that report. You should be contacting SGS to verify that those are real, because there's a lot of fake reports out there. And so I think it's really important that you check that what you're getting is right. Again, we're not going to have time to go through them all. When you're setting up your supplier, I think it's worth obviously talking about price, lead times, but you want a quality guarantee in there to a certain level. Do you know what I mean? The LQL sort of levels are important. Do you know what I mean? Understanding what those LQL sort of levels are is important. And ultimately as well, there can be additional benefits for suppliers, like some of them will hold stock and allow you to call it off. And calling off stock can be a really good option if you don't want to ship it all at the same time, or you're shipping internationally to different distributors, etc. This is an overview of our procurement process, really basically, and there's a couple of key points in here that some of you might be tempted to skip, which all depends on how risk averse you are, really. So when we start, we put together our statement of work, which is all of the technical sort of parameters of the product. And really, if you have CE marking, you should have a technical file for each product anyway. And so it would form that going forward. Factory visits can be important, but really the sample process, you shouldn't really be buying anything unless you've seen the product already, unless you're willing to take the risk that it's going to arrive and it's all wrong. And so really, that sample process is important, and it creates what we refer to as gold seal samples. So those gold seal samples are used during a pre-shipment inspection as the quality standards of the product. If you don't have a sample and you aren't able to have a sealed sample that you send to the factory, then your pre-shipment inspection has limited use. It's more of an overview rather than it being a quality comparison. And so again, sort of good practice dictates sealed samples are required, sealed samples are needed. Your formal contract, most of the time with international procurement, that contract is formed by your purchase order. And so it's worth making sure that all of the right clauses are in there for you. Again, you might not be able to make the final or sample the final product before you place the order. For example, if you've got batch dyeing that's going on, or you've got printing plates for logos, those sorts of things, you should still get a pre-production sample that comes out to you so that you can verify that it's correct before you go into manufacturing. And then at this stage, it's the quality control part of it. Again, it depends on the value of your purchase, but you can conduct production inspections, you can conduct a pre-shipment inspection. For us, with any new product or new supplier, we will inspect every shipment for the first 12 months. If there's no problems within the first 12 months, we will go on to random inspections. And those random inspections normally about 30% of the time. And then it's just a case of sort of feeding back into the system per order. Right, so with your contract, from what we've seen in procurement, a lot of the time it's overlooked. And the importance of that is yeah, it was crazy. But you wouldn't sort of instruct this kind of work or this kind of stuff without sort of putting a contract in place in the UK. And so it's strange that people do it with arm's length deals. But I think it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind. But have your quality assurance clauses, have your late delivery clauses. I mean, put your intellectual property sort of ownership into those contracts, and then they can be used then as a reference point afterwards. And also payment terms, they're up for negotiation. I mean, it can start at 30/70, but you can negotiate no deposit on ordering. You can elongate the sort of payment terms beyond the sort of payment on delivery. Shipping is a big one. One of the things with purchasing products is you need to understand the Incoterms that you're purchasing your product on. Now, they vary greatly, and without sort of knowledge, they can be quite confusing. There is a diagram and table here that outlines exactly where or who's responsible for which bit and where the ownership sort of transfers. And knowing where ownership transfers is really important for your insurance. If you have cargo insurance, you need to ensure that that cargo insurance covers you from your ownership of the goods. We have heard horror stories of people buying ex-works, their cargo insurance is FOB, goods get destroyed between factory and port, no one's covered it. And so it is an important thing to look at. It's also worth making sure that your packaging is suitable for the method of transport. So if you've got a glass product, maybe palletise the goods before you ship them. If you're air freighting it, look maybe to reinforce the corners of boxes to make sure that it sort of arrives in the correct form. And also your insurance will ask you, was the packaging suitable? And so if it isn't, they won't pay you. And so again, it's worth making sure that these are done. And also, again, you need to work out what your landed cost for the product is. So international procurement means that the cost of the product is not the cost for you to get it to your warehouse. There is product cost, shipping cost, duty, use of deferment. Some forwarders will charge percentages rather than a fixed rate, or congestion charges, and then the big one, VAT. I mean, Is that an additional cost? Are you registered? Do you have your URI number in place? Paying for the goods. So most of the time, goods are paid for via BACS transfer, or also known as telegraphic transfer. High street banks are seriously expensive for this kind of stuff, and so it is worth shopping around. There are FX companies out there that will take the money off the exchange rate rather than charging you for the transfer. It is worth looking at. There's also different trade assurance measures that you can put in place with escrow accounts and things like that to protect the product and protect your sort of money. And then a very old-fashioned, but is still sometimes used, is a letter of credit, which essentially means that you don't pay for it, but your bank supplies a letter of credit to the supplier. That letter confirms that you have the funds, and those funds are essentially frozen until you release them. It's not something that's seen that much at the moment, but it still can be useful. US dollars is the sort of the main currency for it. Importing goods. So obviously, when you're looking at international procurement, you have to work out your landed cost. You need to know what your duty rate is. They're all listed. All of the HS codes are listed on the UK.gov website. And so go on there, find out what it is. It's really important. And if you're looking at new products, sometimes it's worth having a look at what that HS code is. Educational products have a lower rate than some of the counter sort of products. And so again, it's worth looking at there. And you need to make sure that you understand the import process. And so you will need to clear customs with the goods. You will require a commercial invoice and a packing list. If you're sea freighting it, you will have a bill of lading. That bill of lading, you either need the original or you need to get the telex released, essentially, which is the electronic version. And then in relation to VAT on import, there's two ways. You can use the deferred system, which is the PVA, and you will need to authorise your customs clearance company to tick that box on imports, or you can use a C79. And I've put an example up because most people don't know what they are, but it looks like that, and don't throw it away. You will need it. And so it's worth sort of knowing this, and obviously all of this is related to your URI number, and if you're VAT registered, your URI number is your VAT number. If you're not registered, it is completely different. If you're transferring from being non-VAT registered to VAT registered, you will need a new number. And so don't just continue trading on your old URI number, you will need to get it updated. There are also different customs routes on entry, and so it's worth having a look at those because most of the time goods clear quite quickly, but if they don't, you need to be aware of it. And you can incur some pretty high costs if the goods are in storage for a long time. Yeah, so the biggest cultural difference that we found originally is the language barrier. And so it's really easy for someone to pretend to speak a language. And so you'll be talking to someone and they will nod away like they understand every word you're saying, and that isn't necessarily the truth. And so I'd make sure that things are sort of followed up in writing if possible, confirmed, sort of in diagrams, all those sorts of things to make sure that they are clearly understood if you're talking to someone in a different language. The other thing is addressing problems. So a lot of countries don't like pinpointing problems onto an individual. In China it's referred to as their face culture, but I think it exists everywhere if I'm honest. I think it's important that the problems are addressed in a sort of in a good manner, but also in a polite manner, so that you're not necessarily sort of asserting blame on an individual for something. And also, I think that you've got to go on fact-finding. So, I mean, ambiguity is where you lead to problems. And we found over the years that anything that doesn't look quite right, just keep asking the questions. So, I mean, if you're unsure if a certificate is right, keep asking. If you're unsure that they understand what you're talking about in production, keep asking. I mean, it's more important that you get it right than you just leave it go because you don't want to be rude. Okay, so I suppose as a quick overview, you've got to know your product, you've got to verify your factory, whether that be through certification, visiting it, sort of all those sorts of things. Check on your production and goods before you pay for them, and that's part of the pre-shipment inspection sort of element. Know your purchasing terms so that you're aware of actually when you're buying it and when it's yours, and make sure that you've got all the documents ready. So that's me done.
anyone have any questions for Hugh?
Wait.
Thank you. How do you see the peak season's shipping surcharge playing out? As you said, into it?
No, if I'm honest. Logistics is sort of an absolute minefield at the moment. I mean, we've all been watching the prices just go up and up and up on shipping. I think unfortunately it's here for the foreseeable. There's a couple of new vessels that are meant to be sort of coming out, and so pricing should come down in that regard. But I think you've got to look at it differently. Optimise your product, optimise your packaging, and make sure that you've got the product that is the most efficient it can be at the moment to try and minimise those costs. And also, look at supply chain resilience. Look at alternative suppliers for product, maybe in countries which are closer at lower shipping rates. I think there's a lot of options. If you're primarily buying textiles out of China, then look towards Turkey, look towards India. Look at alternatives where potentially the shipping cost isn't going to hurt quite so much. Would be my advice.
Great, thank you. I don't think this is working, so talk.
I can talk loud enough, yeah. Have you got any advice if you've got an existing supplier you've dealt with for a while, pretty good, but they're getting a little bit slack on those purchase orders where you're saying put the terms in? Have you got any advice on how to get, if you haven't had those, how to kind of get them in? Like, what's the best way to put that across to your supplier without offending them?
I'd go with directly, if I'm honest. Obviously, don't be rude, but to the same extent, if they're late on delivery, then talk to them about it. There might be good reasons why they're late on delivery. Raw materials might take longer. It might be that sometimes they're just trying to give you the answer that you want rather than the truth. And so, just try and give them the opportunity to tell you what it is. And lead times are a problem at the moment because of raw material sort of supplies. And so we're seeing lead times, especially on sort of plush items and certain textiles elements, all the way up to sort of 90 days. And I know from experience that if one of our suppliers turns around to me and says, we can get it to you in 45 days, it's just not true. And so I think it's worth sort of having a conversation with them about it. And then after that conversation, put a penalty clause in there. So look at, say, if the goods are 14 days late, there's a percentage reduction in the unit cost. And trust me, at that stage, it will be ready before the penalty clause. And so, I just discuss it with them.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks. Sorry, Hugh, I think that's fantastic. I think you're well versed. You work with a lot of different big companies, Kingfisher, Starbucks, and all. I'm just a very humble FBA Amazon seller, right?
Yeah.
What are the key differences? Because some of these costs look Churchillian in kind of filling up and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, have you worked enough with e-commerce with FBA smaller brands to say, what are the differences? Not cut corners, but how can we make it more efficient for these smaller sellers? Because I'm worried about getting inventory in because my restock limit is going down.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about international legality. Well, I am, but not compared to bigger brands. What are your thoughts?
I suppose let's put it sort of bluntly. So if HMRC, if customs see a non-compliant product and you get trading standards involved, they will decimate your business. They will find every single person you have sent that product to, and they will get it removed and destroyed. And so I don't know if there is a shortcut around compliance, in all honesty. But it's certainly not a shortcut that we would take.
Sure. But do you think many FBA sellers, Amazon sellers, are just naive and they just don't know?
Yeah, I do. And I think that it's something that people should be aware of, is that if trading standards come across that product and they then look at it, they then test it, and it is not compliant, they will go with a fine-tooth comb across your stock, your inventory, and all of it, and they will just destroy it. And so it is, I think, an important step to make sure that you have your compliance in place. Also, from a moral point of view, if you're selling a children's product, make sure it's right. You do not want a dangerous product going into the marketplace that potentially could hurt or even kill a child. And so I think that there is the financial risk involved with losing stock, but there's also that kind of moral element of making sure that what you've got and what you're putting your brand into is fit for purpose. So yeah, I don't know if there is a shortcut, in honesty.
Very interesting. We've probably got time for one more question if anyone has. Okay, one more. Okay, two more. Quick ones. It doesn't work anyway.
How flexible can you be when you're choosing the HS code?
Well,
The product might fit into that.
yeah, so you can contact HMRC and they will give you their advice on which code they think it belongs to. If that still doesn't really fit what you want it to, you can get what's known as a binding tariff decision, and that binding tariff decision is legally binding, and therefore you know with certainty that that product falls under that category. You've got to be really careful with that because HMRC will go backwards. So if they find out that you've been importing a product under the wrong HS code, they will go back as far as they want, and they will then charge you the right duty codes on the goods that you've imported. And I've seen it happen, not with us, a client that's come to us and literally, I think they had a 20, 30 grand bill for years worth of using the wrong codes. So again, be careful.
Yeah, I don't need the microphone, I'll just ask you. So I've got a two-part question. The first is, in your experience with importing, it could be the UK or pretty much anywhere in the world, with customs, how strict are they? There's compliance elements for import and then there's compliance elements for sale, and some of those can be different.
Yeah.
Are HMRC or customs officers going after the importers mainly for import requirements, or are they also looking for sale requirements at import?
So the table I showed you with the different routes essentially dictates which they're looking at. So they're either checking your documentation for import, and therefore highly likely the HS code you're looking, or they'll go into further checks. But the trading standards and customs are not the same thing. The trading standards department will contact you once the goods have gone through customs. So you will already have paid your customs duty on it, and then they will contact you, and then they will do the checks on the product and the compliance within that. And so it's two separate things. You've got documentation for import that's dealt with by customs, and then you've got trading standards that deal with product compliance. But I think they talk, and so if customs see something coming through and they go, that doesn't look right, they'll just phone trading standards and say, check that out. And so, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And then would they go after the seller, let's say in a foreign market, for something that was like a trading standard that wasn't right? Or
who says that that compliance situation is the same in territory? This is one of the reasons why it's so important. The standards between the US and the UK are not the same. The standards between the UK and Europe are now not the same. And so really you need to look at it globally if you're looking at a product like that. And so UK trading standards have no authority within Europe or the US, and so they stick to what they know. They'll only look at product coming into our territory. But again, US and Amazon takes some responsibility when it comes to compliance. If you want to put a child's product in Amazon US, they will ask for all of your certification and they will check it. And if you don't have something, they will not list you. And so again, it's really important to make sure that you've got it for the territories you're selling in, rather than just the UK.
Okay, great. Thank you, Hugh. We'll give you a rest now. Okay, we're almost there at the end of our morning's speakers. So our last speaker of the morning, I'd like to introduce Nish. Hello there. So we've been talking a little bit about AmafestUK, FBA, and that's the very subject that Nish is going to talk to us about. So over to you, Nish.
Hello everyone. Please tell me if this microphone does stop working. Hi everyone, so I'm going to take you through the sexy topic of FBA quantity limits. But just before that, quick intro to myself. So my name's Nish, I work at Ulsan, so we're right at the back as well. We've got a stand, we've got a whole host of people from Ulsan here as well today. So we are a UK-based aggregator. So what that means is we go and buy e-commerce businesses, take them in-house, and then scale them up. And the reason we're able to scale them up is because we've got our own in-house teams, fantastic team of people from supply chain, we've got our own brand management team, advertising team, creative team. And so a lot of them have run their own businesses before, on Amazon and off Amazon as well. And then myself, I work on the investment team. So if you're looking to sell your business or you're just looking to find out about what the value of your business is, it'll be someone from my team that you'll be speaking to. And then prior to Awesome, I worked at Amazon, so I was there for 4.5 years, and I worked across 2 different teams across the EU business. So first, Seller Fulfil Prime. I was part of the team that set up Seller Fulfil Prime in the UK in 2017, and then I moved to the FBA team in 2020, and I was part of the team that set up quantity restrictions, quantity limits, which I'm sure will be lots before. And just before I left in 2021, I set up the FBA heavy involvement team. So that's basically an FBA solution for things like fridges and washing machines, which didn't exist before. And that was for the UK. So enough about me. Talking about FBA quantity limits. So I think most people here know what FBA is. A lot of you probably sell on FBA, but for those of you that don't know what it is, FBA is when you sell your items on Amazon, you get the Prime badge, but you send your items to an Amazon warehouse. Amazon stores them for you, and then when somebody order comes in, Amazon will pick, pack, and deliver the item for you. You never see the item after you send it to you. And before 2020, Amazon allowed you to send generally as many units as you wanted of any product to store in their warehouses. In 2020, that changed because, well, mainly because of COVID, supply decreased, demand increased for products. We'll go into that a bit later. But then since 2020, you haven't been able to send in however many items you want to Amazon. And that's had knock-on effects for all sellers worldwide on inventory management. So this isn't as much of an issue as it was, I guess, towards the end of last year, 2020. Throughout 2020, 2021, every seller I spoke with, whether I was working at Amazon or Ulsan, said that this was an issue. Now it's less of an issue because Amazon sort of caught up a little bit, built more warehouses, but these things are here to stay, right? And so definitely around times, peak season, Prime Day, these sort of times, I expect this to, limits to tighten slightly again, probably not to the same extent that we saw before, but I expect them to tighten again. And I'm just going to take you through timeline of what's happened, what the impact on businesses has been, and then some solutions that I think you guys can do and what we've done about that. So high level timeline of what's happened. So as I said, before 2020, you could send as many items as you wanted, as many units as you wanted of any product. Amazon actually encouraged it. In fact, they actually called sellers and asked them to do it. So I'm sure a lot of sellers here probably had calls from Amazon account managers. And then in 2020, that changed. So it changed to a SKU level. So every single SKU that you sold on FBA had a limit. And that was understandably very frustrating for a lot of sellers because if you're about to launch a new product, that was really tightly monitored. And you had to start selling for a while before you could send high numbers of products in. So that was pretty annoying, and so they changed it in H121, beginning of last year, to an account level. So what that meant was you didn't have SKU level limits across your account. You had a limit of say 2,000, and then you could send as many variations of your products as you wanted. So you could send 2,000 units of one SKU if you like to, but then you wouldn't have space to send any others. And then in May of last year, it tightened quite badly. A lot of sellers worldwide across all marketplaces felt this. And then Amazon started changing the weekly restock limits, restock limits weekly, sometimes even multiple times within a week, which frustrated a lot of sellers, us included. And then point 4 there, the IPI threshold increased to 500. It's actually decreased now to 400. For those of you who don't know what IPI is, I mean, this stands for Inventory Performance Index. It measures how efficiently you manage your inventory in an Amazon fulfillment center. It's slightly different from restock limits. Restock limits, they determine the number of units of a product that you can send in to Amazon FC. The IPI score determines your storage volume, so the overall volume of products, overall volume, across all your products that you can actually store in FC. So they're slightly different from each other, and a lot of sellers get confused between the two, partly because Amazon don't explain it very well. So that's one for you to remember. This presentation, we're going to go through restock limits. If
you've got any questions about IPI, just feel free to ask after. And then point 5 there, as I mentioned already, limits have been increasing since last year. But I expect peak season, Prime Day, Christmas, those type of things, for it to come down again. So now the impact of the changes. So there's like three main things here, and I'm sure a lot of you will have felt these. So the first one is growth constraints. So what we were seeing, especially last year around May, June time, was the restock limits decreased by up to 2/3. So if you've got 2,000, you've got a 2,000 limit, you're saying 2,000 items in, you're always replenishing the stock. Suddenly, from a Sunday to a Monday, that dropped to sort of 600, 700, and then you're left with over 1,000 units you don't know what to do with. You need to sell those before you can send more in, so you're left with trying to figure out what to do with those. So that happened to us quite a lot, and a lot of sellers as well. Second thing was unable to inbound sufficient weeks of cover. So when we were on Amazon, we used to advise people to send in 4 to 6 weeks of cover on any of your products. So if you're taking account for increases in demand and things like that, that was not possible with the significant changes in the restock limits last year. Third thing was the variance between the countries. So actually, this wasn't on account level across all your marketplaces. If you sold across all the EU marketplaces and the US, for example, that's at least six different restock limits that you had to keep track of every single week. So understandably, sellers were frustrated. Second issue was supply chain complexity. So a lot of sellers before used to inbound items straight from their manufacturer, often in China, straight to an Amazon fulfillment center, never saw the products, and it was super easy to do, didn't have to store it anywhere. But that changed. And then there was unpredictability, I mentioned before. FBA delivery slots. Now this was an issue as well, because especially for palletized shipments, it was wait times across Europe, at least 4 to 6 weeks often, to get a slot. So your stock might actually be on its way, it might be even at the dock, but you're waiting 4 to 6 weeks for Amazon to give you a slot to inbound it. And then lastly, margin pressure. So as you can imagine, with all the restock limits decreasing, sellers were left with lots of products that they needed to get rid of. And so a lot of sellers would either reduce their prices or increase advertising spend to get rid of all these products. And that's why advertising spend went through really last year. And yeah, removal rules as well, margins. So why did Amazon make these changes? So the main reason is that there was such growth over COVID. So across the US and UK marketplaces, e-commerce grew by over 40%. That's just US and UK. That doesn't even account for Germany, which is actually the biggest marketplace in the EU. And then you can see from Amazon's 2020 annual report, they don't actually split out what the revenue for marketplace is, but you can sort of estimate it. So the total revenue was around 400 billion, of which marketplace was around 120, and that's been growing year on year. Marketplace makes more revenue and profit than Amazon retail does, and it has done for the last few years. And then the independent businesses sales grew 50% as well. Amazon capacity constraints. So this is the key one. A lot of people don't realise that the things that go into determining what the restock limit is, they're the sort of things that a lot of people know that past sales, future sales, sales velocity, things like that, inventory levels. But a key one is how much space Amazon actually have. And so, especially if you're doing pan-EU, before Brexit, if you're doing pan-EU, Amazon would take the items that you send to them, move them all around their warehouses across EU as well, and then so you don't actually know which warehouse your items are in. If Amazon have capacity constraints in any one of their warehouses, that's going to start to hit your restock limit. And so it's totally random. It's how the algorithm works internally, but that was affecting a lot of people, which is why it used to go up and down quite a lot. So you have 1 week where your restock limit, especially when the SKU level was super low, and the next week it would go up by at least 50%, and then it could go down again the next week. And then finally, change of strategy for Amazon. So when I started working at Amazon, I was there 2017, that's when I started, most of the sellers on Amazon were resellers. So there were people who were buying products, often from China, sometimes from the EU as well. They weren't brand owners and they were reselling them on Amazon. They were the biggest sellers. They would make the most revenue for Amazon, most profit for Amazon as well. Over time, from 2017 through, I noticed it throughout until 2020, but this really accelerated in 2020 with the advent of COVID, was the emergence of brands. And Amazon really pushed this as well. They pushed brand registry, they pushed people to sign up for brands. register their brands, trademarks, get that done. And so, there's been a customer shift because of that as well. Partly driven by Amazon, there's probably also customers who have been driving this as well. They don't go on Amazon to buy junk necessarily anymore, which was the case maybe 8 to 10 years ago. Now it's about looking for specific brands. And I think that shift is happening. Like that's going to continue to happen. There aren't that many household name brands on Amazon right now. A big one's Anchor. But I think there'll be a lot of Amazon brands that started on Amazon that become household names over the next few years. That's probably going to be accelerated by aggregators like us as well, investing in these brands. And so, yeah, customer behavior changed. No longer the everything store, which is what Amazon used to call themselves. Amazon did want to sell everything, but they didn't want everything to be an FBA. They wanted the biggest brands with the best items to be on FBA, and all the other tail selection, they wanted you to sell MFN, which is if you're selling yourself, or SFP, sellable for Prime, which I'll come on to in a second. So now the key part, what are some of the solutions that you can take? So I think there's two ways of looking at this, right? So one is how can you manage limits, and two is what can you do to try and increase your limits. As I said, a lot of you right now will probably be seeing increased limits and might not seem like an issue to you, but I think it's important that you know these now so that when limits do, I think they will, later this year start to tighten, that you're aware of these. So the first thing on managing how to manage your limits, so use 3PLs. So it used to be, as I said, that you'd send your inventory straight from manufacturers to an Amazon FC, you wouldn't see the items. Now you need to work with 3PLs, and these are third-party logistics providers. They're warehouses that are run by people for several different sellers. This industry's grown massively over the last year. There are companies like Habu, Fulfillment, ShipBob, that raised millions in Series A, Series Bs just to do this. So if you're not using a 3PL already, make sure that you Google it, come and chat to me after. You need to be using 3PLs. So the whole point of this is you can now replace what you're doing before, sending thousands of units in one go, palletized shipment straight to Amazon, but send them straight to a 3PL. And then drip feed from the 3PL into the Amazon FCs, depending on what your reselling is saying. That's the major shift in strategy for sellers. Second thing, monitor your limits. So we were doing it across our brands several times a week. We noticed over time that Amazon started to change their limits once a week, often on a Sunday or a Monday. Most of you will probably send one brand, have one brand. So just make sure that you set yourself a reminder every Sunday or Monday, check what your new restock limit is. And especially if it's a time when you're approaching peak season, make sure you keep track of this. If your restock limit's gone up, send some stuff in from your 3PL if they're high selling products. You don't know what's going to happen from you. Third thing is to focus on your best sellers. So FBA, Amazon have always said this, but haven't really shown it in their actions. But FBA should be for your best sellers, your fastest moving products, the ones that are going to go into FBA, into an FC and be sold pretty much instantly within the next couple of weeks. If you've got tail selection, things that low units that take a while to sell, you all know what they are. Keep them in MFN or put them in SFP. Don't send them to FBA because you're just going to be stuck with those when your best sellers run out, and then if your restock limit drops, then you're going to be faced with the tough decision. Like, what do you do with the items that aren't selling? Moving on to the second thing, how can you increase your limits? So through the different brands that we've been running for a while now, there are a few things that came up that seem to work. So the first one, raise cases of seller support. I'm sure no one here loves seller support, but it's a low effort thing to do. So if you really feel like your restock limit has dropped a lot, and you're maybe already you've sent items in, so you've got items there, and you feel like they're going to increase in velocity, try it. Do the case. It might come to nothing, but it's worth doing. We've had some cases where they're happy with it. Second thing is creating removal orders. Now this is going to hit your margin because it costs to remove items from Amazon FC. But the advantage of creating removal orders is that as soon as you click on Seller Central and you submit your removal order, straight away, even before the units have left the FC, your restock limit goes up. So Amazon have taken into account that these are gone. So that gives you the chance straight away to create a new shipment and send it in to NFC. But be careful about that. Like, make sure you know how much it's going to affect your margins. It's not a long-term solution. It should be sort of a last stage one. And then the third thing, and this is the thing that seems to work the most from what we've seen, is increasing the sales velocity. So the run rate. What we've noticed is as the sales of your product increases more and more, your restock limit for that particular product is going to increase. And as we're now at an account level, the overall account level, restock limit will increase as well. And some ways to do that, obviously reduce price, spend in advertising, discounts, deals. Those are some of the things that you can try. And then finally, sell at full prime. So for people who don't know what sell at full prime is, this is pretty, from a customer's point of view, should in theory be very similar to FBA. So you get the prime promise on your products, but when a customer orders a product, you fulfill it. You pick, pack, and deliver it, or your 3PL if you work with a 3PL. So SAP is something that we have used. As I said, I worked at Amazon on the program before, and just a few points here on how SAP can help. Just really quickly before I go on to that, on the right there, you can see from a customer's point of view what the detail page looks like. So the one on the left, it says ships from and sold by Amazon. That's Amazon retail. This is, Amazon bought the products themselves. They keep it on their balance sheet. You're buying the products directly from them. The one in the middle is FBA. It's sold by a seller and fulfilled by Amazon. So it's coming from a seller. The one on the right is SAP. So it's got a prime badge, but it says it's ships from and sold by a particular seller. And then the fourth version, which I didn't have space on it to put down, is MFN, when you're fulfilling it yourself. It will be the same as the far right one, just no prime badge, and it will have a longer delivery price. So that's the advantage of it. SAP is that you get, in theory, similar delivery promise to FBA, prime badge, but you have control of your inventory. So some reasons why SAP can help. So the most obvious one is restock limits don't apply, right? Because you're not sending any items in. You keep all of your stock in one place. You don't need to think about it. What I would advise is, as I mentioned before, SAP isn't the solution for everything. There is a definite advantage in using FBA. We'll come on to it in a second. FBA does have a faster delivery price overall versus SAP, so that will increase your conversion. So what you want to do is split your stock. So the fast-moving items send into FBA. And if you want to keep your products on prime, keep the conversion rate up, keep them in SAP. So, other FBA products that apply, inbounding, removals, things like that. That's if you're doing SAP. Second is, I've already mentioned this, you have the prime badge. One of the key selling points for FBA is that you get prime, right? And you get that with SAP as well. Versus FBM or MFN, whatever you want to call it, you don't get the prime badge. So you get most of the benefits of FBA there. Third one, you keep all your inventory in one place. So you can sell on the other channels. Amazon have introduced something called they've had it for a while now, but they're really marketing it now, something called MCF, which is multi-channel fulfillment, which is you can do FBA and still sell on other channels. But if you want to keep all your inventory in one place and have full control over it, or you've got your own warehouse maybe, SAP's the best way to go. And yeah, you also get easier pricing negotiation carriers. So a lot of you, if you're not just doing FBA and you're doing selling on other channels, you do MFN as well, you will annually have a certain number of packages that you need to send through your carrier. And if you use multiple carriers, maybe you've got like 10,000 for Royal Mail, 5,000 for DPD. By sending stuff into FBA, you're taking your packages out of that. That would normally go to that carrier and sticking them with Amazon. So your pricing is going to go up. So one thing for you to be aware of if you're doing FBA, but by doing SAP, you're keeping your, in theory, keeping your pricing low on your off-Amazon. And then lastly, I just wanted to go through some of the SAP changes that have happened over the last year. So we talked about changes that have happened on FBA with restock limits. SAP itself has been through changes over the last, well, that was really good, was it? That's SAP itself has gone through changes over the last year, and that's really because of speed. So we'll quickly go through what the changes are, and then I'll explain why. So the changes, it used to be that you worked Monday to Friday as a seller, and your cut-off time, from a customer-facing point of view, was 1 PM every day. And cut-off time means if a customer orders a product before that time, you need to pick and pack and have that package ready to give to a carrier the same day. If they order after 1 p.m. from the customer's point of view, it would be collected from you the next day. So just very quickly, customer-facing cut-off time used to be 1 p.m. Seller-facing was 2 p.m. We allow that 1 hour space in between, so if the customer ordered at like 12:59, then you would still have, it took time for the order to come through, you can still get the packet on time. That's now changed from 1 p.m/3 p.m. to 2 p.m/4 p.m. So that it's been moved back by 2 hours. And that's really because, I'll come on to why, it's because of speed, but that basically means that you now need to work slightly longer during the day, or the 3PL that you work with needs to work slightly longer during the day to fulfill basically what you would have done before with SAP. And that's not only, you can move them later down into the day as well if you want to, before you can. That's the first thing. The second thing is managing weekend collections. So it used to be Monday to Friday, you have the weekend off, but now Amazon are enforcing you to work on a Saturday or a Sunday or both as well, which is not ideal. There are some other minor changes as well, but I want to go on to the reason for why. So the reason is because of speed. So think of the previous example. So if you ordered something from an SAP seller, on a Friday after the cutoff, so let's say you ordered at 4 p.m. on a Friday, under the old system, that would be collected from the seller on a Monday, delivered to you earliest on a Tuesday, potentially on a Wednesday, and there used to be something called SAP Small and Light, which had a 2-day promise, and that could be delivered to you on a Thursday. So it's potentially a 5 or 6 day promise for a Prime product, which sort of defeats what Prime is. So that's why Amazon have changed it. So now if you order that same product at the same time, that's going to be collected from the seller on a weekend and delivered either on Monday or Tuesday. If it's FBA, it will be delivered probably at the weekend. So there is still a difference between FBA and SAP, but Amazon have tried to protect the Prime promise by making these changes to SAP. And yeah, that was pretty much everything I was going to go through. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Another one. First, yeah, it's a really interesting talk. Really enjoyed it. The one thing that I'm interested in from an SAP perspective is, if you're using a 3PL or your own warehouse, how does Amazon guarantee that you can actually make that delivery, or get it to the customer within the Prime promise? Yeah. What do they do to the seller to do that?
Yeah. So the question was, if you're on SAP and you're using your own carrier, how does Amazon guarantee that that carrier is going to send everything on time, or guarantee that you're going to send everything on time? So Amazon look after two things. So one is on the seller side, they want to check that you're picking and packing your items and giving it to the carrier on time every day. And then on the carrier side, they restrict the number of carriers you can use. So they only let you use partner carriers. So in the UK, that's Royal Mail, DPD, Hermes, those are the ones for now. So you can't use any carrier you want to, especially not Yodel. Amazon hate Yodel because they're the worst, the worst carrier. So there are only a few carriers you can use, and because Amazon have a partnership with the carrier, they have full oversight over all the deliveries that are being done. And every week internally, there are metrics that they look at, and if the carrier is going below all those metrics, and they're really high metrics by the way, like over 95% delivery on time, they'll bring up the carrier. And potentially, not that it's happened, but they could cancel the contract with the carrier, things like that.
So then if the merchant isn't ready to pass the parcel on to the carrier, let's say they missed the 4 p.m. deadline, does the seller get penalized for that, not the carrier?
In theory, no. Wait, sorry. So if it's the seller's fault, you're saying? Definitely. Are you saying it's the seller's fault?
No, I'm asking, does Amazon punish the carrier or the seller?
So in theory, Amazon should be able to see if it's the seller's fault or the carrier's fault. In practice, though, Amazon don't have oversight on when the seller's actually handing it over to the carrier. All they know is when the label was printed. So sometimes there are cases when the seller's printed out the labels everything on time, carriers come along, doesn't have space in their truck, and it doesn't take it, and then obviously not the seller's fault, but then the seller gets penalised because Amazon say, well, you printed out time, whatever, the carrier hasn't delivered it. It looks like you clearly didn't give it to the carrier as well. So in those cases, yeah, that's a real tough one to deal with, and you've got to go through seller support. That's one of the issues with SAP. It's just there's no scans that happen every single time, and that's purely a speed thing as well. If the carrier's standing there scanning every single item, it's going to take ages, and a lot of carriers just don't do it.
Okay, we've got time for one more question, if anyone has a question. So we are standing between you and your lunch. Thank you again.
If you want to make your way out to the main room there, and if I can please ask you to be back in your seats at 1:30.
I've took photos, I'll show you also. I think we can put it on the roof, just all the photos. That'll be ideal and stuff. I just thought instead of obviously doing what good to you, I'm saying next time. It's interesting. Really, see me okay?
You make sure that the way you put something on, that's all you do. So you make sure that that part of the process is Yes, and that's what we've done. So we help with that. So we put the perfect but I think that's the bottom of the level is later on congratulations but the offer is something selling in different markets. We help them selling in different markets. You help them selling in different markets. But what I would say from my inspiration is some of the time that there's so much large. You have to sell it. You can run it.
Such a difference. When Germany make sure that it's a first time customer experience, so you do a product audit to make sure that it's a no way. So what it allows is like all of these, but it's and so yeah, multiply this market. Design to take one. So I'm going to sit this up.
So a panel mounted on takes Put mine here slightly separate, because then I can see everybody. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that works, doesn't it? Yeah, and we'll just get Kieran to move the camera down here. We've done some of the because the kid was ill, so I've got Javette, said, email Javette. How do people pay for the screen? Before I watch that.
because all these things tell me about technology. Yes. It's a shame. Usually gets chaotic. He's in the sun.
Is it just the USA? Let's have a look. No one else is using that slot.
It's not like most people. I'm going to say, but I'll say, just say if you want to speak to an a little bit, a little bit about.
It's on, yeah, this is presenting on, so this is not seeing. Yeah, so you can do that or just use the arrow. No, sorry, that was me. So yeah, you can just use the arrow. Yeah, one of it. Easy to
Yes.
Yeah. So, we have our not too short. We have photos of
Yes.
Yeah, does the points work? Yeah, it's not USB. It's in the USB. That's it, yeah. So, oh, right, that's it. Great. Oh, it is last, isn't it? Yeah. That's all that in there. Yeah, so this is it will be. Yeah, it seems. That's your second slide. I had to change the business. What was it now? It's the branding. Is that the right order? I mean, I'd have to go in there, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that was it. So I thought you meant like. No, that's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I can do.
Oh, perfect. Oh, amazing.
It was just nice.
I don't really want to do it.
I know nobody does, so thank you for doing it.
You can ask the question.
I'll try.
Won't be long with it. Alright,
Me too, that's why I stay on this side.
Outside being Robbie Farmer.
There we go. So who am I talking to here today? What do you do?
We're an online operating quite a niche market.
What's been the things that you've learned here today?
Whole thing, you know, because language, so we're
Is this the first time at the conference?
Yeah.
So, can you say, this is my first time at AmafestUK? And would you come again? Could you say, I would absolutely come back to AmafestUK next year or something, I'm looking forward to it or something about that?
I'll absolutely come back to AmafestUK.
If there were two things that you could, or if there's one thing that you could tell people about what's happened today, what would it be?
Really interested in the e-com growth around selling business sales. It's obviously,
Thank you so much. That is brilliant. Thank you. And I'll give you my card as well. So
to be fair, I looked at
have you looked? Yeah.
Really.
How did we find us to say these guys? We've done very well. Yes. Amazon. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we always find out we shoot all the sort of pepper pots, the colour plates, and those jars, so they're like vinegar, like we just dropped plastic clear hair last week. Yeah, kind of stuff like that is what we get lots of because people really struggle to do it themselves. So yeah, we're used to choosing.
Famous guy. I don't know who.
We then click on that thing, will download like a briefing template as well as the pricing as well. We fill in that briefing template with you, and then what happens then is everything is like itemized out, you know, what the model's got to look like, what the room set's got to look like, you know, what's going to happen, or video, what the structure is, so there's no surprises, you know, when you get it back. And it's sort of thing and we just recommend and send the product back 7 days later. The key is obviously to understand the market, where your niche is, your target, you've got that where you are now, and how are we going to elevate the sales and reduce the returns for you. I mean, if we go back 12 months, 10 or 20% of the customers are storefront design, CGI, we need that. Pricing stuff is in the
I'll be here.
That link download the portfolio and you can reprint templates. Our new website goes live from about 7 years, but at the same time. Perfect, excellent. Can I get you to stand in here for me in a minute? So this is huge. How much have you been doing it today? Yeah, straight at me, just talk straight at me. Just say that all again, thank you. How did that go? How do you help So you listened to the other times today. How have they gone? What have you sum up this conference in one sentence? What do you say? If you could give one person something you're talking about, and so if you could give the others and sellers that are watching this one tip, would that be?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Do you want to do here and how it's gone? So I'll just put up and just have a chat and answer some questions. So, who am I talking to? What do you do, Andy? The lights going up and down. It was, okay. Can you just say that again? Sorry. Oh, fantastic. And is this your first time at Amafest?
First time there is some in person after 2 years.
And you've listened to the other talks that are happening here today. What have you learned that's really useful for you guys? And if you could give the people that are viewing this one piece of advice about their Amazon journey, what would so much. Super good. Alright, you blocked my live stream. You blocked my live stream. Walking this way, it's going to be on camera. No, I wasn't. Sorry, I thought you So who am I talking to?
My name's Darren, and I'm 56.
And what are you doing here today, Darren? Yeah, is it Europe? Yeah, sorry. Very good. So who am I talking to? And what have you learned today?
Still working. Back out
If you could give one piece of advice to anybody that's starting out on their Amazon journey, what would it be? Like the t-shirt says, be courageous. Perfect, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent, lovely.
feedback now? Yes, because we're about to start.
Are you about to start?
Is that okay?
Can everyone take a seat, please?
This is where he starts into slam poetry.
Okay, everyone, we're just getting ready to start. If you want to sit down, please. Maybe not. Okay, I hope everyone's ready for this afternoon's private label panel discussion. So we've got Darren, James, Nicholas, Lorna, Susan and Chris. No Lorna.
No Lorna.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hand it over to you. Here's your extra microphone.
Thank you. Cheers, Chris. Has everyone had a nice lunch? Yeah. Not bad. Come on. We'll do it like this. Who's had a nice lunch? Yeah. There we go. We're getting there. Well, thank you for coming back in. We're going to have a chat, and you can have a nap if you want to sleep your lunch over, sleep your lunch off. And we're going to have a chat about selling private label on Amazon. And my job's really easy. It's just to keep the time in good check. And I'm going to hand over to you four to introduce yourselves and give everyone a bit of an idea of your background.
Hi again, everyone. So you'll be pleased to know I'm not just a microphone giver and a question asker. I am a digital trade advisor for the Department for International Trade, which is a government organisation helping UK exports. If you want any further information about the department, my colleague John stood at the back there. Give us a wave. Please go and chat to him. But my role in all this really is to help UK businesses navigate the opportunities and complexities of selling online into other markets.
And I'm James, so I work for Elevate Brands and we're a brand aggregator, so obviously there's a few of us in the room who all do pretty much the same. But I've been in the e-com game for around about 12 years now. So started out with a small seller account, just doing motorcycle kit, clothing, accessories, selling kind of key rings out to Italy and then full sets of wheels out to Australia. And I've pretty much followed Amazon ever since. So through kind of vendor accounts, then global vendor accounts, through back to seller, back where it all started at Elevate. And what I do at Elevate is pretty much just look after everything that isn't Amazon.com. So if it's Amazon Canada, if it's Amazon UK, or if it's Walmart or Target, it's me or my team. And really, I'm just here because over the last 12 years, I've broke it. And so I've worked out from breaking it how to fix it. And so hopefully, I might be able to help some of you guys with fixing
it. Hi everyone. So I'm Chris. I run a couple of businesses. One is an agency, but the business that I'm here to talk about today is a small private label business. The business itself started about probably 5 or 6 years ago, and it started when my wife Helen was pregnant with our first child. She came up with the idea of doing like hand and feet casts, which are made like from hard plaster of Paris, and they're arranged in a nice frame, ornamented, and they make like a really good gift. So initially she was doing it on like an appointment basis only, but then we thought, is this something that we can sell here online? Yeah, there's an opportunity. So it was actually this very event, I think in 2016, which I came to just as a standard guest, listening to everybody, and there was a couple of speakers which thought, okay, I think Amazon FBA is the perfect place to give it a try. So we did, and since then the business has grown and grown steadily. Our products consist of bundles. There's two main ingredients which are like white powders. So in the early days, we had a small garage, and late into the evening, we'd be like measuring and splitting these white powders with scales and bags, and it did resemble something out of like Breaking Bad. And I always used to think what our neighbours would wonder what was going on. So that's my story.
Hello everyone, my name is Nick Brown. I am the head of M&A for the US and UK regions at Dragonflip. Dragonflip is a brokerage firm for e-commerce businesses and D2C brands. Started in Germany, but we've expanded to the US, UK, and Europe in general. I have a background in corporate finance. I'm a certified business intermediary, and I've been helping small business owners sell their businesses since 2015.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to condense everything about selling on Amazon into about 25 minutes. We can do that, can't we? Very easy. Very easy. So where do we start? I guess that's a good place to start. Start using some.
Okay. So I very much work in the international space, and I can honestly tell you that there's a big appetite for British brands in other countries. Most of you will probably already recognise that. And what I'm seeing, we're seeing some really interesting trends at the moment, particularly since Brexit. So we're seeing businesses actually exporting to countries further afield, Australia, New Zealand, United States, for example. And that's really, really good. There's massive opportunities, and Amazon provides a really good launch pad for that to either start, grow, or scale those sales. But what I also come across is businesses that run into problems because they haven't got a full market entry plan. And we all know that every country is different. The way we talk, the way we act and interact, the way we sell, the way we buy, and the compliance issues. And this morning, we heard from all our speakers, and all of them touched on some compliance. So Hugh, you'll remember, with his talk about importing to the UK and all the complexities that involves. Well, imagine doing that in 178 countries, even if you are using one platform. I also want to touch on Jess's point that he made about don't put all your eggs in the Amazon basket, because actually there are 450 marketplaces out there, some country specific, some sector category specific. So, you know, reach out a bit and branch out a bit. Amazon's great, but it's not the only one. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Sorry. So we started off with the website first, but because it was a brand new domain, it had little online visibility and sales were fairly small. So we tried FBA, and that's a ready-made marketplace, and our sales just really took off. Fast forward 5 years, website sales have picked up because the domain has picked up more natural traffic and organic traffic. We also sell on eBay. We started selling on the new on-buy marketplace and on Etsy. For us, Amazon is still 60 or 70% Christmas time it becomes 80%, so it will always be our biggest focus. But yeah, it's never too hard to put all your eggs in one basket. In terms of compliance, we've had a couple of issues. I mean, I didn't know anything about selling on Amazon in the beginning, and you will make mistakes and you will go through issues. We had our account blocked during our first Christmas when sales really started to fly, and the account was blocked due to the name on the bank account in Amazon seller being my name rather than the business name. Blocked for 2 weeks, you start stressing. Another compliance issue we've had was with our two main products. One's plaster of Paris, one is like this alginate casting material. We didn't realise that you need like a hazmat regulation, so 2 of our products got blacklisted, needed to create a safety data sheet, so this was all new to me. It's natural, it's frightening when it happens, but yeah, I think you just need to throw yourself into the deep end.
On that point though, Chris, when you've got that problem when you've either been blacklisted or Amazon have decided they don't want to send you the money that you've earned, and you've done that for the first time, how did you deal with it? Because you've got to do something. How did you cope with it for the first time?
Crying, stressing, struggling to sleep at night. No, so yeah, it's all out there on the internet. Straight on the seller forums, open a support ticket with Amazon, and then it's, I suppose once it's solved, it's actually it was fairly simple to get solved, but unless you know who to speak to, unless you know what to say, yeah, so Amazon Seller Central is the place to go. Look on the forums, post a message, try and get as much support as possible, but places like this, you meet lots of people who can give you advice.
Yeah, and I'll just echo that as well. So, back at Elevate, the original thing that Elevate did was actually retail arbitrage, so buying from Nike outlets, filling up vans and then going and selling them on Amazon. And so you'd be shut down all the time because of brand registry issues, various other things. And the first time they were shut down for 3 months. The next time it was 3 weeks, and then it was 3 days. And again, what you were saying there, it's actually understanding what terms to use in those seller support cases. Because chances are you'll have to raise 8, 10, 12 cases in order to get through to the right agent that won't just give you the same standard copy and paste job. But you learn these things over time. It's like, I can see the guys from Minster nodding at me because somebody on their team is every single day sending out hundreds and hundreds of cases, and that's what we still have to do. So we're lucky because we've got these contacts that we can use as escalations, but unless you know what to actually present to them, you're in a bad place. And unless you've done the work in the first instance on your hazmat, having all the certs up front, you're not going to be there. And you know the point that you made about the compliance documents, even if you're working with a brilliant supplier that's selling loads and loads of stock out of China, I've still seen somebody send me over a cert that I could find on Google Images, and even now you still see it. My first hire at Elevate was actually somebody from SGS. She's fantastic, but she then helps us with all of that. And so yeah, get all of your stuff in line up front. You know, do all of your own due diligence up front because it's going to be much, much easier than if you do get switched off. And to the point about being switched off and blacklisted because of other reasons, there's still black hat that goes on. And so actually being in different marketplaces not only gives you a kind of backup of sales, but it actually gives Amazon trust that you are who you say you are. And what that means is that if you're, we got switched off 2 weeks ago because of black hat tactics. Somebody went, created just a free Shopify storefront with our brand images, emailed Amazon and said, we are this brand, and then our brand got turned off. And because there's only 2 staff working on the brand registry team at the moment in Amazon, that might be more now, that was it. We then had to send loads and loads of cases to get it back on. It was 3 days, but that 3 days on that brand was a lot of money. And if we had our own Shopify store, we wouldn't have had that issue.
You got your own Shopify store now?
For everything.
Yeah, I can just touch on that a little bit in terms of risk profile. When we evaluate a business at Dragonflip, the valuation multiple is a distillation of risk from the market's perspective. So when you have a business selling on multiple marketplaces, it lowers the overall risk profile that if something happens on Amazon or you can't get your inventory there, you have other marketplaces that you can still generate sales. So if you're lowering your overall risk perspective, risk multiple, it increases your multiple and you want to go to sale and your valuation multiple. So I can echo that being on multiple marketplaces is very important from your valuation perspective.
So again, that comes back to good planning, doesn't it? And setting off with a decent foundation. So we've spoke there about hazmats, Black Hat. What are the challenges do marketplace sellers like yourself experience? That's to
Our first 2 years on Amazon were just UK only. Then we started getting invitations and emails and reading more about the possibility of selling within Europe. So that was something that appealed to us. We used the EFN network, which meant we didn't have to ship any of our products ourselves to Europe. Amazon would do that for us. And sales quickly started to build up in France, Italy and Spain were the main three for us. We had to go through a few processes of registering for VAT, which is a bit complicated. It's made easier now. I think there's like an OS, is that what it's called? OSS, where you can get a single VAT registration that allows you to sell within all of Europe. What made the EU selling more difficult was Brexit. So first year of COVID, our sales were great. First Brexit year, sales quickly came down. We've not shipped any like pallets ourselves to Europe. And I think Amazon have just started from this month, they've just reactivated the EFN, so we're hoping to restart our sales. But yeah, we were UK, Europe, nothing, just the UK again, and then we're hoping to start getting back up to Europe. But at one point we were trying to get registered for VAT in 7 European countries, which was a bit of a minefield. Lots of forms and certificates getting sent back to me, you need to do this, you've not done this right, quite complicated. So I think things are starting to get easier now post-Brexit.
I'm going to echo that as well, because obviously we work with multiple businesses, particularly in the e-commerce space, and some of the, let's say, challenges that I've dealt with and spoken to businesses about very much echo that. But the good news is that whilst all these challenges have been happening in Europe, businesses and the Department for International Trade have been looking beyond the EU as well, and actually businesses are really grasping that. And in addition, we have these free trade agreements now with Australia, New Zealand and Singapore more latterly. So there's opportunities out there beyond Europe for businesses, and as I said, the world has an appetite for British brands. So if you're not exploring beyond Europe already, then talk to us, because there is definitely opportunity out there for you.
Can I just say there's a massive difference between moving goods through the Channel Tunnel to France and getting stuff to Australia. So they are not, you cannot for 1 second pretend that is a like-for-like replacement. I'm talking about
yes,
a massive...
I'm not saying, but just explore beyond.
Yeah, absolutely, as well as, but we've made it significantly more difficult to trade with our nearest trade partners. Someone can drive a lorry through the Channel Tunnel and we're in Europe. You can't do that with Australia, Brazil. But I know that's the government's rhetoric, but it's just, I can't let that stand.
I'm not going to disagree.
That's not aimed at you, Susan, sorry. But
that's fine. I feel your pain.
Until Boris Johnson stood in front of me.
Oh, we would have a field day, wouldn't we? Just a line. No, what I was going to say though is that you're completely right. It is way more difficult. But the thing is, the fact that it's more difficult is in a way actually an opportunity.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to say that it's going to directly replace anything. But when Brexit happened and the EFN was switched off, 60,000 UK sellers disappeared from the European market. That's 60,000 people that weren't selling their goods in Germany just switched off.
Yeah.
And so that's a gap for all of us to then be going and selling. Yeah. And like I say, yes, it's more difficult. Getting a VAT number in Germany can take 3 months. It's not straightforward at all. But back in my seller days, when I was selling motorcycle parts and accessories, my best sellers were key rings to Italy, rucksacks to the US, and full sets of wheels out to Australia. And none of that was easy. It was $150 to actually send those sets of wheels. But we'd just done work up front. We'd had a look. Keywords were there. The search volume was there. We listed. We did the right things, and we got it sent. And we actually spotting those difficult areas. I spoke to some people that are in the babies and the toys categories. It's really, really difficult to do the compliance on those, but you might only be competing with 3 different people in that area then. And so then you've got a better chance of your bestseller flag, you've got a better chance of all these things. So completely agree, there are so many difficulties, but spot those difficulties actually as an opportunity.
Yeah, we actually had a better 2021 than 2020 in Europe, but it cost us a lot of money and a lot of grey hairs to get there. So there is an opportunity, but it's come at the expense of other sellers in the UK, shall we say.
I'm with you on that. I still get annoyed Twitch when I hear Brexit.
Should we move on? Okay.
Let's talk about Brexit.
Should we talk about Brexit? So we've spoken there about VAT and some of the challenges of something else about selling internationally, but what else do you consider when you want to sell in another country other than the B word and VAT?
Well, I have plenty of C words. I'm just going to roll them off my tongue, actually. I'm going to go with competition, communication, compliance, culture, customs, costings. Shall I keep going? Lots of C's, and I'm sure you guys completely can resonate with some of those. So over to you. Just take one.
Compliance is the obvious, and we've already spoke about it a few times, but actually the competition and that search volume work is going to be key, because actually spotting that gap in the market, spotting that there's an opportunity is always going to be the first step, because you're not going to place a container order to go out to Germany unless you're pretty confident that you're actually going to be able to sell there. So do the work, use helium-10, use all of these different things. Like, yes, they're never right. They're 25% over, 25% under, but you'll get there or thereabouts on what you need to do. But sometimes it is just a case of, like you did with EFN. EFN is switching back on throughout Europe now. And yes, it's more expensive to send things out there, rather than kind of €4 to send something FBA, you might be looking at 14. But it's a lower risk entry into the market where you can then see the opportunity and then buy accordingly.
I suppose it's not directly related to this, but our experience, we're still a really small private label business, and it's essentially me and my wife who run it. The business started off when Helen had her first baby. Sales went up consistently. Admittedly, the last couple of years since we had our second child, the business has taken a back seat. So this is just something honest and relatable to everybody. It's about having time to put effort into your business. When our minds were on it, when we were marketing things, when we were actively checking the products and looking at reviews, it made a big difference. So we've seen a dip in the last couple of years. I think one thing that we need to do this year, we've noticed that there's more competition in the UK. I think it's a good point that you made about the opportunity that there might be less sellers doing the EFN, so I'm excited about that reopening, but we need to start planning ahead, expanding our product range. We've done well on a relatively small number of products. For us, it's 7 or 8 core products which have been selling consistently, but we need to expand our range. We need to look at what other opportunities there are now in order to try and grow again.
Well, one thing I'm hearing a lot is that people are building up successful Amazon businesses and then selling them and realising, the exit from their business. What tips would you have, Nick, for people who want to do that, who are selling on Amazon and are starting to think about, the retirement, their Cherry Beach and everything else?
Yeah, I think there are tons of things I can recommend, but when you're thinking about selling your business or you're operating your business, it's always great to exit plan as early as possible. One of the things you can to do that is get a business valuation, so you understand the current market value of your business, and that can inform sort of opportunities that may come up. You see all the aggregators here. Someone offers you a price for your business, and you don't know your market value. You have no idea if it's a good offer or a bad offer. Knowing your market valuation can inform your exit strategy, because if you know how much your business is worth now, then you can implement some of these plans, like your brand protections in other countries, or making your business more transferable by adding staff, or getting trademark in every country you operate in. All of those things can add to your evaluation and get you to that exit that you're looking for.
who knew that was business? Yeah. So, just for my understanding, who is actually thinking about exiting? Can I see a show of hands?
Not the event.
Right, I'll see you all later. Just take a photo now. No. And out of those people, how many of you actually have a documented 1, 2, and 3 year plan? Okay, only one hand at the back. Again, that's something that's really, really key, just with business in general. If you think about somebody like a Unilever, if you think about any of these huge businesses, they've got a 3-month plan, a 6-month plan, an annual plan, a 3-year plan, and then a 10-year plan. And, Ryan, our CEO, always likes to say, everyone's quite good at understanding what you can do in a year, but not what you can do in 10 years, because it's so much room to grow. And having that 3-year plan in place and understanding where you are now and where you want to be and at which price you want to exit at and how you want to exit means that all of your focus is working towards that. Like you say, you can only dedicate so much time to it, but if you understand that up front and you can plan to that, you're going to be in a much better position, not just multiple-wise, but life-wise.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. And just looking at time, we've not got too much left. So let's wrap up with, what tips have you, that one lasting tip you'd like to leave everybody with? If we've got enough time, Chris lets us, we'll do a couple of questions. Sound okay?
I think my tip would be, it's a very obvious one, but it's never a one-size-fits-all. Even though you're using one platform to go into multiple markets, remember that every country is different and has their differences in everything. And sit down with someone and work out a market entry plan, even if you are selling online. And there is that support out there. We've seen it in the room today. Grab it. That would be my tip.
Mine is really to just be honest with yourself and understand where your strengths are and where your weaknesses are. Because, me myself, I'm really good at operating a business. I'm really good at operating a brand. I have no creativity when it comes to products, when it comes to ideas. And so that's the type of people that I need to have around me. I need to have people that are really, really strong in, creative development, actually the look and feel of the product. That's what I need. And when you're doing that planning, actually, there's so many people in the room, there's so many different support groups. The Amazon seller groups are really, really good as well. Find people that complement your weaknesses, but be honest about what your weaknesses are.
I would say that my tip complements the multi-channel strategy. Yes, it helps to have a website and sell on Etsy and eBay, but I think what made a difference for us was our social media marketing. We really put a big effort of trying to create a name, lots of regular images and videos of our products, to create interest, rather than just relying on people finding our products on Amazon through Amazon search. We wanted to get our products out there to almost create a bit of a buzz. Also advertising as well. Whenever we switch off Amazon advertising just to see what would happen, our sales go down. We've learned that we need to leave it switched on so we get a stable level of sales, and then the Amazon seller velocity increases. So yeah, I think it's just external marketing. Don't just rely on people finding your products through standard Amazon search.
Yeah, I think my main takeaway for anyone here who is running an Amazon or e-commerce business is to establish a strong foundation early. That can be having a professional prepare your financials. It could be getting your brand protections, your trademarks, your patents in every country you operate in. Or it can be hiring staff so you can or documenting your processes so your business is more transferable. Because all of those things will make your business be less risky from the market's perspective, which will increase your valuation multiple. And it's important to have that stuff established early because you don't want to have to worry about that right when you are ready to sell.
Okay, thank you. So, a good plan from start to exit, surround yourself with a good team, making sure you properly advertise your company, and making sure your regulation, the way you operate your business, sound like are good tips for people selling on Amazon? Makes it easy, yeah, so we're all going to become millionaires by Christmas. We've got a minute if anyone has any questions. Yes?
Can I ask Mr. Elevate? You spoke about the multi-channel strategy. At what what point do you consider a website an asset rather than something to be sort of dispensed with? You know, like a lot of people get a Shopify site to go alongside their FBA business and it'll do barely any sales. Is there a certain revenue threshold where you'll look at that and you'll go, that's interesting, rather than that's something that's not going to be worth running?
Yes.
What is it?
But, yeah, I wish I could say, because it does differ by the brand, it does differ by category, it does differ by loads and loads of different things, and that's something obviously that would be built in as part of that mergers and acquisitions process, and it can get developed out. But there are two aspects to it as well, because one of the things is obviously your search volume and how people are actually discovering the brand, and like, you know, there's attribution and things like that you can do with Amazon. And if actually a lot of your traffic is being generated by your own website, then obviously that is an asset in itself, even if it's not doing a load of sales in itself. And these are all things that will be looked at. But I can't give you an exact number, I'd love to, but it does differ.
There's a sort of a percentage of revenue where it might be looked at a bit more.
We've dealt with brands from kind of like less than $1 million in revenue up to like 30 million in revenue. So even as a percentage, it's a bit of a meaningless number. But we'll have a chat after, and I'll explain some of the things that factor in.
There you go. Well, Susan, James, Chris, I've got your name. I've known since we were kids.
20 years.
Nick, thank you very much. Can we hear it for our panel, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next on the stage we've got James Wakefield from Wake. Yes. You want to make your way down? Oh, he's here. That's nice.
I'll give you the little mic. That's a good one.
Good afternoon. I've come with the very exciting topic of Amazon Vendor Central today. I just wanted to start with a sort of loaded question that comes up time and time again in conversations and various forums I'm in, and that is, which is better, Amazon Seller Central or Amazon Vendor Central? Now, this question kind of winds me up a bit because you usually get quite one-sided answers. And it's the equivalent of a stranger coming up to you and saying, what's the best commercial vehicle for my business, a pickup truck or a pizza van? And answer, of course, is it depends on your business. And I find that there's a lot of kind of confusion and misunderstanding around this topic. So my objective today is quite simple. I'm going to be very clear about what the channel is, how it kind of came about, who it's for, and just as importantly, who it's not for. And also what you need to be looking out for if you're a vendor or if you're kind of thinking of becoming one. So I just wanted to start with this screenshot from about a quarter of a century ago, and this is how some of us may remember it. It was a bookstore, 3 million titles, books and music, but what we're actually seeing here is a pure vendor-based business model. And vendor refers to Amazon's first-party business, where they have a direct trading relationship with the brands that they're selling on the platform, in the same way that Argos has suppliers and buy stock from them. Now, the game changer for Amazon was when Jeff Bezos realised that there were limitations to how far he could scale and how big he could become if he relied solely on the vendor business model. There was always going to be a ceiling in terms of, how much stock they could afford, how much stock they could warehouse, and Jeff's ultimate objective in his, grand vision for the world was to create the everything store, a place where you could buy anything from a watch battery to a dishwasher, but we're talking every watch battery and every model of dishwasher here. So he looked at eBay with its third-party marketplace made up of independent sellers and worked out how can we bring that into the Amazon business model. And this was an incredible move for Amazon because it allowed them to exponentially increase their product range without taking any of the risk, because they weren't having to buy stock, they weren't even having to think about really what products to sell, and they were obviously charging a hefty commission on each sale. Now, this graph is often shared when people are discussing 3P marketplace versus 1P vendor, and the obvious trend here is that the share of third-party sales has grown significantly over the last 20 years. But there's a common kind of misconception here, because this doesn't show us the extent that the whole marketplace has also grown over that period. So if we look at the revenue mix as of last year, vendor sales still account for over 13 billion, which means Vendor Central will be somewhere between Jamaica and Mauritius as the 123rd richest country in the world, if you wanted to sort of measure it that way. My point really is that Vendor Central is very much underplayed as a platform, but it's strategically extremely important for Amazon. Why? Because having these direct relationships with brands brings power and leverage, and in case anyone here isn't aware, power and leverage are things that Amazon is extremely fond of. One sort of final thing I wanted to show you for this section was the buy box, because from here you can determine whether a product is being sold by Amazon or a third-party seller. If it says Amazon here, then it means that the product is being sourced by them through Vendor Central, unless it's one of their own brand products, which is a whole different story. So the key thing to understand about Vendor Central compared to the seller is that Amazon is your customer when you're a vendor. And the way that the ordering works is that purchase orders are raised automatically, typically every Monday, but more frequently on bigger accounts. And it's your responsibility to respond to these purchase orders and tell Amazon what quantities you can supply to them. And once you've done that, prior to sending any shipment, you need to raise what's called an advance shipping notification. You then obviously need to deliver the stock into Amazon within their specified delivery window, which is usually over a week period. And if it's on a pallet, you need to book in a delivery slot with your respective carrier. As soon as the stock is then on the way, you can raise an invoice, which is done through Vendor Central itself, and they will typically pay you on 60-day payment terms, but this is negotiable. And that's it. Amazon is telling you what they want to order from you. You're then sending the stock into them and raising an invoice. Now, this process can be managed entirely through vendor, but as an account scales, it's really important to consider automation and some kind of integration with your kind of core business systems, and that's achievable through something called EDI. Now, the key difference when comparing that process to Seller Central is kind of summarised in this graph. And the important thing to remember here is that when you send stock into Amazon through Vendor Central, it essentially becomes Amazon's stock. They own it, they're fully responsible for it, It's them who are getting those orders to their end customers, and they're responsible for any costs that they incur from that process. The difference with Seller Central is you need to factor in how are those end customers going to receive those orders, and it's up to you to ensure that orders are obviously processed and delivered on time. And we all know what happens if you don't do that, your account will get suspended. Now, obviously FBA can make the whole thing a lot more efficient because it guarantees prime delivery, removes the burden of having to deliver those orders to Amazon's customers because Amazon is doing that on your behalf. But there are disadvantages around FBA, which was described in some detail in Nish's talk earlier, so thank you for that. The first is the fact that it's entirely self-managed, so you need to determine exactly how much stock you're going to send in and when, and you need to keep on top of it, because if you stock out, then that's obviously going to kill your listings. You also can't be too overzealous because of the amount of stock that you're sending in, because you'll get hit with long-term storage fees. And another factor is obviously cost. And this is very much an it depends point, because if you're selling products in kind of the sub £10 to £15 range, depending on your margin and kind of weight and dimensions, FBA can become prohibitively expensive. And this is particularly a challenge for grocery brands, which is why we tend to see more gravitating towards vendor than the seller model. The upside with vendor is that the logistics and the delivery costs, as I mentioned, to end customers just don't come into it, because that's Amazon's responsibility and they don't pass those costs on to their respective vendors. Another issue is storage limits, which I won't go into detail on because that's been covered very well previously. Now, on Vendor Central, this isn't a factor, because on this slide, for example, you can see one of our clients' stock holding with Amazon, and this is kind of typical of a healthy vendor account, and that's because Amazon are maintaining consistently about 8 to 12 weeks of stock pickup on the lines that are generating sales. The beauty of this is that Amazon have been invoiced or has already paid for all this stock. So while some kind of sneer at the 60-day payment terms, the flip side is that on a mature account like this, they will build up a lot of stock, which you can then invoice for. So the values do tend to be quite considerably higher than what you'd see on Seller Central. And then this is just a sort of insight into the interface. There's a lot of similarities with Seller Central, but essentially it's been, underinvested in over the years. It is a complex platform. It's got its own terminologies and processes. There's much less of a sort of third-party infrastructure because of the, APIs only recently sort of come on board, but it's quite limited. So the experience is definitely less satisfying than on Seller Central. So, I mean, who is the channel actually for? And, I mean, if you're historically and predominantly a B2B focused business, and I'm not talking about your end customers here, I'm talking about how you function as a business. If you're used to dealing with wholesale customers, distributors, retailers with wholesale pricing, wholesale packaging, cartons, pallets, bulk orders, then Vendor Central is going to more closely replicate the kind of relationship that you're used to with your existing customer base. And I just want to reiterate, I'm not talking about your end customers, I'm kind of talking about who you will sell your products to in the first instance. So if you're selling bottled water, you're going to be dealing with the likes of supermarkets, distributors, wholesalers, discounters, but it's on a B2B basis, and they are then selling your products on to the end consumer. this is essentially the same as the vendor model, the only difference being that Amazon is the final seller. Now, Seller Central, in my opinion, is a D2C platform. It's a direct-to-consumer platform. And so you're dealing with individual customer orders rather than bulk wholesale orders, and it's just a lot more involved. Having said that, vendors need to look way beyond just the operational aspects of this wholesale relationship, because at the end of the day, Vendor Central is still a self-managed platform, and it's the brand's responsibility to control their brand presence, optimise their catalogue, upload products, and drive growth through marketing and advertising. And this is often where I see vendor brands run into trouble because they're just not used to dealing with that level of involvement with a channel, and they also don't know where to focus. And that sort of leads me on to the key challenges of the platform. First being it's invite only, and this is a strategic channel for Amazon, so they're very selective about who joins. Now, interestingly, they've become a lot more open to onboarding a wider selection of brands over the last couple of years. Some of you may well have received an invite, but it's really important to understand that the vendor teams and the seller teams are actually in competition with each other. They don't work alongside each other, so it's really important to listen to not what they're telling you, in terms of whether the channel is a good fit for your brand. You're much better off listening to me on that point. Most contentious one is chargebacks, which relates to operational efficiency. If you give Amazon incorrect information when you're processing these POs, and you shipments, or you short deliver, if you deliver late, then they're just going to hit you with penalties, and they are brutal and relentless when they do this. This essentially comes down to getting your stock into Amazon correctly and efficiently, and if you can't do that, then you're best off pulling back until you kind of resolve any of those issues. Negotiations, because this is a trade relationship, Amazon will occasionally come to you to sort of renegotiate the terms of your agreement with them, or in some cases request price reductions. These need to be handled in a particular way, and we've obviously got strategies for that. The third one is price control. Because you're not selling products to the end user, Amazon determines the selling price. And this tends to be linked more to what price your products are selling at elsewhere, because they're scraping other retailer websites, and also what kind of buy box pressure they're under. So, if there's a lot of third-party seller activity on your listings, then Amazon has to react to that. So, what about the actual benefits? Firstly, there's this potential for a closer relationship with Amazon. For each category, there are vendor managers who are essentially category managers, and it's in their interest to work closely with the brands who are going to help them drive the most growth in their category. These are supported by more junior roles called brand specialists, who are essentially account managers, and will talk to you on a weekly basis. They can be your internal resource within Amazon, which, as we know, can be an invaluable asset when there's certain issues that you just can't get resolved through support tickets. They'll also work with you directly on deal events and ensure better placement and exposure of your products over key periods. And this kind of sort of close account management and strategic partnership isn't something you really see on Seller Central. You've also got increased brand control, and every day Amazon seems to be making it harder to do very basic things like make updates, and we tend to find that vendor support is more responsive, and the things that we ask them to do tend to get done more often than when compared to Seller Central. Another aspect is that a lot of the brands that we work with are trying to reduce or minimise the reseller activity of your product. So once Amazon comes into the fold and starts competing with them, it does make it quite a little bit more difficult, because would you believe it, Amazon don't have to pay commission fees on their sales through vendors, so they've got a bit of a competitive advantage there. Logistical advantages I've outlined already, and then there's the potential for bigger growth potential, because you're not having to worry about stock limits or third-party logistics. If Amazon sees demand for your products, then the algorithm will continuously purchase at that rate that gives them 8 to 12 weeks stock cover. And then one sort of final point that I'd like to make, that is, in my experience, regardless of whether you're on Seller Central or Vendor Central, I think it's really important to have someone within the business that has sort of full responsibility over Amazon. And that might seem strange coming from me as an agency owner, but we see the best results from working with stakeholders within our clients' businesses who are ultimately driving the channel forward from their side, whilst being supported by our expertise in technology. And that person shouldn't really be the business owner or the MD. Ideally, it needs to be someone whose sole responsibility is Amazon, because for so many brands it's become, or soon will become, their most important channel, and it's really important to put the frameworks and plan in place now for the growth over the next few years. So yeah, that's kind of a 101 on Vendor Central. There's obviously a lot more to it, but hopefully I've kind of addressed some of the myths and misconceptions of the channel. So yeah, let me know if you've got any questions.
Thank you, that was really insightful. One of the questions I wanted to ask you mentioned about the strategic partners, the weekly one, which are the ABS. Have you ever seen or a case study where there's actual value to them?
This is something, I mean, yeah, this is quite a big topic, and one thing I didn't mention, which I probably should have done, is that there is a cost involved in having an ABS, and we sort of look at it on the basis of, do we actually need that internal resource within Amazon? I mean, one of our selling points is that we will sort of edge them out and potentially offer a better service at less cost. But there are inevitably accounts where there's problems or challenges that we can't address externally as an agency. Now, Amazon have been ramping up the cost on that over recent years, so they've started to do it as a percentage of COGS, which is basically turnover, whereas it used to be like a fixed cost. So I feel that, especially on the bigger accounts, it can be a serious chunk of their revenue. But if you turn around and say, we don't want it anymore, then they'll sort of look at a few other things and say, well, we're not going to take this much off, we're going to kind of rebalance it. Yeah, so it really depends on the situation, but if we were to start working with a client, we'd probably say, let's keep them on for the time being, and then when those negotiations come around the next time, let's make a call on whether it's actually adding value and it's necessary.
So one more question, just in terms of sort of the hybrid model as well.
I hate it.
Do you really? Why?
Because when I see it being done, I usually see it being done very badly. Yeah. In my opinion and experience, Seller Central and Vendor Central are, you know, complex channels. Yeah. And when you start to try and operate both at the same time, unless it's done in a very planned, strategic and sophisticated way, it's just going to be a car crash. And it is possible to make it work. Amazon have started saying more so recently that we don't like it. If we've got vendors, we want them to stay on vendor, we don't want them to switch to seller, we don't want them operating seller separately, but it causes havoc with buy box, you know, the purchasing algorithm, unless you very clearly segment your stock between those two channels. So I don't like it.
Okay, thank you.
With vendor being invite only, do you have any kind of background on what that invite's based on? Is it Seller Central sales? Is it just a brand off Amazon? How generally do they?
They've basically got a team of account managers now who are almost like SDRs, so they're kind of going out and they're looking for brands, they're approaching them. They've kind of got, I think, targets within particular categories. What we found is that we've got a relationship with the vendor team and we can kind of go to them with opportunities. And most of the time they say, yeah, that's fine, but they sometimes might turn around with, we've met our quota for that category this year, so can you come back to us a bit later on? So they do seem a lot more open, particularly in this country. I know in the US the threshold seems to be still very high, but you know, even accounts that are doing not a huge amount of revenue on the vendor front, I'm talking maybe £10,000 a month, they might consider those if they think it's a strategic fit for them.
We've got one last question.
Mine will be really short. Leaning into the hybrid model a bit more, when you see that in the market, is it typically brands who are 1P trying to escape to 3P, or 3P who want the cash flow of 1P? Which direction is more common?
There's brands get into a situation with 1P where something or multiple things kind of go wrong, whether it's trying to control the pricing or they're just getting battered with chargebacks, and they say, right, we've had enough of this, we're going to switch to seller. So that's quite common, but I would always say you should be looking actually at trying to fix the root causes of the issues that you're having problems with on the vendor side. And it's very much a grass is always greener view, because there's a lot more considerations to it than I think a lot of companies realise when they want to make that switch. So I would always say try and get the vendor channel performing to its maximum potential. For some businesses it's just not suitable, and actually seller is the better option for them. But what we've started to see is Amazon kind of using bully tactics in some cases to prevent especially their strategically important accounts. I had a conversation a few years ago with a well-known watch brand, I won't name them, called Casio, and they wanted to make that switch, and they were told in no uncertain terms that you're not allowed. You're a strategic watch brand for us on Vendor Central. If you try and move to seller, then we'll cut you off and we'll do silly things. And that I've heard many stories of that happening. So if you're small enough and you can kind of go under the radar to make that switch, then you'll probably get away with it. But the vendor team doesn't like losing their strategic brands to the seller team, so it's risky.
Thank you very much. I'll say that. Short break now, so round about 10 to, everyone back please, if you want to.
Hi. Thanks for the talk, that was really nice.
Thank you.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, cheers. Good luck. And I've it's very short, London to Manchester, and they can then feed stock very quickly into, I think you said Dortmund is the biggest German FBA warehouse. So you need to have stock, available to go in,
You don't want to get the direct to on the basis that there are still goods in Europe, on the basis that they're going
that's interesting. That's certainly sort of an issue. I've had two clients doing VAT registration for all of them. Germany takes 3 months. It's all the shit to do with get your head around returns everything. So yeah, I think that's very interesting.
I had a look at that hashtag AmafestUK one, so it's trying to tag it in Instagram post we did. There's like a music festival called Amafest. I think, yeah, so the hashtag is just full of like pictures of this other thing.
Slightly saturated.
Yeah, they didn't check the hashtag first.
They need another hashtag.
Yeah, unless it was just a really crazy Amazon party. I don't know, it looked like a music.
This is live streaming.
Yeah, the invoicing thing is funny on the vendor because it has, you've got to raise the invoices on the vendor in order for us to process them. But often we've got clients who, they've got their own invoices, so they're raising their own invoices, which have a map on the vendor side. In terms of adding any text that the vendor would have, I don't think that's possible. Have you seen them? Yes. I don't think there's any sort of text box there, is there, to ask?
So we exactly managed to get around it somehow.
Yeah.
Managed to actually get around it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it'd be interesting. Maybe I can do that.
Of course, yeah.
Because we get this request a lot, and it extends beyond your
Carl, where's the rest of the team?
Hi guys. Guys, we're about to get started, so you want to grab a seat.
Cheers, thank you. I'm one of the fortunate few that get to take to the stage on a Friday afternoon, a long day at talk. The bar's going to be open soon, so I'm going to try my very best to keep everybody awake and engaged. Firstly, just want to give a quick overview of my background and also an introduction to the business that I work with, which isn't just a sales plug, it's relevant to setting the context of this particular topic. I started trading on Amazon in 2010. It's quite some time ago now. At the time, I was running a multi-channel retail business that scaled through 25 different marketplaces, but as you'd expect, Amazon was the dominant one of those marketplaces. Over the years, we served millions of customers through these channels, and we experienced really closely a real shift in the perception that brands had of Amazon, had of marketplaces, to a place where you effectively sold and traded, to a place where you could really build and develop brands, and experience that shift and the development of that very closely. So what I want to focus on today is what that historic brand reluctance was, why it existed, and what Amazon did to knock down some of those barriers, why that changed, and then bringing it to the more present day, I want to talk about some emerging trends that have come on the back of that, and also look at potentially what might be coming down the line with some future predictions. Shift as a business was also born out of this space and this evolution. So as I started to see that movement towards brand building on Amazon, a few of us got together and thought that Shift would be a great idea. And what we do is we are a fully managed service for brands that want to grow and scale on Amazon and beyond. So we're not just an Amazon partner, but we look across multiple channels, multiple marketplaces. The business is comprised of senior retailers, marketplace professionals who've got a history in the space, also ex-Amazon and creatives and marketeers as well, and it's a fully managed service. So I felt that when asked about this talk and what I was going to focus on, given my background in the space and where Shift sits, that I was not uniquely but well positioned to chart some of this changing history that's taking place. So this is what I used to come up against all the time. In the early days of trading on Amazon, trying to build a brand on Amazon, I had countless conversations with brands that I wanted to take onto the platform, and these were the pushbacks that I used to always get. I'm sure this will resonate with people now as well, but particularly back in 2010, 2011, 2012, the conversations were always the same. So brand integrity, businesses were rightly concerned about what trading on Amazon would do. Would it weaken their brand? Would it affect the legitimacy of their offering through other channels? I remember having a conversation with one brand owner who told me that Amazon's a glorified jumble sale, another who said, why would I want to have my product positioned next to batteries and sellotape? And at the time, these were fair positions to hold and fair perspectives to have. Customer ownership. You don't own the customers on Amazon, everybody's aware of that here. You never did and you never will. These are Amazon customers. They just so happen to be buying your product. You don't own the customer, you don't own the data. That's something that's never going to change. Cannibalization, I think this is nothing new. It mirrored very much the early days of e-com when brand owners had a real reluctance to move from bricks and mortar to incorporating clicks into their business as well, for fear of what that would do to their existing retail sales as well. Brand protection. When I started out selling on Amazon, there was no Project Zero or transparency or brand registry. It just didn't exist. It was very much the Wild West. And understandably, if you're a brand owner, putting your product into that channel and onto that platform to leave it open to counterfeiters and Chinese sellers that might want to imitate the brand, was a very clear obstacle that brands face when looking at the channel. And control, well, I think control incorporates all of the above really, but fundamentally the major blockage that I used to have when speaking to brands about Amazon was, why would I put my brand at the mercy of Amazon? I think that probably resonates with a lot of people still today, but it was really acute an issue back then. So, evolution. How has this changed? Why has it changed? What's changed? Why has Amazon become a channel where sellers operate to one where brand builders operate? And that's going to be a consistent theme of this talk, because I want to talk about brand building on the channel, the role that aggregators play in there as well. What's driven that evolution? And how have we moved? Here's a couple of the brands that we operate, Carton Theory and Sneak. There you go. I'm hoping that was a drill. If not, you can all burn while we... So a couple of the brands that we operate in, what Amazon has become very much is a platform to represent your brand and represent your brand in the right way. So, as I see it, two distinct things happened alongside each other that started to push this evolution. The first one was consumer demand. In an increasingly mobile-centric world, customers were saying, this is how I like to shop. And the figures and the dominance of Amazon demonstrated that. It's an easy app. They've got my details, one click, it'll come to me next day. And that was really driving consumer demand and brands having to recognise the customer comes first. If that's what they want, how are we going to cater for that? And the other thing was Amazon. Amazon working hard to knock down those barriers, recognising the movement of the consumer and the desire to put the consumer first and attract brands onto the channel. So Amazon clearly made a very concerted effort to start to cater for brands. I'm conscious that we've got limited time and some of this stuff's been touched on already. Each one of these could merit a presentation in their own right, but what I would say is through A+ content, through stores, sponsored brands in particular, brand video, Amazon Live and Post, two of the more recent introductions to the platform, what Amazon was doing was making that really concerted effort to say, we recognise that brands have got question marks about coming on the channel. We also know that if we knock down those barriers, they will come, and that will only support our customers. And Amazon, as we know, is customer first. So what we saw is Amazon starting to cater for those brands. What happened alongside that as Amazon grew was you had brands recognising the risk of not being on the channel. I think this was probably one of the major issues which drove brand adoption in a big way of Amazon. Amazon is, fundamentally, it's an ungated marketplace. Anybody can sell on there. If you're a brand, how are you going to ensure that it's you that's representing your brand in the right way? The risk of not doing so, if you've got loose distribution or through retail arbitrage, the likelihood is your product's going to end up on the channel anyway. And then you have a situation where your brand's being represented with poor imagery, poor content, worse, inaccurate content. What we also start to see with sponsored brands is Amazon is allowing competitors to bid heavily on your brand. So over the years, what's transpired is a situation where if you're a brand who has been really reticent to embracing Amazon as a channel, you've got to consider two things. If somebody searches for your brand on that channel, with the growth and the dominance of that channel, they're either going to see somebody selling your brand anyway, under your banner, and you really don't want to relinquish control over that, or worse still for me, I see a competitor brand. What's really important to bear in mind here is 40% of brand searches on Amazon result in the purchase of a competitor brand. So this is something, that control is not something that you want to relinquish. A relevant example, one of our partner brands, a business based out of Manchester, a great brand called Sneak Energy, who some of you may know. They're a great D2C business. And when we started speaking to the guys that run Sneak, they encapsulated all of these objections, every single one of them. But when we showed them what was going on Amazon as a channel and demonstrated to them how many eyeballs were going onto that channel to see their product, what they saw was a couple of sellers who they didn't know how they got the stock, but a couple of people trading the product, and the real estate on the screen was dominated by competitors and competing brands bidding on their product. And I think this point with Sneak really encapsulates the change in perceptions of Amazon, because Sneak to this day don't want to drive Amazon. They don't see Amazon as a platform that they want to have dominating, but they recognize that whether you're going to be actively driving that or whether you're going to be using more defensive strategy, you have to have, we're at that point now where you simply have to have a strategy for the channel. So Sneak, their approach was limited product range, slightly inflated product price, but if you were to search for Sneak on Amazon, you will see Sneak. You will see a great brand representation, I hope, if anybody looks. You'll see a great brand representation, great brand store, video, everything above the fold will be those guys. And that's what brands need to bear in mind, whether it's a defensive strategy or an approach where you're driving it as much as you possibly can. You really have to take the channel seriously, and that's been a huge change in public perception. The other thing that I would say here is that I mentioned before, you'll never get away with a customer on Amazon. That is a reality. It's always been a frustration for brands and brand owners, one that I've found really frustrating over the years, but Amazon has started to provide more insight through analytics, brand dashboard attribution, which was a successful beta of 2021, and I think it's going to get extended and improved. These are still pretty primitive tools. I know there was a talk earlier on brand analytics. These are useful, but still pretty primitive tools. But I see it as a bit of a trade-off. What Amazon is saying is, all right, we're not going to give you the customer data, but we're going to give you more insight. So that insight will cover basket data or demographic information. And what it allows you to do is use data that Amazon's acquiring to influence your strategic decisions. So product development, if you're looking at basket comparison analysis, you're looking at product development, you're looking at strategic decisions around advertising as well. So I think this has got a long way to go, but it's a step towards Amazon saying, we're going to allow you to make some more informed decisions, maximising the opportunity of the potential value of 200 million Prime subscribers as they're researching, as they're comparing, and as they're transacting on the channel as well. Brand protection is something I touched on earlier by saying it didn't exist back when I started trading on the channel. I think brand registry first came around in 2017, so this is all pretty new. Brand registry, transparency, Project Zero. Right now you can protect your brand pretty well on Amazon. I think it's something that they've done really well. Whether that's protecting IP, dealing with counterfeits, you've got a mix of automated protections via Project Zero transparency, or self-service removals as well. It's not perfect. There are still frustrations when navigating that channel, but in reality, if you're a brand launching on Amazon now, I think you've got a fair amount of confidence that you're going to be able to protect your brand. It's much harder for bigger brands and brands with maybe a loose distribution, but for the most part, I think you can manage that quite well. And the other point I touched on in terms of what was driving the change is you've got Amazon doing all these things in the background, but alongside that, you've just got the consumer driving that change. You've got the dominance of Amazon and the growing dominance of Amazon. 200 million Prime subscribers is something that I find staggering. 120 million of them are in the States. Now, if you look at that on a market penetration perspective, at household level, because my wife and I, we've got one Prime subscription, we have one each, and if you remove the kids out of the equation, the elderly out of the equation, I think in the States you've got about 85% market penetration of Prime subscribers. So the consumer's saying, this is how we want to shop. This is how we want to shop. And as a brand, whether it's that defensive approach of representing your brand or making sure that you're not leaking to competitors or damaging your brand, you really have to make sure that you're engaging and you have a strategy for that channel. 41% of US e-com, that's where Amazon is now. I don't think it would be a stretch to wake up in a world where that might be 65, 70% of the years to come. 74% of consumer searches in the States are now starting at Amazon from a product perspective. Now, I've been coming to conferences like this for many years. In fact, James was the last to talk. For many years, we would go to those conferences together, and we would see these stats come up on the screen at 20% of consumer searches starting at Amazon. It was a massive deal when that tipped over the 50% mark. But what we see now is huge dominance when it comes to product search. And I think that has impacted in a big way on the fears around cannibalization as well. I think it's particularly relevant for brands when they're looking at cannibalization, because the consumer, in many instances, is never leaving Amazon. If you're a brand who's entirely focused on D2C, on your Shopify site, on retail store, there's a huge proportion of the market that's doing their product research, they're purchasing, they're transacting, and the comparison of product only on Amazon. And if you've not got a strategy for that channel, driving that change is that reality. You really have to have that in place. So I think that's an interesting point. On the point of cannibalization, because this is a conversation we have all the time with businesses, we've done a shift, a lot of analysis for our brands, where we look at the rate of new customers that they're acquiring from Amazon. And that has sat between, the lowest we've seen it is 84% new customers. We've actually seen it as high as 98% new customers on Amazon. So as a brand, this is where the customer is. How are you going to reach them? And when you look at the changing perspective and the changing relationship, it's driven primarily, to my mind, by those two things. Amazon working really hard, but also the consumers driving Amazon to do so. As we know, Amazon's always consumer first. This is interesting because I've got the same graph here in a different format that James brought up before, but looking at the growth of 3P on the marketplace. I won't go into this in too much detail, but I think it feeds into the next point that I really want to talk about, which is around Amazon advertising. Amazon advertising is now the single most profitable sector within Amazon's entire business. And I think having looked at how the relationship has changed between brands and Amazon, you now want to look at what the knock-on effect is and what the emerging trends that you see in the market are. So 31 billion in advertising revenue from sellers collected by Amazon. Earlier this year, Amazon released their Q4 and 2021 full year earnings. And for the first time, they broke out this figure, they broke out advertising revenue. And whilst they didn't disclose operating income, it's almost certain that Amazon advertising is greater than web services. Now, web services has long been considered to be Amazon's most lucrative business, but right now, Amazon advertising is without doubt, Amazon's single most profitable part of their business. That's great for Amazon. What it means for sellers, as you might expect, is ever increasing costs. For anyone that's trading on the platform now, any agencies or aggregators that are involved in the platform, you will have seen over the last couple of years dramatically increasing CPCs, which is becoming a problem. It's becoming a real problem for independent sellers. That's the cold truth of it. In some sectors or verticals, we've seen CPCs doubling. So that's going to be a challenge, I think. Everyone would have seen that ad placements are taking up more and more real estate on Amazon's search results. So if you're not leveraging that, you're likely falling behind. But at the same time, you're starting to compete against some major players with some very, very deep pockets. In the context of this topic, what's interesting is a couple of years ago, when we started Shift, when we were speaking to brands about growing their brand and their offering on Amazon, we would always talk about leveraging influencer marketing, email, social, those external off-Amazon traffic drivers. We always were told, no, we're not interested. But as the marketplace has become more congested, as CPCs are going up, as competition is rising, that conversation has shifted massively. We're regularly having those discussions now with brands that are, again, letting the consumer decide. If they want to shop on Amazon, we'll drive our traffic to Amazon. And also, we're achieving more cost-effective and more profitable traffic, because when you're doing that, you're dropping it directly onto your product pages. You're cutting through the noise, or you're driving it directly into your brand store as well.
Sorry to interrupt you, we're just running over a bit now.
I'll step it up. I think we started 6 or 7 minutes late as well, so I'll step it up. Aggregators, again, this would have been spoken about today. I know it's a bit of a buzzword in the industry, so I'm not going to take too long on this. But the first thing I'd say is, well, what are aggregators? This was an interesting graph from Marketplace Pulse. This is why they're the buzz in the industry. There's a huge amount of cash flowing through the industry right now. What are Amazon aggregators? In short, they're very, very heavily funded businesses that are set up to acquire FBA brands. The model for them is, once they acquire them, they scale them on Amazon, they expand into different marketplaces, into different channels. They are even expanding into retail stores as well. And they provide significant capital, industry expertise, economies of scale, which, as far as supporting logistics and supply chain is concerned, is vitally important in the modern day. And they're not going to go anywhere. And I think aggregators, for me, are where this topic comes full circle, because what aggregators mean, and they're not driving this change, they're a byproduct of the changing relationship between brands and Amazon. What it means now is, if you're a brand owner on Amazon, your brand has real market value. That was never the case before. You could build a brand, you could scale the brand, you could trade on the channel, and you could do some great business on there, run a well-run, profitable business. But the reality was, that business, when it came to a sale, didn't really have a huge value in the market. I remember chatting to a brand, and he told me he doesn't drive Amazon because he wants to exit, and when it comes to that valuation, Amazon sales will be stripped right out of it. Right now, that is simply no longer the case. If you're a brand owner, this is the place to drive a brand. And I think that's where this topic really does come full circle, because you've moved from that world where brands were really reticent to trade on Amazon for fear of what it might do to their brand, to a place where brands are actually being built within Amazon, built, scaled, and sold within Amazon. And the multiples are going up as well, which is really interesting. It's an interesting time to be a brand owner in the space. As far as aggregators are concerned, what I would say is it only means one thing really, which is the competition is going up. There's a lot of cash flowing through the market. There's a lot of liquidity, a lot of speed in the market. Aggregators depend on deal flow, and there's a lot of cash flowing around. So the competition is only going to get more intense. And I know as independent sellers, this is not what people would want to hear. But more competition, more cash means higher costs of advertising as well. I'll start to come to the end. What does it mean for the industry? As I said, I think aggregators are the ones that illustrate this topic in full. They're not going anywhere. You likely heard of Thracio, SellerX Heroes. Thracio in 2018 launched. It's now valued at north of 5 billion. And they have global coverage, and they're only going to continue to pour cash into the market. What I will say is it's really good news for brand owners that want to exit, because there's a very clear path to exit now, and the multiples have changed massively. When Thracio made their first acquisition in 2018, I think the multiple was about 1.7 EBIT. Now we're seeing acquisitions of 6-7 times, and incentives around future revenue shares and things like that nature. So now is a good time to be a brand owner and building your brand within Amazon for sure. The problem is, as I said before, CPCs are going to continue to go through the roof. So in terms of the next trend, as more brands are coming in, not just aggregators, household names, heavyweights, as they're starting to come into with very, very deep pockets, the cost of trading on Amazon and selling on Amazon is only going to increase. So the question that you really have to look at if you're a brand now on Amazon is how are you running those channels? How are you going to manage them? Have you got the right expertise in place to make sure they're running the right way? And I think that ultimately we're going to see more and more brands looking at other channels. The panel was looking at that earlier as well, which was really interesting to hear. There are some big generalist marketplaces that are thriving. We're working with a number of brands at the moment to scale across Allegro, Walmart, eBay, Cdiscount, or more niche vertical sites like Zalando, LXC House, etc. So I predict there's going to be a big movement of smaller independents into that world as well. As a final point, I think specifically from an Amazon point of view, there's going to be more and more innovative ways brought into the market for you to connect with your customers and your consumers. I said before, I thought some of Amazon's tools are still really primitive. They are. I think brand stores are really primitive still, and they're going to be developing at pace. Amazon are investing heavily into that space. You can now follow brands, you can retarget brands that have viewed your store or purchased from you. You can even email subscribers to your store as well. And I think we're only going to see more investment. What I do expect in the near future is a lot of these tools are going to become paid for tools. So again, playing into the brands that have got the pockets and the cash to play, but I think that's going to be realistic. I won't be surprised to see the real expansion of Amazon Post as well. It's been another successful beta in 2021. For those of you who don't know, it's effectively Amazon's Instagram, but with the growth of influencer marketing, I could see Post playing a big part. I wouldn't be surprised to see it being linked to product pages as well. So I know we've run over slightly, so I may struggle for questions, but if anybody wants to have a chat, I'm going to be around for a little bit afterwards, so by all means come and grab me, and yeah, cheers for organising great food, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Andy Hooper. I'm Global E-commerce Experts. I appreciate it's Friday afternoon. It's getting a bit slow. So what I'd like to do is everyone stand up for me. Come on, let's stand up. Let's get our hips moving, because I want you to be in a position where right now you're going to be able to take in the information that I'm going to give you, because I'm going to come fast at you with a whole load of information. So give yourself a wiggle, give yourself a stretch. Arms up in the air. This isn't a PT class. I'm not a trained PT. Okay, grab yourselves a seat. So, I'm going to come at you thick and fast over the next 25 minutes with a huge amount of information. This information is going to come fast, and pretty much what it's going to do is wrap up everything you've heard today to make that easy and simple. So, what are we going to talk through? We're going to talk about expansion. We're going to talk about Europe. There's two words I'm going to mention now. One's Brexit, it will now be known as the B word, and COVID will be mentioned as the C word. Nothing else other than those will be mentioned. We're going to break down the steps to success. We've talked a lot about today about all the different components about how to grow your brand, grow your business. What I'm going to give you is some tangible steps and processes that you can take away today so that you can grow your business, okay? So this is why you're going to need a pen and paper. You're going to want to write this down. I'm going to give you all the information you need in order to grow your business and certainly to expand it into Europe. So I'm Andy Hooper, I'm the CEO of Global E-commerce Experts. I first started selling widgets, flipping stuff on eBay, silicone watches on Amazon when the 2008-9 financial crash happened, in a way of trying to find a way of making some extra cash, basically. I could go into that story for a lot longer, but basically I ran out of cash and I needed to find some ways to make some cash. So I started flipping things, selling stuff on e-commerce. A lot of you will be able to replicate some of that in your mind and your vision. That was sort of 2008-9, and over those next few years I sort of went through the process of selling stuff, growing service businesses, and doing a whole load of different things. Come 2016, the VAT rules changed. I was doing some consultancy for an accountant, as well as selling some stuff on Amazon, eBay, and a whole load of other things. And at that point, we saw a gap in the market and opportunity to work with specifically overseas sellers when the VAT rules changed in December 2016. At that point, we set up global e-commerce experts. We started off doing VAT in the UK, that then stretched into Europe, and then we started building out warehouses and everything else out the back of that. So what I am is I'm a problem solver. I like finding solutions for our clients to solve their problems. So when B happened, and we were typically working mainly with US-based sellers, all of our sellers were shipping directly into Europe, or into the UK, or typically into the UK, but they're already registered across Europe. So they just switched and started sending into UK and Europe. 80% less cartons went from the UK to Germany in 2020, after Brexit. Okay, so we work very closely with Amazon. We get a lot of this sort of data and information that helps. We work with over 2,000 sellers now across all of our services, and I'm not here to sell you a service, I'm here to help tell you how to expand to Europe. That's it, okay? If you want to talk about how we can help you, we'd love to, but everything I'm going to talk to you about today is in a webinar, a podcast, a YouTube video, an ebook on our website. Everything is there. You can go and take and abuse that information as best you please. It is copyrighted, but you can use it and abuse it. You can take that, look at it, and grow your business today from here with the steps I'm going to give you. Okay? So let's get into the basics. So Europe is a massive market. Some of these figures include the UK. So when we start looking, it's 520 million people, depending on how you carve it up. Okay. And when I talk about Europe, I talk about the UK being part of that. The reason for that is that UK is still part of Europe. We're just not in the Union. Okay? So it's a really big thing where we're talking about Europe. I'm going to be talking about UK and Europe, but really, for today's audience, that's about taking your brand from the UK into the Union. All right? There's a whole load of stats here. I haven't got a huge amount of time, so I'm not going to read through every single one of those, because I want to get onto the steps that are really going to help you to grow your business. Okay, so this is our success pathway. Having worked with over 2,000 sellers, specifically states-based sellers expanding into Europe, what it's given us is insights and data across all of our services to know exactly what someone needs, when they need it, and how to use that skill in order to grow their brand. So these are the basic 7 steps. I'm going to go through them individually, and then if you want to shoot some questions as we go through at the end, then fire away. Probably better if at the end, I think, yes, because we've got time. So let's start with market research. I think that the market research piece is absolutely critical. Depending on what you sell, it's going to depend on whether and how well that's going to sell across Europe. You know, if you are selling certain items, they just don't sell well in certain countries. It's fact. But if we look at Amazon, a lot of Amazon sellers here as a whole, typically what you should see is that we see UK and Germany make up 2/3 of all sales across Europe, and all the other countries make up the other third. So when you start thinking about which product and where you want to sell, you want to start thinking about the countries you want to go to first. And that's then going to depend on a launch strategy, which we'll come to. So the thing is, where will your products sell best? What are the best opportunities for you? Where can you source your products? We'll come on to sourcing in a minute. Where it might be, in Europe, it might be easier. So can you get your products made in Poland, Germany, Italy, wherever that might be, in order to reduce your costs? There was a great talk from sourcing earlier, I think it was Hugh, talked about sourcing. Didn't we talk about sourcing from Europe? There's a massive opportunity for that right now, especially with container costs and shipping costs. So first thing, make sure you get absolutely nailed in your market research. Right, compliance. I've heard the compliance word mentioned quite a few times. And there's several things you need to consider. The first thing you need to consider is your product compliant. Is it compliant with regulations? There's 3 things you need to consider. 1, what is the regulation your product falls under? 2, what is the ingredient or the product? Does that meet the requirements of the regulations? And thirdly, does the label meet those regulations and what it says on the product? Okay? So there are the 3 things you need. The regulations, does it meet the regulations, and is the label compliant? So when you start thinking about the product, you can't just source a product, ship it in and think, oh well, I'm in the UK, I'm selling in the UK, it'll all be fine. The reality is it won't. There's too many blockers now. 5 years ago, you would have got away with that. You just won't get away with that now. So thinking about the compliance of your product is absolutely critical at any stage. And that doesn't matter whether you're selling plastic cups or whether you're selling batteries. There's a whole load of different compliance. Every product, almost every product, has a regulation it falls under. And if it doesn't come under any specific one, it comes under general product regulations, just to keep it easy. All right? So the first thing is to make sure your product's compliant. You need to make sure it's absolutely dialed in. Next thing, VAT. Rule of thumb, where you're fulfilling from, you need to pay VAT. Simple. There are a few different options with that. I've heard a lot of pan-EU talked about today, about where you can ship, where you can't ship, where you can fulfill from VAT. What I would say on this is you've got to think about your launch strategy. There's no point registering for VAT in 7 countries across the pan-EU program you never sold in Europe. It just doesn't work. You want to save your cash for your inventory. I'm happy to sell you VAT in all the countries, no problem. But that's not the best strategy for you and your brand growing. The best strategy is taking it step by step. Our typical best strategy is UK, Netherlands and Germany. And we'll come on to that in questions later. But that really is the best starting strategy if you're starting and moving out. There's one-stop shop. One-stop shop is a great opportunity if you're selling on your own website. It doesn't work if you're an Amazon seller, because Amazon fulfills it from lots of different countries, and one-stop shop isn't geared up for that. So one-stop shop is an option, but it really only works if you're selling on your own website or platform. Next thing, responsible person. You've probably all heard by now that if you're shipping into Germany, it's an absolute nightmare. Hands up for that. Okay, excellent. So there's a lot of different things that you need. Indirect representation, direct representation, limited fiscal representation, responsible person, authorised representative, food business operator. There's a whole host of these names that you can just get tied up into and the complications of if you're not sure what you're doing. So there are certain things from a customs point of view, there's certain things from a compliance point of view. So if you're selling a product in Europe, in most cases you will need an address of someone responsible for that product in region. So if you are in the UK, you should have your address or your specific address on, you're responsible for the product in region. If you're selling in Europe, you need someone responsible for that there. So you need to find that and solve that problem. It depends on what you sell. You know, if it's a CE mark product, it's a responsible person. If it's a medical device, it's authorised representative. If it's a food supplement, it's food business operator. There's a whole host of these, and we could probably go on and on and on. But the reality is, most products require a responsible person of some description when you're selling in Europe. EPR. Basically, this is a recycling tax, I'm afraid to tell you, that started off in France and Germany and as soon as come to the UK. Basically, it means that there's additional taxes on your product. You basically got to identify what's in your packaging in your product, and then what you need to do is then pay a tax. I'm sorry, there's another tax to the government in those locations to make sure that your product will be recycled and you're paying for that. Now, okay, barcodes, trademarks, does this go here? Trademarks certainly does. The brands we see winning now are brands. Okay, that's been told, I've heard that time and time again. You need to get a trademark for your product, otherwise you're not going to get very far today on Amazon. Okay? If you haven't done that, I'm sorry to tell you that, but that is a process you need to start going through. You need to start doing that sooner rather than later. Brands are winning. Barcodes, okay, there's a whole thing on barcodes. You need to make sure you've got a compliant barcode, otherwise when it ends up at Amazon, it just won't go through. Okay, compliance. I don't want to go on compliance too long. I appreciate no one likes compliance, we've all got to pay for it on front. So, next thing, marketplace launch. What's your strategy for launching? Well, first of all, you've got to get some products somewhere. If you're going to FBA, you might be sending it to an FBA warehouse. I think, Mish, you were talking about 3PLs. You need to get into a 3PL local for buffer stock, absolutely critical. Obviously, there's a customs piece on that. You need to make sure you've got your customs sorted. You can't really ship stuff in via DHL, UPS, it doesn't really work very well. They typically want indirect representation or direct representation. So, things to consider. Payments. You need to take some payments. You're going to get paid in euros. You need to talk to Payoneer about making that happen. We partner with Payoneer. They do a great job. It's really simple. It's really straightforward. And if you're not using them, you probably should. There you go. Big one for Payoneer. Choose your platform. So what's the best platform for you and your product? What locations does that work best on? So again, picking up on what they said, you know, you might have a strategy where you put it into some 3PLs, you then put some stock into Amazon. Your buffer stock could then be used on an omni-channel approach. But this isn't necessarily a launch strategy. You need to choose what marketplace is best for you. Is it Etsy? Is it Wayfair? Is it Bowl? Is it DOL? Is it Allegro? The list goes on and on and on. What's right for your product and what's right for the marketplace comes out of the feasibility study. And the last thing there is listings and translations. You've got to get your translations absolutely nailed. Now, 3 steps to translations. 1, do them free, Google Translate. Or the other one that someone said about earlier, I can't remember what it was. But you can do them for free. There's no excuse not to get a free translation and your keywords done. It's really straightforward and simple. As soon as you start to see traction on that, and I mean you sold a couple of units, you then need to do a native tongue translation. Okay, that's going to cost you, £50 to £80 maybe per listing, including the keywords. Then what you then want to do is move on, once you've sold some decent units, is a full sales and marketing copy, once you've dialed in what's actually working. So a 3-step approach. But at this stage, marketplace launch, Google Translate works. Okay, it's not great, and you've all seen a listing from a seller out of region with a listing that isn't translated properly. So you do need to bear that in mind. All right, so that's your marketplace launch. You need to really identify the marketplace that's best for you, get your products in, and get a payment solution sorted so you're not wasting money with your payments. All right, 3PLs. You have to store your product somewhere. So with the storage limits, the way of sending stock into Amazon doesn't really work by sending it directly anymore. You can still do it. It doesn't mean say you can't do it and you shouldn't do it because you want to reduce your costs. So if you can cut a 3PL out of the journey, then do that without any shadow of a doubt. But in most cases, you're going to need a 3PL in order to store your products, fulfill your products, do returns, rework should you need those things. Now, if you're in the UK and you've got your own warehouse, your own facility, that works. But if you're selling stuff from China, you want to be sending that directly into Europe. You don't want to be sending that from China into the UK and then into Europe. You're just spending too much money and spending too much time in doing that. So you really need to find somewhere locally that works. Now, there's lots of different options for that. You need to decide where works for you. Typically, most of us 3PLs are now moving to UK and Netherlands. We've had someone there for almost 2 years now. Netherlands is the gateway to Europe, okay? It just works. The Dutch are very much, come on in guys, have a nice time. Germany's, you ain't coming in unless you've done this, 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 and this, and you just give up because it's too difficult, all right? So it's really your key to see what your options are, what works for you, and how you do that. So a 3PL, having something locally is going to be really, really key as you grow out that strategy. And coming back again to, I think, what Mish was saying about 3PLs is, we all saw what happened if you were selling during COVID, that Amazon just shut its doors and you couldn't play. It was as simple as that. So our strategy, when we're talking to our clients and consulting with them, is what we typically say is the best way of doing that is by putting your fast-moving stuff into Amazon, no problem, put your slower-moving stock into a 3PL and get seller-fulfilled product. Even if it's on your slow-moving product, it doesn't matter. If Amazon shuts its door tomorrow and you can't send any more stock in, even if you've got seller-fulfilled Prime on one item in a 3PL, you can ship the rest on in and you can carry on being Prime. It's not product-based, it's company-based or brand-based. So that's a real win. Even if you've only got one product in a 3PL in the UK and one in Europe, you're able to switch. And today's model of being able to switch and adapt quickly is absolutely critical for success. So that's the next step. Step 4 is making sure you've got a 3PL that can accept. I think your returns is a real part of that. Being able to get your removals from Amazon as well. Making sure you've got a network that can do removals from all the different warehouses should you require. All right, promote. You've got to promote your products. Depending on how you're selling, it's going to depend on how best to do that. If you think that you're going to be able to launch in a new market, stick some stuff in FBA and it just sells. I'm sorry, but the days are over. You're going to have to put some cash behind it. You're going to need to put an investment in promoting your product, whatever works best for your brand that's working for you now. if that's social, if it's pay-per-click on ads, it's vouchers, whatever it happens to be, but it's about promoting your product and expanding your brand and getting the brand in front of the buyers so you sell the product. We all know it's all about sales velocity. If you see some stuff in FBA in Germany and no one buys it, you're not going to sell anything and your ranking's going to tank. So it's really about making sure you've got sales velocity. I think that's really, really key. There's lots of different ways. We've heard lots of different ideas from people today. All I'm doing here is collating all of this information and putting in a strategy for you. All right? So I think the last thing there is, if you're already selling in Europe or even in the UK and you think you could be doing better, you're probably best thinking about getting an account health check at this point. If you think you've done these 4 or 5 steps and you're thinking, I'm not selling as much as I should, what do I need to do? You need some sales data. There's plenty of companies, we or any other company, can do an account health check to see what you're missing. What are you not doing? What could you take to the next level? What do you need to make those minute changes? Those marginal gains British cycling likes to talk about. What are they? You know, you've got to think about what those little gains that your competitors aren't doing that you could be. All right, step 6. Website. So again, we've heard today, how do you build your list? How do you build your brand? For me, this step is all about building. You've got a bit of a brand, you then start to launch a website and start building out further. Okay? Now the advantage of this is, you own the data, you're building your own list. You launch a new product, at that point, you can resell it and retarget it straight away to people that have already bought your product. On a marketplace, that's much more difficult. So that becomes a little bit difficult. So there's 3 things. Build a store, build a list, and Dream 100. If you've not heard of Dream 100, it's a big influencer model type. Google it. I think it's called the Goat Farmer, Dream 100. But to give you a little bit of information on that, it's not about selling one product to 100 people. It's about working with 100 influencers that could sell it to 100 people. Okay? And that's really the strategy behind that. So that's the next step. Build a website. Okay, now you've got to scale it. Now you've got to grow it. What do you got to do to get to the next level? How are you taking that? So we've talked about marketplaces. What other marketplaces do you need to be on in order to scale that? You know, if you're working with 3PL and the stock's already in the warehouse, if they're using some software, Limworks or said other, they can put that on another 20 marketplaces across the UK and Europe. And even if you sell one product a day, that's one product a day across 20 marketplaces. Like, they've got the stock in the warehouse. Why not do it? That omni-channel approach is really, really key to helping you scale and grow that business. Translations. You want to make sure your translations are absolutely dialed in. At this point, you are fulfilling probably from every marketplace. You're probably on the Pan-EU program. Retail. How do you get into retail? What distributors do you need to work with in order to get your product into brick and mortar? It's strange, isn't it? Before C, everyone was sort of using brick and mortar. As soon as we got C, everyone wanted to be in e-commerce. Now we're talking about taking e-commerce into retail. Because actually what we're seeing now is how brands are taking themselves to the next level by getting into those markets. And then the last thing there is exit. We've heard a ton about that today, and I'm not going to go on about that at all. You know, it's a really nice idea, it's great. You know, but when there was a show of hands of people wanting to exit, a lot of people are still in that stage, I'm buzzed by my business and I want to carry on growing. Yeah? So you've got to do that when that's right for you, and you'll know when that's right. So 7 basic steps. Okay? Now, when you start pulling it all together, it seems pretty damn complicated. There's a whole load there that you need to consider when you're expanding. You've got the 7 basic steps. All those other little bits I've talked about are in those little hexagons. It's a bit like Blockbuster. I was going to do Blockbuster for those who remember that. Some of you definitely won't remember that. So it's about how you go through that process. So online, we've got all the content you need that talks about all of these individually. I'm trying to smash through this in 20 minutes, and I could talk about this for 20 days. All right? So you can take all of these individually, but really what you want to think about is, where is your brand? Where do you want to get it to? And if you genuinely want to expand it and grow it, these are the steps you need to go through. There's a huge amount of opportunities out there, whether you're working for our friends at Department of International Trade, give us a wave, where are they? You know, there's lots of opportunities to work with different people. We're working with Pioneer, they've got their cash advance program. There's lots of different things that people can utilise to expand. And what people say is, oh well, before beer it was really easy, and now it's not so. I'm sorry, it's all tosh. So the reason for that is that we've been doing it for Americans for a huge amount of time. Cumbie, our American sellers that we work with, saw a massive increase in sales because everyone from the UK decided they didn't want to go to Europe, and everyone in Europe decided they didn't want to go to the UK anymore. So what happens is all of our American sellers saw a lovely little increase because we all decided it was too difficult. I appreciate there's some margin issues, there's some complexities, I totally understand. But the reality is the market opportunity far outweighs that. It does mean you've got to make an investment. There's no doubt about that. You've got to put some cash in it to grow it, no doubt. Okay? You've got to put some time and effort into doing it, no doubt. And what you're going to be able to do is, with all of these things here, you can work with different people to do all of these different bits. There's people and agencies out there that can support you and help you to do every single piece. Where we come in is we can do all of that under one roof. So when you're looking to expand, we've got the knowledge, having worked with 2,000 sellers, to do all of it under one roof. We don't work with partners, everything's done in-house, we look after our own, we've got our own warehouses, and if you need some support and help with that, you come to one person, you get one contact, and they support you through all of that. Are they an expert in everything? No, they bring experts into the course to support you, but that's where we work. So, I'm going to move on because I know we are running out of time.
We're not going to have enough time for questions.
Okay, so, if you've got some questions, I've got to get on the train, I've got to leave here at 4:15, so I appreciate it doesn't leave much time. What I would say is, I'm going to leave up here what we call our golden tickets. Yes, I'm Willy Wonka. Okay, so, over here, these are golden tickets. What we do with our golden tickets is we wrap all of our services into a bundle, okay? So what it means is you can come to us with a bundle and you get it all under one roof. That's it. But take these steps that I've given you. All of the content is online. We've got hours and hours and hours of footage, YouTube, podcasts, ebooks, whatever works best for you. And I appreciate everyone likes either reading, listening, watching, whatever. It's all there. It's all free. Go take it. Go use it. And if you want to get in contact with us, there's our details. If you want any information, you can contact us on these things. If you'd like a free ebook that gives you all the information on this and all the content, it's on our website. Send us a message and we can send it over to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. So we'll save the best till last. Here he is. Thank you very much for waiting.
Well, thank you very much for that, for this wonderful opportunity. I can actually summarize my talk in 11 words. And I was not going to do this. I was on the train from London, and I was going to summarize this. I'm like, I've got to share this with people. Risk is an emotive word that masks the value of uncertainty. Let me repeat that again. Risk is an emotive word that masks the value of uncertainty. Fascinating book. I don't know the guy. Ronald Cohen, The Second Bounce of the Ball. If you're into the entrepreneurship aggregators, it's about acquisitions and mergers. You've got to get this book. Fantastic book. I'm obsessed with risk. I'm obsessed with uncertainty. I'm obsessed with career management and life stories. And Prabhat told me you've got to share your life story today. My parents were war refugees from Sri Lanka. Grew up in a council estate. Had very, very bad people around me. No high school education. I dropped out of GCSEs. I was working in Tesco. At 21, I decided to go back to education. So here I was, and I had a real talent in biology. At 21, I went from no high school education to Imperial at 24. 26, I was at Oxford. 28, I went to Harvard. And by 30, I was vice president of a pharmaceutical company, and I also was assistant professor. I'm obsessed with risk, uncertainty, career management, and making most of people. I recently, 9 months ago, quit my job, and I went into a full-time Amazon seller. And everyone's like, why are you taking this risk? Because I've learned so much during my life experience at 35 years on this earth that said risk is about how you mask the emotive word of uncertainty. And you've got to balance that out. So I'm just a seller. I'm not selling anything. I just want to share with you my Amazon journey. 5 slides, 5 basic slides. We'll skip the questions, we'll go straight into drinks. So these are my 5 slides. How I started, cash flow, the fight, the expand, how to expand, exit. Haven't exited the Amazon business yet, but I'll talk about some exit strategies. Now, who's watched this movie, I Am Legend? Hands up. Fantastic movie, right? The premise is, if you haven't watched it, Will Smith in New York, I believe, fighting a disease, a pandemic, and he's probably the last man on earth, and he's trying to find a cure. Here I am, no Will Smith, not good looking enough. But here I am in China at the start and during the pandemic itself with my FFP3 mask. Chinese, I work with them, I love them, they're really disciplined. Overnight, the whole city in Suzhou went into a ghost town. I felt like the movie I'm a Legend. I walked down the roads here, no one, dead. And for some reason, my company gave me a flat without any kitchen. So there were no restaurants open, there were no shops open. The only thing I had to do is go into the best hotels, and they gave me the best discounts because no one was there, and I just worked. And I realized in the evening got full with all these Chinese old gentlemen, and they used to take each of these chairs. So I had no family or friends, all my colleagues actually went away. So I made an effort, I took the risk to say, here's my Microsoft app, I'm going to translate everything, and I sat down with each individual in this table, and I just talked with someone new. I found out most of them were factory owners in China, outside Shanghai and Suzhou. And everyone kept saying about Amazon FBA. Here I was, a geek in biology, right? And I didn't know what Amazon FBA was. So I went away, Googled, looked at the data. This is fascinating stuff. Went back the next day, talked to everyone on the table. They're like, can you help me with this case law? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? So I love helping people. I love sharing knowledge. So I just helped them with English translation and so forth. Then I saw the margins. I'm like, I'm going to take the risk. So that's how I started Amazon FBA. I have a very original logo, one extra word, right? Because that's what I learned. And some of these topics, I'm not going to go through them because I know some of the speakers have touched upon it, but it's the why. People talk about passion and talent. They're great, but I think it's oversold by Hollywood. You got to back your strengths and your weaknesses. The data is very clear. You can only do so much. You got to back your strengths. And why, by the way, making money is a good why. People say it's not that good, but making money is a good why, and it helps. You make the money first, then you change the world. That's what I've learned from studying history. And this is what I used to do for students. So I took students from public schools, the best schools in London, outside London, anywhere in the world, and I took kids from small villages in Africa into Oxford and Cambridge. And I've learned one thing, and I've also taken people who are meek and who are shy, and I gave them a managerial position, and they thrive. One of the things I've learned is people think big, but they don't think smartly. Strategically backing your strengths, and you can't do much about your weakness. And because I've failed 348 times for applications, and then people thought, you know, what kind of background is this? I've learned all 348 applications that helped me. So every failure to me is a learning curve, and I just did it. So once I talked to those factory owners, within 3 days I set up a British business from China, and I started my Amazon seller account. And so at this point, the start, I have a de-risking table. I researched, keyword and direct relationship and who you know. I think it's a fine balance. People talk about search volume and blah, blah, blah. What's worked for me is who do I know and who can I kind of access from my network to get the best prices into the best marketplaces. And then I also look at the PPC average and how to rank it. So those are my tips and what's worked for me. And guys, please, some of you think that you have a unique selling idea point, but please, it must be unique, right? Because and ask someone else that's not you, because you're always unconsciously biased. One of the best ideas is actually Nicholas told me an idea that one of these people actually worked with oxygen tanks. Their mother was ill or something, and they thought oxygen tanks, you need respirators, but they have no cover, so they designed covers. And that's very unique. But some of the ideas I get across my table, people say, Pradeep, can you help me, are not very unique. So please, please be careful. And the second slide and the point is cash flow. We all know the name of the game is cash flow, and no one talks about it, but cash flow is vital. So simply keep as much as you can until you can play the game. Amazon, doesn't it hurt when you have bi-monthly payments? Really hurts, right? So how can you get around it? I'll tell you. And this is what I see when people, I mentor people sometimes. They don't monitor PPC very well. Oh, you know what? I have a 4-hour work week. I work 5 minutes on Amazon. Bullshit. You work hard in life. You work hard. Hard work pays off, right? This notion of Hollywood, like I'm at the beach on your laptop, is great, but you've got to work hard and you've got to work consistent. There's no way around it, right? And that's why it annoys me with the YouTube generation, because it's brainwashing kids. So how do I de-risk that cash flow? This is what I did. So by the way, 18 months, it was 1.5 million in revenue. In 12 months, it's 1.1 million so far in revenue. So how do I scale up from that kind of scale? So what I did, I de-risked. So invoice financing, there's a lot of people, the Department of Trade and other finances do invoice financing. Inventory financing, people who pay 70% of your inventory cost, you pay 30% and you get stock in. Has anyone heard of this? Anyone heard of these tactics? There you go. But none of most of Amazon sellers. So if you guys are trying to think of starting it, there's ways around it. It doesn't matter where you're from. You can, if you want it, you go and get it. And you have actually platforms that do daily and weekly allowances. Can you believe it? So they'll give you a net proceed of your Amazon sale on a daily basis up to 90%, thinking about your health. And then they'll take a percentage. And again, please monitor your PPC adjustment. Right at the moment, I'm using an AI program for PPC. I've used agencies, I've used people, but I'm a hard bastard. I look at those data, I look at those monthly adjustments. I say, what are the key days? Where is a spike? Where are the hours? Where are the customers coming from? What are the keywords? And they keep changing. And people don't know this, they keep changing, you've got to adjust. 4-hour work week, for a lot of bullshit. Third slide, fight, guys. Competition, obviously, is about ranking. Keywords and badges. Badges are very important. By the way, I went around white label, and people told me, what are you selling here? Okay. Oh, great, you're Donsfield. Oh my God, you got Amazon Choice. No, Amazon Choice is for Donsfield. It doesn't mean if you have an Amazon Choice badge for your brand is a big thing, right? So work on ranking Amazon Choice for keywords. And those keywords change as well. Black hats. When I would grow up, when we had to go to a fight, we say, let's go, bro, let's go. That's how we went into a fight. And what happens is, I want to illustrate this. 1990, does anyone know this fight? 1990, Tyson at its peak, Buster Douglas, 42-1 ratio, 42-1 to win, right? Took serious hits from Mike Tyson and knocked Mike Tyson out. Biggest upset in boxing history. Asked him after what happened. He said 2 days ago my mother died. Before my mother died, he said she promised me I would knock out Mike Tyson and win the heavyweight title, and he did it. His why was stronger, and I love this because you got to fight. People don't realize. I mean, we go to these conferences and people say, "Oh yeah, fantastic, very well. Yeah, Amazon's a friendly environment, great, we have a community." But there's actually ruthless people out there in certain countries that will keep coming at you. And there's a period where I got 16 attacks, and every Friday they would attack me. So every Thursday morning I would wake up and I was ready to go. I'd be contacting Amazon. Yes, people will say, you have brand transparency, Project Zero, brand registry, trademark. Yes, we all know that, but you're going to get black hat tactics, you're going to get hijackers. Fill your flat files. Every cell, fill it out. Some of you are smiling because you know. And every hijacker, take them on. Complain. Harass Amazon. I find it very, no seriously, I find it very well, right? You actually phone Amazon if you're in the UK at night, because the Costa Ricans, the Mexicans, and the Spanish, Latin Americans pick it up for some reason, and they're very good. During the morning, they don't pick it up. I don't know what happens. So that kind of little golden nugget really helps. And also, I find the second or third person on the phone helps you more than the first person. So that really helps. We talked about brand registry. Good lawyers. There's some great Amazon-specific lawyers out there. Get them. If you don't know them, I can introduce them. I have no links or affiliate marketing with them. But once they can be expensive, but once you use them, the template's there. So you can always go back and use the template, change your ASIN, change your complaint. And defend your ASINs, right? Use your PPC strategically to defend your ASINs. If competitors advertising in your listing, bid higher, bid strong, and defend your ASINs. So, expand. Full slide, guys. One more to go, then we got drinks. Expand. Expansion is something fascinating. How many of you actually read this book, The Bezos Letters? Anyone? How many of you know Jeff Bezos? How many of you sell on Amazon? How many of you have read his shareholder letters? Fantastic mind, brilliant mind, obviously. So the Bezos letter summarizes his principles of each letter and so forth. I know Nish is here in the audience, right? Nish, you used to work at Amazon. Now you're with some aggregator. And they talk about every year Jeff Bezos writes to his shareholder saying, these are the targets, this is what it, and he ends it very well. He goes, I refer you and I attach you our shareholder letter from year one. He always talks about day one. It's always day one with Amazon and his principles of Amazon. Fantastic book, kind of summarizes Amazon's principles. And what he talks about here is return of risk. Not ROI, but return of risk. So Bezos, every time he took money, he actually put the risk higher. Amazon Fire, the phone that failed, the luxury good brands that Amazon wanted to have. All these failures were billion-dollar failures, but no one talks about it. So his return of risk was fascinating to understand. So he experimented wisely. So I massively spent on launch. I failed more products than I won products. My strategy might not work for you. Is stock up in Q2, go aggressive in Q3. So Q4, you're ranked already, right? So people go aggressive on Q4, but I went aggressive in Q3. It works. Cash is king. Again, cash will always win. I have a mixture of air and ocean shipping. At the moment, we do small and light. That's a trick I think works for me. I keep it small and light, try to get more volume and express air. I use OPM. Does anyone know what OPM means? I use other people's money to help me, right? So, inventory funding, in-source funding, all these fundings around, ask around, and Department of Finance is around, and some of the platforms now will help you as well. Now, there'll be some fascinating talks at White Label and here about expansion, which is great. I'm not telling you not to expand, but I actually have cut down marketplace in ASINs, concentrated on my strengths, concentrated on my marketplaces, and it boomed. So sometimes it might be logical to go the other way, right? More is never better. And if you cannot beat them, you buy them out. And I'll tell you why you buy them out. I have not exited my company, or am I wishing to exit? I know you're laughing because you want my company. But can I tell you a fascinating story? Before I was VP of Business Development, we had a lot of acquisitions in Europe and the Middle East. Averages are 60 million. The biggest deal we done was 220 million for factories for pharmaceutical companies across Europe. And one of the stories I remember reading about by a book called Decoding Greatness. They studied best business models across history, Decoding Greatness, fantastic book, was you think Just Eat and Uber Eats are fantastic models, like original? They're not original. There's a guy in the 80s that had something called taxi takeaways. He had an idea that somehow people will phone, place an order, and the taxis will deliver food. The investors laughed at him. Who will have actually takeaways coming to your door? Now it's $1 billion industry. His timing was wrong. So, as we heard, right time, sell on the up. Now, when I went to board meetings, mergers and acquisition, I used to lick my lips. It was a competition. It was a big table, and I was there. I'm like, what am I looking for? How is this a strategic challenge? How can my company benefit? So these are the things I look for, not in Amazon, but in terms of pharma industry. Brand and product, obviously. Value for money. I look for this the most out of any other person on the table. Competence and ability of the seller. It will tell a lot. If you're not prepared to exit, and if you don't know, I can read you out straight away, and I can know how competent you are in the space. I can know how lazy you are, I can know your talents in certain fields, and people are savvy, they'll pick it up. So how do you de-risk this? So sell on the up, look at other competitors' portfolio. If uni brands are coming to you, if Tarasio is coming for you, look at their portfolios if you can. See what's your advantages and disadvantages, and let them fight for it. There's no harm. Let people fight for it. By the way, when you go to invoice financing, ask for better rates and interest. How many of you actually phoned up the credit card dealers and said to negotiate interest rates down? No one. You can do that. You can say someone else has better interest rates, but no one does it. Same thing for this. Negotiate. Let them fight for it. That's what I did with certain acquisitions and mergers. And the last one is world events of demand. Obviously, we know about Ukraine. But did you know Sri Lanka has run out of foreign currency reserves? Do you know that? They are begging for people to buy from them. They have empty planes ready to ship things out. Massive textile, massive tea brands. They are begging for it. Huge opportunities, but people don't know. Did you know Ethiopia does extremely well in sock sales? They actually sell some of the best socks and textiles for major brands. No one knows. World events, FT and Morningstar helps me a lot. So I wanted these, particularly during buyout phases, and I looked at it. So that's me, guys. Thank you. That was quick, I believe. Let's take a selfie. No one's done this. Smile, everyone. Smile. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going for closing remarks. Questions? Closing remarks?
Anybody have any questions?
Where's there?
There you go. Thanks, guys.
Right. Okay, I won't hold it too long. So I will stay between you and the drinks. So just closing remark really. So that was a good day. We learned from Amazon FBA to Vendor Central to SFP to Inspiration Story of Pradeep. So all the speakers, thank you very much. And all the partners, our moderators, Susan and Chris, for making sure the day is running smoothly. So thank you very much for that. We will have another event in the autumn. We'll be releasing details soon, and we'll send out to all of you who booked for this session. So please join us for the drinks. If you have booked for the drinks before, you'll get a voucher. Please see Darren. Yeah, there you go. And you'll get a voucher. And yeah, enjoy your evening. And thank you everyone for being here. And I'll see you soon. All the best.
That's why I've seen twice. But I mean, we can. You did it? Where are we going? Oh.
He's gone somewhere else. Oh, right.
Thank you.